Hi. Did we
Hey,
do it?
yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sweet.
Oh my goodness, we did it. I'm such a.
Yay.
Uh, I was going through like, oh my goodness, am I going to be able to do this? So
You got this.
we did it. Are we on YouTube?
Um, I don't think. Oh, yeah, it says we're live. Okay.
Does that mean we're live on YouTube?
Yeah, it just doesn't say if there's anybody in here or not.
I see a little eye with 0 on it, so I'm going to guess that we don't have anybody here.
Okay.
But look at us go. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we figured this out. It only took me like, um, I don't know, a long time.
Yeah,
You whipped right through that, like no problem.
you
I'm like,
didn't take that long.
well, it started asking me questions like if I wanted to connect to stuff. I'm like, no, I don't want to connect to stuff. What are you asking me?
Right? I'm trying to find you on my phone. Come on. Where is he?
Hey, look it, we have somebody. Hi, James. We're doing a thing. Look at us. Are you able to see the comments, Rebecca?
Oh, there we go. Hey, join the chat. Connect to YouTube. Okay.
Good to see you, James. Thanks for coming on. Can you hear us all right? We're kind of doing a little testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, psychic medium Rebecca K.
Sure. Let's see. Do you have it doesn't have where I can share the link for them to come on. Do you have that?
Let's see. Guests? Invite guests?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a link. Copy. Okay. Oh, we can do this. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness, we're just gonna go ahead and do it, aren't we? All right, I'm gonna share a link if it'll let me. Um, Banners? Click on a banner to show it on screen. Create a banner? Okay. Click the link to get a reading.
I don't know
Paste.
why it never lets me.
Does that work? Did that work?
Where
Oh,
did you
post a comment. How about that? Post a comment. Okay, click the link. Okay. To get. Okay. How's that? Did that work? Let's see. Comments.
There we go. Go to that link and you could come up live and you can ask a question and that way if I can come up with anything, we could do a reading.
Perfect. James, are you able to click on that link?
Hey, Boo Bear.
I wonder where I posted the other link to. I don't know what I did. Banners? I added it as a banner, but I don't know what a banner is.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did there.
Oh, well.
James, if you click on that link, then we'll bring you on as a guest. And you don't have to show your face if you're not comfortable with that. And you can if you want to. Here we go. Oh, it says Jack. James, are you Jack? Nope, that's somebody else. Okay. Jack, if you want a reading, whoever's interested.
Well, accept Jack and see if it's James.
He backed out.
Okay.
Cold feet? Don't be nervous. We're nervous doing this.
Yeah, I know. It's like the
Let's be
whole world's
excited.
happening.
Let's change our nervousness to excitement. Let's get excited. We have 3 people in our chat.
Yeah, don't be shy. Talk to us, guys.
All right, Jack's back. We're going to put Jack through. Jack. How come it won't let me add him? Jack. It shows him backstage, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me add him.
What the heck?
I'm not sure what to do there.
I don't know.
It says edit name, kick from studio, ban from studio. We don't want to do any of those. So just bear with us. We're just kind of getting our sea legs here. But if anybody would like a reading, click on that link and we'll try to figure out what to do here.
You know, while we're trying to figure out the link thing, you want me to give the phone number?
Oh yeah, let's try that. If I go to more and post a comment, okay, try calling this number. Okay, go ahead. With the number, you have the phone number?
I posted it.
Oh, look at you. Okay, okay, okay. I don't see it. Did you
Yeah,
post it in
it's
the
not
comment?
showing it in StreamYard either.
That's strange. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna go more, post a comment. Try calling this number. 1. You have the number, Rebecca?
Yeah, I tried posting it again and it.
I'm gonna put it in a comment, but I only have 1.
Okay. Let's. Okay, it's not letting me. Maybe because it's a phone number, it picked up on that. Paste.
Maybe. Okay, what's the number?
Okay, let me go to 1269.
Yep.
461.
Yep.
1409.
Okay, I have 1-269-461-1409.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we only have one person in chat.
Bummer. They'll come back.
Oh, two people. Hello, hello, whoever's joining. If you would like a free reading, then click on the link in the chat or try calling the number. We don't know if the number is going to work, but we're going to try to make this work. We're just kind of figuring out what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop. It's not letting me answer. Ah.
It's not letting you answer?
Okay. I think I got it. Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, hello?
Is this James?
Yes. Or Jack.
Or Jack. Okay. So do you know what a mediumship reading is?
Not quite. Not completely.
Okay. Basically what my abilities are is I can speak to the dead. So if you have loved ones on the other side that want to communicate with you, I can try to connect with them. Now,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I just thought you were asking the single question. I didn't know, or statement. I didn't know if there was more to that.
No, I'm just saying. My abilities work this way at first. When I start giving information, it may not make sense to you, but let me keep going and things will start making sense. Second rule, I can't pick and choose who's going to come through. Like you may want to hear from your mom, but it's your grandma who comes through. So to be open-minded. And the last thing is 9 times out of 10, I make a connection, but there's always that one time that I just can't connect. So keep that in mind too.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay.
So am I asking, or is it
No, don't give me any information. I'm seeing a dog, kind of like a hound dog or a hunting dog. Yay or nay?
Yay. I didn't have one personally myself.
But you know somebody who did?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the dog like outside and had like a big cage?
Nope.
No. Okay, give me something.
I mean, it might have spent. I don't know if I should add anything, sir.
No, you're good. Like
I was going to say, it might have spent time outside before it came to them.
Oh, okay. So this dog was kind of like a rescue.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing a black truck. And I'm seeing like a wooded area. It's like pine trees everywhere and pine needles on the floor. So kind of like the woods. Maybe where you would go camping and fishing. Come on, give me something. Okay, I'm kind of doubting myself here, but did you lose anybody to suicide?
No.
No, you don't know anybody who committed suicide. Okay. The other thing I was getting is like maybe this is a friend, like not a relative, but a friend.
I'm trying to rack my brain. I have lost friends, but
Not to suicide.
Not that.
Okay. Take whatever resonates and whatever doesn't. Just,
Okay.
yeah. And you never know, maybe later on something will be like, oh, wow, yeah.
I believe people have trouble reading me, so I don't know. And I also have this issue where, like, doesn't matter what phone service I have or who I use or what type of phone it is, it just, like, always gets bad signal. And
that's okay.
I'm not able sometimes. So maybe it's like me sometimes.
No, you never know. I'll keep trying, but you are a little difficult to read. Okay. Do you have a grandfather on your father's side who has passed?
Yes.
Was he a tall man?
Yes.
Kind of a manly man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm hearing Mr. Fix-It. You know, he got things done. He took care of the things around the house. That kind of a guy.
Yeah, problem solver.
Problem solver, okay.
Didn't matter the issue.
He's showing me like boots that go halfway up his calves. I don't know if they're fishing boots or hunting boots, but did he fish or hunt?
They're probably soldier boots.
Okay. My family is military. We are very, very military. So that could be why he's showing me that. I'm seeing him in a blue checkered shirt. Would he tuck his shirts in?
Yep.
Okay.
And I believe I might have a picture of him in a blue and black plaid shirt. I mean, I know there was only so many options for colors, but
yeah.
Now that you say that, I believe I recall I have a picture of him.
If it makes sense to you, take it. Did he die in his 60s?
70.
70. I'm hearing problem with the blood or circulation, blood pressure.
It was a combination of things.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, he's wanting to say to you that he watches over you, whether you know it or not.
I know he does.
And, yeah, always pay attention to the signs that they give you. And, what else do you want to say? I'm hearing you need a vacation. Have you been stressed lately?
No, I'm not a very stressful person. I'm actually pretty calm, and even when stuff gets hectic, I still don't stress out about it.
Well, that's good.
But yeah, a lot of times I'll take on pretty big projects and stuff.
Well, yeah.
Try to do as much as I can of it myself, I guess.
So you're kind of a perfectionist, in a sense.
That, and I'll work myself kind of like a dog sometimes, even though there's nobody there working me like that. I work for myself, so.
Well, yeah, you need a vacation. I think that's why he keeps showing nature. Like if you like nature, go out in nature and get away from everybody, get away from the world. Or if you want to do something else, do something else. Let's see what else he has to say. He's showing me a boat. Are you recently separated?
Yes.
Okay.
Not recently, but I still have younger kids with someone I separated with.
Okay. Yeah, he's mentioning that, and he's saying he still have some healing to do from that. He's not really getting into detail, but I think pretty much the gist of it is like needing to let some things go.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for him?
The day I fell out of the tree and there was like no way I should have lived, was that him? Because I always had the feeling that it was.
If you have a feeling that it was, then always trust that. But I'm hearing that it's a lot of people on the other side who are watching over you. It was all of them.
So it was a combination, like vouching for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just always felt like it was him for some reason, but
Like divine intervenance, kind of.
yeah, I figured God had the last say, I guess, whether or not I did live, because the way I was falling upside down on my face, I would have been lucky to like be in a wheelchair.
Not break your... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Do you have any other questions?
If he watches over my kids, which I also have that too.
Yeah, he does. Of course he does. I think that's why he brought up the separation.
That makes sense.
And brought up being like a provider and those kind of things. Just like family values. So yeah.
I mean, that's probably the best reading I've ever had from anyone. I mean, I've had like a few minor ones or whatever, brief, yeah. But that's probably the most information I've ever heard.
Wow.
From somebody, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very greatly appreciated. That makes my day.
Do me a favor and go to my channel and leave a comment saying how you liked it. That'll help me out.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, absolutely. What's your name of your channel?
Psychic Medium Rebecca K.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just needed to know where I was going. So, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Bomber, for giving me this opportunity. And I just wanted to let you guys know too. Like when I dialed the number, it rang, but it wasn't taking me anywhere.
Huh.
At first, so it rang for a while, but yeah, for some reason when I was able, I'm not very tech savvy, and I don't really know how
James, we're not either. We're having technical difficulties on our end too.
Yeah, we're having them too, so it's not.
This is our first time using StreamYard.
Yeah, my camera was off and my mic, and I was giving it permission, and it still wasn't.
Yeah.
Allowing me on that list.
It wasn't letting us add you to the stream.
Yeah, it was like I was out of the chat, back in the chat, so I didn't know if it was maybe on my end, because like I said, a lot.
No, we're having tech issues on our end, so it's
right.
No worries at all. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope everything works out for you guys, and just it's greatly appreciated to hear from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that helped you. We've got Bim Jim in here next.
Okay, who?
Bim Jim is going to be added in, so I'm going to click on him.
Okay.
And add to stage. We did it. Look. Hi, Bim.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I got to get my headset on the right way.
Okay, no problem. I had to do the same thing. I couldn't hear with the headphones on.
I had it on backwards. Okay, so psychic medium, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm great. Now I'm telepathic myself. I don't call myself psychic, but I am telepathic, and I have those abilities, and and so I've done telepathy with ghosts. Once I met a ghost, I thought, how can I communicate with this guy? And I thought, oh, I'll try telepathy, and it worked perfectly
That's
well.
exactly that's exactly how we communicate on the other side is telepathy.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. Now, this first ghost I met was, oh boy, I was 21 years old. I'm 75 now, but I've always had a question about what I did with that ghost because, you see, oh gosh, a little bit of a story here, but I was in Australia when I was 21 years old, and the my Australian friends, played a trick on me, and I don't mind to this day. I'm fine with what they did, but they manipulated me into sleeping in this haunted house, right?
Hmm.
But they didn't tell me it was haunted. They didn't tell me that, and they didn't know, whether I was an atheist or whether I believed in the afterlife or anything like that. They knew nothing of that, but they manipulated me as a trick to sleep in this haunted house. So I go in there, and there was no electricity in the house. I had no flashlight. It was getting dark, and I was led into the house. And the guy who led me in the house, he showed me the bed with a lantern, and then he ran out the back door. Because
Oh my goodness.
I guess he was afraid of the ghost, but I didn't get it. I didn't get it yet at that point. So I just sat down on the bed, and right away I started hearing these little clicking, bumping noises, like somebody fixing a clock. And I almost visualized somebody repairing a clock on a bench and trying to put it all back together again, right?
Mhm.
And so I hear this clickety bump, and I laid back on the bed, thinking, "Oh, that's just John, the guy who led me in there. It's just him. He's doing something or other." And I thought I'd go to sleep, but but when I laid back and closed my eyes, the noise got louder, and I thought, "Oh, that's weird." And then I sat up, and the noise got not so loud. And then when I laid back and closed my eyes, tried to go to sleep, the noise got louder. And I think, okay, this is a ghost. And I thought, I will try telepathy with this ghost. So I did, and it worked. I
Oh,
established I established communication with this ghost, right? And then, though, I did something different. Was I didn't like the ghost. I decided
Hmm.
I don't like this guy at all. Yeah, he's a ghost. And I told him this telepathically. I said, okay,
did he have
so,
bad vibes?
but,
Did
well,
he have
not exactly. Why I thought, why is he bothering me? He was just flat out annoying me, and I didn't like that.
right, you just wanted to go to sleep.
And I thought, what is this entity, this ghost, this consciousness? What is he doing through time? He must have been there for 100 years at least.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, what a useless existence or for this entity. I was unimpressed with the ghost. Didn't care for him. And
It's such a logical thought process that you
well,
went with there. It's like, geez,
yeah,
this guy.
I'm a very logical guy.
Yeah.
So I said to him, I asked him a question. I said, "Are you aware that you are dead?" And this agitated him, right?
Oh.
And he started clicking and bumping and all this stuff. And as soon as I thought that, he answered me right away, right? And it agitated, made him upset. And so then I said to the ghost, because I didn't like this. I didn't like this consciousness. I didn't like them all. I didn't like them at all. So I thought very loudly, because in telepathy you can shout telepathically, or you can talk quietly telepathically. So I shouted at him really loud, as loud as I could, and I told him, no, I swore at him. I said,
You told him where to stick it.
yeah. I said, I said, you're dead and I'm alive, and I don't like you. I like the living people.
Yeah.
I don't like dead people. So I said, you can F off. But I shouted it really loudly with the full word. And then there was this huge bang, like a brick hitting the wall, like boom. And he was gone. As soon as that boom happened, I relaxed. And I went right into complete relaxation. The ghost was gone. And I went sound asleep. And I had the best sleep. Oh, I think the best sleep of my life to this day, actually. I slept for like 9 hours straight or something. And I woke up in the morning and I go out the back door, and there was John, the guy who led me in there. There he was sitting at the table outside. It was in Australia, so it's very nice to sit outside a lot, right? So, anyways, I sat down across the table from him, and he was smoking his pipe. And he says to me, he looks at me, he says, how did you sleep? And I said, oh, I had a great sleep. I had a wonderful sleep. After I got rid of the ghost, period, and John freaked out. He jumped up and ran away. Now, I don't know what he was thinking. You see, this is what I'm asking you people is I don't understand what John was thinking. Was he afraid of me? He ran away from me like he was scared of me or something. And I had no malicious intent towards John whatsoever. I thought it was an interesting experience, and actually I would have thanked him if he had had a conversation with me, but he wouldn't talk to me from that day forward. He sort of took off, like he was afraid of me, and he had no reason to be afraid of me. He even drove me home in his car and would not talk to me, and that's okay. But I didn't understand their point of view of the whole deal, and to this day, I don't understand other people's attitude towards the afterlife. Now I've since seen other ghosts, and I've had relatives come to me in my dreams. One of them was my uncle. When I was about mid-20s, my uncle died. But he was an uncle that my family hated, my Uncle Johnny. And he suddenly came to me in this vivid dream, and he walked right up to me with a big smile on his face. And I said, who are you? And he said, Uncle Johnny, with a big smile. And then he walked over and died in front of my eyes.
Oh, wow.
I was at my place of work, and a big 5 tons of steel fell on him and crushed him to death. But his smiling face appeared out of where he died. His smiling face still appeared. So, this is my interactions with the afterlife, and I wonder what the heck's going on. That confirmed it. That experience with my Uncle Johnny, that confirmed it for sure.
Yeah.
I know there's an afterlife. There's no doubt about it. But where we go and what happens to us, I'm not exactly sure. But I have, what other ones do I have? Oh, okay. So I've had dreams of my deceased relatives because my mother and father died. My brother died last year. A little dream about my brother. But it seems to me from these dreams that I've had, I don't know where my mother is, but it seems that my father and my brother are somewhat in purgatory.
Okay.
In the dream, they appeared to be in purgatory. Okay. And my father, when I saw in the dream, I walked into the what do you call it, motor vehicle branch, this bureaucracy, right? And in the dream, I walk into the motor vehicle branch. There's all these lineups, which to my father would be purgatory because he hated government. He hated all that kind of stuff, right? And there was my father standing in line. Well, he was up at the counter, and he turned around and looked at me with a sheepish smile on his face, as if to say, yep, I'm in purgatory, kind of a thing, and he knew it. He knew it. He knew he was in purgatory. He'd figured that much out. And so my question is, okay, so when I go into the afterlife, because I'm 75 now, and I almost died last year, Not that I care so much, but I'm perfectly comfortable with that at my age. But when I go into the afterlife, what can I do? I wonder if I can go around and help some of my relatives, some of my deceased relatives, if they're in purgatory or something like that.
Absolutely, you
Yes.
can, Bim.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you get to choose that.
Yeah, can I go around and help them out and try to get them out of purgatory and travel
Well,
on to a better place?
what they're going to do on the other side, if there's things that they have to learn that they didn't pick up here, it's this is not the right term for it, but I call it like not detention. It's almost like summer school. Okay, so like if you didn't really pass the year, you need to go to summer school to kind of pick up what you missed.
Yeah.
Or like a refresher type thing. And that's not really the right term for what it is, but they don't stay in that place. So, as an example, years ago, somebody who was like Rebecca, who can just see spirit and hear spirit, all of a sudden, it was a friend of mine, said, "There's a woman behind you," and he started to explain and describe my grandmother to a T. He didn't know my grandmother. He used words to that she used, very specific terms, like Rebecca did with my dad the other night, and so I knew it was her. And then I was crying, and I asked, "Where's my grandfather? Is he there?" He said, "Your grandfather is not there. He's there, but not there. So he's not with her. He's somewhere else." And he couldn't really explain where he was. So I knew my grandfather was somewhere else, which made sense because my grandmother was a saint. She was an angel, a walking angel, and my grandfather was a bit of a ruffian. Okay, he was a good man, but he was rough. He was like he had some troubled things go on in his life. So there, I knew he was in the same place. All right. So now, fast forward. The other night, when I asked about my grandparents, Rebecca described them both to a T. Right there, they were beside each other. They're together.
Mm-hmm.
So a few years has passed in between, and now my grandfather is with my grandmother. So if if somebody is in this place, that if you want to call it purgatory, uh, of course that's a name that humans created, right? And we don't really have words in our English language to explain what happens on the other side, specifically, but they're not going to necessarily stay there. So it's not something that you need to worry about. And for yourself, like you can help the people here, your loved ones, and be there to support them and kind of help guide them, whatever you choose to do. Um, but for other people who are already past, I don't know necessarily. Maybe Rebecca knows better about if you can help them. I feel like it's something that they need to go through themselves. Like, you're not going to really learn your lessons unless you go through it yourself, right? Like, somebody else can't learn the lessons for you. You've got to learn the lessons yourself, right?
Yes and no. We could always help each other and support each other, but yes, like we have to be the one to choose to change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like what the spirit world has always showed me is that it's like a realm that's kind of within our realm, but it's like there's this light part of it, there's a neutral part of it, and then there's the dark part. And I guess purgatory may be the neutral, which you can move from one place to another. You know what I'm saying? You can move from light to neutral to dark to, that's our choice.
That's a great way to describe it.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, and I have a further experience, which is more advanced, and I don't know if you want to get into this, but actually, I have an alien friend who allowed me to go through portals, and I went through these portals, and on the other side of the portals, I found about 7 different realms or nearby parallel universes or whatever you want to call them. And I visited them and I looked around and came back again because I knew how to come back and get back through the portal. So these were very interesting experiences and learning for me. And I think, in my case, I think my alien friend is teaching me things. Okay, so in one of these, I went through the portal the second time, and it seems I went into purgatory, but just for a visit. Now, I use the word purgatory because I don't have any other word. I'm not really Christian, and purgatory is a Christian word, but it's the only word I have for this.
Like a waiting room, almost?
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
okay, I'll tell you. Wow, it was weird. I'll tell you what I saw. Well, it's in a video on my YouTube page, but I tell this whole story. But I went through the portal, and what I saw there was a ghost logging operation, which is, we've heard of ghost ships and things like that. And a friend of mine walked into a ghost village that was way out of time and so on. And the ghost logging operation I saw was out of time. And there were about 6 or 7 ghosts there, or what would you call them? They were guys with black faces, all dressed in tattered clothing and just standing there, not able to move, sort of a thing. But there was one smiley guy standing beside the 7 zombies, right? And he had a big smiley face, and he was looking right at me, and he was waving, and he yelled at the other guys to turn around and look at me, and I saw all their faces were black, which freaked me out. That was the only paranormal experience I've had where I was super, super freaked out. But anyways, I carried on and went back out of the portal and carried on home. But I do think I actually visited and saw purgatory that day. And what I saw were these guys standing there in loggers' clothing, but they all had black smudges for faces. And then the one guy had a big smile on his face. And now, who was the guy with the big smile on his face? Well, I think he was a person who had died, but he decided to try to save these guys or get them out of purgatory. I mean, that's how I interpret my experience. But it's up to interpretation. I can say in detail what I observed the whole day, but I don't understand exactly what I saw or what I was being taught. I was being taught something, I think, and so it's interesting. I have explored the afterlife, and I wonder about how it's all put together, and what can I do after I die. I wonder, can I do good after I die? I think I would like to do good. I do good in this life to the best of my ability, but can I do that in the afterlife? And I don't know. Everybody wonders about the afterlife, I guess, except there are people who have their belief systems where they know the afterlife, like the Buddhists and the Christians. But if you compare the Buddhist concept of the afterlife to the Christian concept of the afterlife, they're different. One is different from the other. So which one is right? I don't really know. From what I saw, I kind of would pick the Buddhist afterlife. Seems more accurate to my own observations, but I just don't know for sure. I don't know. But
I believe that there's truth in everything and there's falsehood in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your gut knows when you're hearing something that's truth versus when you're hearing something that's really not true at all, or like far from reality.
And what I've learned with my experience with the paranormal and being a psychic medium, the majority of people, when they die, they look after their family and friends, and they become kind of like guardians, and it's their job. So it's like, yes, you can choose to do good and, put out love or protection, or you could be a guardian of a land or a tree or an animal. Like, yeah, that's what I've experienced anyways.
Well, I know about the animal thing too, because I've studied the native culture, and they have something called a spirit animal. Now, this is defined only in my local tribe, which I know very well. And I'm not native, but I lived with these people and I know them very well. And they say, well, I can't, okay, I've had two visits from the spirit animals as defined by the local tribe. And they appear as an animal, either a wolf or a mountain lion. I've seen those are the two I've seen, and they have appeared to me in the daytime when I'm wide awake. You know, they appear
Yeah.
to me. They appear to me, and the wolf was a male, and he asked me if I would like to come out and play. You know, I don't understand that exactly, but he wanted me to come out and play. And I said, well, I don't think so. You're a wolf the size of a deer. He was huge, all white wolf,
Yeah.
and his fur was all shiny, bright shiny fur and all this. And he appeared to me and he says, "Do you want to come out and play?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. You know,
I don't know about
you're
that.
kind of huge. You are a wolf, so I think I'll just go back inside." But later, after I had these two experiences, then I heard the local tribal woman, Shishal people, describe these spirit animals, and I said, "Hey, I've met two of those already," you know, and I had never, I didn't even know what their story was about this, but apparently that's their belief system, you know, and also in other native tribes around here, uh, they they say that their chief returns to them in the body of a killer whale, an orca, and their once beloved chief returns to the village as a killer whale, and they go out on the dock and they talk to this deceased chief, who is now a spirit killer whale, right? And he gives them advice and all this. This is their version of the afterlife. I don't know, but I have met two of them. I met two of these spirit animals myself personally. So
That's really interesting, Bim, because I have this reoccurring dream, and I haven't had it in a while. But when it happens, it's really special. The orcas come, and I see the killer whales, and it's a moment in the dream that's like a visit dream. I have these dreams that are very specifically visit dreams, and when the killer whales show up, I'm aware that this is a visit dream and that this is really special and important, but I'm not sure of the importance of it. Just that I know they come with a message, and then I'm trying to figure out through the dream what is the message. So it's really interesting that you're bringing this up, that that's the chief returning.
Yeah. Anytime I have a dream with an animal, I look it up. But I believe my number one spirit animal is a cat. I grew up with cats. I've always had a cat. I always will have a cat. But I've always had this weird thing with deer. Deers approach me. Deers have jumped in front of my car multiple times to the point where people started questioning it. Like, deer, deer, deer everywhere. They're around me all the time. Like, I tell people, like, when I get in their car, I say, I want you to be very careful driving because we will run into a deer. And it always happens.
yeah,
Um,
I find deer are very easy to talk to. I communicate with animals. That's another thing I learned from the native people. And when I tried it, I found out, wow, I have that ability. So it seems that in the native paradigm, I have the abilities of the trickster. And I never asked for that. I never even heard of the trickster. and I'd already done a bunch of the trickster things before I ever even heard of it. And so talking to animals is one of them. And I communicated with bears, and there's a video actually on my YouTube page. There's a video of me talking to a bear, a mother bear up a tree, right? And everybody says this is on the video. You can see it, and everybody says, "Oh, you got to watch out for mother bear with cubs. They'll
That's
kill
what I was
you."
thinking while you were saying this. My outdoorsy person inside me is going, "Whoa, Bim, what? What?
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
communicating with the mama bear, and were there cubs around?"
Yes, she was part way up a tree, and her cubs were up the tree above her. And
Oh,
all my neighbors, this can be seen in the video. All my neighbors were screaming and yelling at the bear and banging on pots, and there was dogs running around barking at the bears and all this. And I told my neighbors, I said, just calm down, just relax. You don't have to yell at the bear.
right.
Leave her, let her be. We had some apple trees there, and she just come for the apples. She told me that, but but I
Yeah,
told
the last thing you want to do with a mama bear with cubs around is stress her out.
yeah. So I got all my neighbors just go back inside. This was noon. Okay, I just said, yeah, just go back inside, and she'll come down the tree and walk away. So they did. They went back inside, and then I went out and had my little chat with the bear, and then I went back inside, and then she came down the tree with her cubs, and they walked off. They just walked away, and everything was cool. But yeah, these are some of the things I do, but I don't really understand all these things that happen. They seem to be connected, and I can
Everything
speculate.
is connected, Bim. Everything is connected, like the mycelium. You know about the mycelium?
Is that a mushroom thing?
It is. It's kind of like the root system underneath the
Oh,
fungus.
of course, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and it's connected to everything, the trees, the plants, the flowers, everything around, and they're all communicating.
Yeah.
And when I came back after, like, I died in 2003, and when I came back, the best way that I can explain it in the English language for myself, and to help others to understand what I'm trying to relay, is that we're all connected like the mycelium.
Hmm.
We're all communicating on an energetic level in a
Hmm.
way that we don't even see. So even the people across the street from you that you're not even speaking with, your energies are connecting, and we are all affecting everybody around us the way that everybody around us is affecting us. It's all connected. So it's really
Yeah.
important that about you hear about people raising their vibration, and that's all connected. But Bim, is there anybody on the other side that you're hoping to connect with?
Let me see now.
If there
Well,
is,
oh, well,
like think about them, and see if Rebecca can pick up on them.
okay. Well, how about my mother? Because she died in 2004 at the age of 83, and then my dad died at the age of 98.
So
Now,
maybe if you think
my
about them,
mother,
and
yes, my mother. I'm really sorry that I was not a good son to my mother.
Wait. Don't give me any info.
I'm sorry.
Because
Yeah.
she's going to give me info, and that's going to prove to you it's legit.
Okay.
Um,
She died in 2004 at the age of 83. She died of
nope,
Alzheimer's.
Bim,
not,
nope.
Oh, I'm telling you.
no info.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. You're okay.
I just think about my mother.
Think about her. Think about her.
Yeah,
Yep.
just think about her, but don't tell me anything. And just know that when I first start, things don't make sense sometimes. But just keep talking to me, and the more we build a connection, the more it starts working out. Okay.
Rebecca, just before you start, for anybody in the chat, if Rebecca's speaking to Bim and the details are not connecting with Bim, think about them for yourself. And if you feel like that's a message for yourself, stay tuned. And after Bim gets his message, Rebecca will move on to the next people. And if you want to get a message from whoever's connecting, because maybe these messages are for you, then just there's a link and a phone number. We'll get you connected so you can speak with Rebecca. But just know that sometimes when she's messaging or mentioning details in the beginning, she might be picking up on you in the chat. Sorry, Rebecca, go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, I'm being shown an older lady in like a muumuu or a nightgown. Did she like comfort clothes like nightgowns?
Yes, she dressed in a nightgown. What do you call it? House coat.
Yeah.
For the last few decades of her life.
Was it like the kind of house gown that you would put over your head, and it's like long?
Well, it's just a regular house coat that you tie a rope in, or
Oh, she would tie a rope.
front, you know.
Okay, then she was just wanting me to see nightgown house coat. Okay. Did she have slippers?
Yeah.
She's showing me the slippers. Okay, she's taking me into a kitchen. Was she a cook?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, she's sitting me at the table like, you hold on, I'll whip you something up. Okay. She says I need to learn how to cook. I do. Did she have a sense of humor?
Sometimes. Well, when she was younger, she laughed a lot.
Okay. I'm kind of feeling for her like she's kind of like quick. It's like she's not always laughing, but like when you least expect it, she says that thing.
Okay.
You could take that?
Well, I'm like that.
Okay, you're like that. Okay. I'm hearing that's a good way to be. Like, she's also talking about like people who cuss and like cuss too much. It's better like to be a rare cusser. So it's like when you do, it has impact, is what she's saying.
Yeah. There's a funny story about my mom. She never ever swore.
Okay. Yeah, she's getting on me because I'm a dirty mouth. So she's kind of getting on me here. I'm hearing she did not have pets.
Pets?
Yeah.
No, she did
No
not.
pets.
No. Well, our family had a cat usually, but my mother, not
Not an animal person is what
no,
she.
not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. She's just saying she didn't like the house getting dirty. She put too much work into it for like fur and that kind of stuff. Okay, how did you die, Mom? Did she die in the hospital?
Yes.
She's not telling me what she died of. She's showing me like IVs in her arms.
Well, I don't know exactly what she died of, but I was told it was Alzheimer's, but then Alzheimer's doesn't really stop the heart. It just,
Yeah.
they die with Alzheimer's usually.
Well, what my sister's a CNA and she used to work at Alzheimer's dementia ward, and she told me that what happens is parts of the brain start dying off. And then when that happens, the organs start shutting down one by one. And it's when they shut down that the death occurs. Yeah. But it's like the brain is the one that shuts off the organs.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. So she's not really getting into detail, and that's probably why. She's just showing she was in a hospital. Was it like a nursing home hospital?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My father took care of her at home for quite a few years, but then my father got older and she had to go into a home.
Okay.
And but I wonder about the consciousness in a person with Alzheimer's, because I think the consciousness is still there, but
Yes.
and after death it will go wherever consciousnesses go, or wherever she was destined. And she was a Christian too. My mother was a Christian, and she used her abilities, like I got my telepathic abilities from her.
Okay.
My father had none, and yeah. So it's, oh boy, it gets complicated here. But what happened was I never had any paranormal experiences until after I left my parents' home. And right after I left my parents' home, I started having paranormal experiences of all kinds, right? Now, and I think that's because my mother was protecting the home. Being a Christian, she protected the home from all bad spirits. I believe that's what happened. And she was intuitive. She was highly intuitive. My father knew that. This gets complicated, but yeah, I think that's what happened. And that's why I I didn't start having these telepathic, or I should say paranormal experiences until after I left my parents' home. And it was like a switch. I walked out of the home off to work in my first job, or as an engineer, and right away I started having these paranormal experiences, like, you know, like a deer walking up to me and talking to me.
No, I believe you, because when I hit my 20s, it was like a switch. So I get exactly what you mean to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when I went back home for family reunions, I shocked the hell out of my father and family by just doing these weird, unbelievable things, paranormal, or what would you, I keep thinking, intuitive things
Yeah.
that blew everybody's minds. And then that's when my father knew for sure that I had the abilities. I'd gotten them from my mother, right? He knew it right there. He saw me doing these things. He knew bloody well
Yeah.
that it was all completely real, all that intuition and paranormal and all that stuff. But yeah.
That's good that he believed you. My family, they're really Christian, and they kind of believe you're not supposed to talk to the dead. But when I try to bring it up, they get really quiet and then they change the subject. So I have to hide it.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. I'm trying to get online and be like, hey, I'm a psychic medium. But do you have any questions for your mom?
Oh, how are you doing, Mom? Are you, are
She's
you?
watching over you.
Oh, I hope so.
She's spying on you.
Yeah.
Is she saying when you have dementia, Alzheimer's, it's not horrible? Like what we experience is horrible because we see them going through it. But she said you just feel confused.
Mm-hmm.
If you needed to hear that. And
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for the last 7 years or so of her life, after she went in that home thing, well, even before that, they put her on, took her off the bad drugs and put her on just morphine, straight morphine, and
okay.
she was much happier on morphine, so much happier. She was very unhappy on a bunch of other drugs, but
Yeah.
once they put her on morphine, she was just quite happy.
I'm glad to hear that. She's saying she didn't suffer.
That's good.
Like it may seem so on the outside, but like once she passed, it was like a breath of fresh air. She passed over, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got that impression from one dream I had, but I didn't want to mention that dream because it's, yeah, I'm not sure what it was, but just a face appeared before me, a
Mm.
smiling face in the dream, a smiling face appeared before, right in front of my face, and then it flew off at an angle up into the sky. It just went boom. That was very, very short dream, and I thought afterwards, I thought, Jesus, was that my mom? you know.
If you feel it probably was.
hmm And it was a, excuse me, it, it was a good thing. I'm sorry, it was a good thing, like my mom saying, "I'm okay, I'm happy," and she went zoom off up into the sky.
Yes.
They often find a way to let us know, right? Like after somebody passes and we're
That's
sitting
what it
here going
seems
like,
like, because
yeah,
every reading that I'm doing, the repeated message is pay attention to the signs I give you. They're all saying that yesterday and today.
it's kind of like this reassurance for us. Like even though we know they're okay, but there's still a part of us that's like, are they okay though? Like because we don't see them. So it's like, or are they okay? And they let us know. They give us signs.
Yeah.
Um, Rebecca, did you see James's comment?
No.
He says when Rebecca picked up on the CSI, my grandfather was retired as cop in Chicago.
Oh. See, yeah, like you said, like sometimes it's not going to make sense, but then later you'll be like, "Oh yeah." Or somebody else in the chat room will be like, "Wait a second, that sounds like my grandfather," you know.
That was happening to me on your channel when you were doing readings for other people, and you would start out, and then I'd hear the first couple of things. It was like, "Uh-oh, that's my family." I'm like, "Sit down, it's not your turn."
Yeah, something I wonder about. That's for sure. Yeah, at my
Oh,
age,
that's really cool.
I thought I was. Well, I've had what a Christian would call a guardian angel experience, where my life was saved by a paranormal intervention. Very clear. This was when I was 26 years old, something like that, and there was a paranormal intervention which saved my life. I would have died for sure, but a voice yelled in my left ear, and I took immediate action. I did not die, but I would have died. Okay, so
Hold
I
on.
know that's something I know for sure because it happened to me directly. And so now, I at the time I didn't know what saved my life, but a Christian would say, "Well, that's your guardian angel," but that's a Christian word, guardian angel. But it was something like that. But I've
Right
never.
over there.
Pardon me.
Sorry, I was talking to my cat.
Oh, I never yeah, I never really have figured out what exactly it was that saved my life. But I kind of think, well, in my paradigm, it's my alien friend has kept me alive and showed an interest in keeping me alive over over the years. Even just about four years ago, my alien friend came to me, and when I thought I was going to die, he came to me and said, basically, well, he didn't say anything, but communicated, come on, you're not going to die. Come on, keep walking. You're not going to die. Keep walking. And I kept walking until my legs were starting to turn black because I was in danger of freezing to death. And I just kept walking and walking. And sure enough, I survived that experience. But yeah, I thought it was. So I attribute my these experiences where I've almost died. I attribute that to my alien friend, but I don't know. That's my current paradigm.
Well,
I
Bim, it's actually you could attribute it to yourself because you're connected, right? You're connected and you're listening. So everybody has these guides, but not everybody is listening. Or if they're listening, often they'll ignore it. Like
Mm-hmm.
we all have these abilities to connect with the other side. People like Rebecca, who are actually connecting and listening and she's actively attempting to push the resistance away so that she can connect stronger, right? It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets, and that's what's happening with Rebecca. So she's able to do this in
Mm-hmm.
stronger ways than we're able to. Um, but the more you listen, the more you're going to hear. And so that's on you because everybody has these voices, the inner voices. A lot of people will attribute it to themselves, like, oh, that's like just my inner thoughts or whatever. But a lot of the time, it's not. A lot of the time, it's our loved ones or our spirit guides, our ancestors communicating with us. And, you listen, you can live, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to teach telepathy and, well, the native spiritualism is what I lectured on. And a friend of mine started up a school. It's called the Tribal Arts Free School. And she invited me in to be one of the lecturers. And mostly younger, they're mostly younger students. And I tried to teach them um, the trickster, the trickster abilities or the trickster tricks, and not the shaman. I'm not interested in being a shaman, but it just turns out that I have these trickster abilities like talking to animals and making myself invisible and things like that. So I talked to these young people about that, and it was amazing to me that some of the students already knew this. There was this small young woman, probably 20 years old, and she had some 20-year-old friends with her. She came up to me and she says, you know how you make yourself invisible? I said, yeah. She says, I do that too. She does it with her friends, and her her male friends of the same age were all nodding their heads. Yep, she can make herself invisible. Yeah, okay. That's just a trickster thing though, which is a mind to mind hypnosis, I think is what it is, but I don't know for sure. But it does work. I'll tell you what I learned from the native people. It works. That's what I found. I tested it, and holy cow, it really works.
What
So
do you do when you're making yourself invisible? What are you thinking in your mind to do that?
well, that's kind of like the secret knowledge, and I shouldn't really broadcast it online because I have given away some secret knowledge, and the native people come back to me and say, don't you tell that. Don't, that's a secret knowledge.
Right.
That's how
Yeah,
I
that's something that if you're going to share, probably best in person.
that's how I know I got it right. I know. I'm sorry I can't tell you some of
No,
these
don't be
things,
sorry. I
but
respect that.
but
I
I've
get
done.
it. I worked with a tribe for repatriation, and they got mad at me for sharing some stuff. They're very
Hmm.
private people, and I didn't understand that at first. But yeah.
Yeah, I told the detailed story, wrote it online, of how I shapeshifted into a bear, and I did totally shapeshifted into this bear and felt what the bear was feeling and everything. And I wrote that out online, and this native woman who I did not know, she's in a different province, but she wrote to me. She gave me heck up and down. She says, don't tell that. That's a secret knowledge. You cannot tell that on, you cannot write it down because the secret knowledge is only spoken
That's right.
and should not be written. That's what I've learned. But yeah, I've gotten heck over that. which stories can I tell and which not?
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh well.
That's where I'm at with my project, we'll call it. Because I did a lot of research into a burial mound that was desecrated and got justice for them. But it's like, how can I tell their history without offending the tribe? Is the predicament I'm in right now.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh well, I see it all as paradigms or mental models of reality, and there's some paradigms I like and some I don't like. I am a science guy. Have engineering degrees, been doing science for 55 years as a job, in the same way that a plumber would do a job, right? That's how I do science. And then also I know the native paradigm as well. And then I like Buddhism as a paradigm. I think that's pretty cool as well. But to me, I say, well, philosophically, I say we humans make the paradigms, and they're not all perfect. That's how I say it. But
That's right.
philosophically, that's how I see it. But oh well.
Yeah.
Well, Bim, I'm so glad that you could call in. It's been a great call with you.
Well, thanks very much, Bomber. Yeah, I like your little show here. This is cool.
Thanks for sharing all your experiences. I know you've got a
Yes.
million more.
I know I have. Yeah, there's some of it I put on my YouTube page, but there's a smattering there of my experiences. I'm trying to create.
I can't imagine at your age, like, no, I'm not saying you're old, but you're older than I am. And I know for myself, I find there's been so many experiences and it's like, where do you start? I can't imagine. You said you're
Exactly.
70, 76? 75.
75, yeah.
And I just can't imagine like what you're thinking when you go, okay, I'm going to share an experience. And it's like all the experiences flood, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
It's amazing.
I was on another show like this, and I was the guest, and I tried to tell all my experiences in one go.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't do it. I
No.
mean, after an hour and a half, I was exhausted. I was just
Yeah.
so tired. I had to excuse myself.
Yeah.
Too much. Oh well. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad that you could come on and share some experiences, and I hope we can do this again.
Sure.
Yeah, and do me a favor. Subscribe to my channel and comment under one of my videos how you felt about the reading I gave you, and that'll help me.
Great. Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye for
Thanks,
now.
Bim. Take care.
Leaving studio.
Thank you. And anybody who's listening, we would love for you to subscribe to Rebecca's channel. It's Psychic Medium Rebecca K, and she is amazing. So we're having her on I don't know, what do we call this? We don't really have a name.
No.
But Rebecca, you're doing so awesome.
Thank you.
D Ocean, Mama D, she would like a reading. So Mama D, do you see the link for how to get in here, or do we have to post that again? Let's see.
I think they've chatted a lot, so I'd post it again.
Let me see if I can do this here. There we go. Look at us go, Rebecca. This is our first time using StreamYard.
We're doing good.
I think we're doing pretty good. You know, for two broads that are scared to frickin' shit.
Yeah.
We're scared shitless. What's the saying? Scared shitless.
Two shy girls.
Two shy girls. Yeah, that could be our name here. Two shy girls. come shoot the shit with two shy girls. That was so good. What a lot, like the experiences, they just, man, it's awesome.
Yeah. I like talking about these kind of subjects with people.
Yeah. Well, we don't really get a chance in our everyday life, right?
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's like you were saying about having to hide it. I feel like, excuse me, I'm going to lose my voice. It's almost like we're living two lives.
Yes.
And yeah, it's when we're in the other side of the other life where we're trying to hide this, it doesn't feel like reality.
Exactly.
How do you feel about this, about how the readings are going?
I feel like they're going good. I'm a little shocked that I'm getting, some compliments. I'm not used to that.
Yeah,
Usually
you're getting
people
great
say mean
compliments.
things to me.
Oh, no, not here. I have great people here.
Yes, you do.
Now there's 9 people in the chat. Oh, I see guests. Okay, Mama D, let's see here. Add to stage. Are we in?
Hi.
There we
Hi,
go.
Mama D.
Hi. Oh, I had to get over quite a lot to start doing my show.
Yeah.
I'm still going. I haven't seen you in ages, in dog age. I'm glad
Oh,
you're finally doing something like this. StreamYard makes it a lot easier.
yeah, this is our first time using StreamYard for both of us. So, and I thought like the only way that really I could move forward with my channel to be able to have guests on is to figure out StreamYard. So Rebecca helped me with that. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're both, we just kind of found each other and we're both on the same page at like feeling drawn to share.
That's
So
pretty cool.
Rebecca's working on her mediumship. So we're going to do readings with her.
I'm working
And
on my extra large ship. No, I'm kidding.
Me too.
I'm working on talking because I have a hard time to speak. It's kind of like stage fright. So this is great to be able to
Oh
have
yeah,
people
I
on to
know.
communicate
At
with.
first, it's really hard, Bomber.
It
But
is.
I'm proud of you that you've
Thank you,
come this
Mama
far.
D. Thank you. Thank you. Are you like a proud mama?
Yes. Oh my gosh, my girl is streaming now. Oh, isn't that just lovely? Wait a minute. Let me put my phone where you can see me better. Hey, I got somebody who wants to say hi.
Oh, cowboy. Mr.
Mr.
Cowboy.
Cowboy.
Ah,
Hi, Bubba.
Hello, baby.
Hi,
They love
Bubby.
you. He loves
Mm.
you. He's my sweet baby. His videos are more popular than mine.
Oh, I know. I have a
He's
video up
so
of my old
freaking
man cat, and
viral. Jeez.
people just love it. Well, we love our animals, right?
yeah, my cats get more attention
Oh,
than you
oh, I was talking to Cowboy, and my bunny just stood up and looked at me like, "Who are you talking to right now?"
do.
Sorry, buddy.
There
Okay, so
it
Mama D,
is.
you
Okay.
know how this.
Oh,
Mama
it's
D, you
just
know how this
wrong
works.
button and went away there. Okay, so I'm back. But yeah, he gets like 500 views in 2 hours or something. And I'm like,
Wow.
but he's a cat. So, cats are like that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we love our cats. Mama D, you know how this works about, if you want somebody to come forward, think about them and like Rebecca says, can't guarantee that they're going to come forward, but helps if you
Oh,
if you ask them to.
you're doing the mediumships thing. So, okay, well, let's see who shows up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
buddy.
Just
Has
Yeah.
have
a
an open mind.
message.
And do
I'm
not
gonna.
feed me any information. Don't tell me anything because I need to
Okay.
prove to you that this is, who it is. Um, but you can give me information like clarifying things like, yeah, da 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 da, or no, or maybe like little things, but don't tell me like,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Well, you don't know me, so this is good. You don't know me yet. But you will. Anyway.
Now, at first, I usually get things wrong, and I could be picking up on somebody in the chat, or it could make sense later. But just bear with me, and things will start making sense. The first thing that's coming to mind is the state Louisiana.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. I have been there.
Okay. Is it any importance about it?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Did you go there to visit somebody or did you go with somebody?
Well, one time I went with somebody and one time I went alone.
Okay. Are either of those people deceased?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, probably more than one in Louisiana is going to be deceased by now.
I'm picking up on like a man with dark hair and I'm hearing a female friend.
Okay.
So
That could be a lot of people, though.
okay. You could have a lot of people come through. The man with dark hair says that y'all dated.
Dated.
Either y'all dated or he dated somebody you knew.
Okay, I can't think of what
It
that
doesn't
would
work.
be.
You don't know any like man that had like almost black hair that you may have dated in the past, and he could be living.
I didn't date him. He was a
Okay.
friend. There was one that was
So
a
there was
friend.
one that was a friend. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he have feelings for you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we were friends. He ended up marrying somebody else, but
Okay.
I don't know. And I don't know if they're still alive, but they were younger than me, so I expect that they would still be alive unless something happened.
Okay.
That's okay. Take your time. I'm here.
Like I said, at first it's hard.
I know. I do it too. I'm a shamanic medium.
The
I understand.
the woman that's coming through, she looks like she's in her 30s. She's wearing shorts and a tank top. The tank top's tucked in. She's wearing like sandals. She's saying she was your friend.
Hair length, if you can get it.
Get what?
You can get what her hair looks like. That would help narrow it down.
It's like a little bit longer than shoulder length, and it's medium brown, wavy.
New Orleans.
No.
No, I cannot bring anybody up like that. I'm sorry. It's okay, I'll wait.
I'm trying to dismiss these people and bring in somebody you will know for sure.
Yeah, because it could be somebody who knew me.
Yeah.
I didn't know them very well, who knew who I was. But
True. And I pick up on people who are alive too, so keep that in mind. I can't tell.
Yeah, I do that too sometimes. Yeah, it's like, whoops, they're alive. Well, you know what? They don't have to be dead in order to get in touch with you. I've had people, get in touch with me while they're still alive. So
I have too, like through dreams and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually had a Trump dream.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it was weird, man. But after that, I have a tendency to have kind of nightmares.
Yes.
But after that, I stopped having nightmares. It was really weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
I'm seeing an old woman, and she's kind of thin, and she's petite, and she's showing me that she has a very wrinkled face, and she says that she was in her 90s.
In her 90s. Well, I don't connect her with New Orleans, but
yeah, forget Louisiana. We'll just see if this makes any sense to you.
Okay, very wrinkled face, very old woman. That I can attest. I've known people like that.
Did you know what? She showed me her hair was pulled back in like a low ponytail. It was like salt and pepper white.
Well, that wasn't who I thought it might be. Hey, would y'all start giving her some names over there on the other side?
Yeah, right.
That would be helpful,
I am getting the letter V.
V. Hmm. Can we try an experiment?
Yes, please.
Because you seem to be having a heck of a
See,
time
sometimes
reading
9
this
out of
stuff.
10 times I get a connection, but there's always that rare time.
I know,
So let's
because
play around
I'm not
here.
trying to block you or anything, sister. I really let's see. How about if we shift our focus to a specific uh how about if I see if we can get a specific person to come?
Okay.
I can say I haven't seen so and so in ages. Because I lived in New Orleans for a little while.
Okay.
Only 2 months though. Not very long. So that wasn't really the most of my story, but let's try. There's a guy who is notably gone who is in New Orleans. How about him in particular? See if we can bring him. What are you doing? Let's see if we can get hold of him. Ring, ring. I'm thinking of him.
Was he kind of a overweight guy?
Yes.
Bald head?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses?
Now
maybe?
you're getting it. Now you're beginning to get it. Okay.
Okay. So he did have glasses?
No, I
He's
don't think
saying
he did.
sometimes. So,
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
was he like middle-aged?
Um,
Maybe 50,
not that old, but
40s?
he looked older because of his hair, probably
Okay.
because of his balding. But he was actually, yeah, not quite middle-aged yet, but he might have been when he died.
Okay.
So he is deceased, and he was one of my friends there, and really he helped me a lot. And I ended up getting broken into and homeless and moneyless down there, and it was a good thing that I knew him. He helped me get a job down there. So
I'll try to see.
you know,
I'll try to see what he wants to tell you. I'm going to ask him how he died.
okay. Yeah, because that I don't know.
I'm hearing something with his heart.
That would probably be about right. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, because he told me he was probably going to die young and why, but
Oh, wow. Yeah.
he probably wasn't going to be very,
He's showing me like he's dancing with you. Like y'all are dancing and laughing.
Well, yeah, we didn't. Well, oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it helped when you thought of a person. There must be
Right.
a lot of spirits around trying to come in, or
There are.
I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I'm a medium too, so yeah, I got them probably lined up out the door, and I don't even notice.
Oh,
But
I'm still learning about my abilities. My abilities came on so fast that it was just like, whoa, okay, what's going on?
a lot of people are coming in like that. A lot of people are just switching on all of a sudden.
Yes.
And it's like, cool, okay, now I'm going to have some friends that are going to understand me now, finally. It is great.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. Subscribe to my channel. I need more friends.
Okay, subscribe to my channel. We'll subscribe to each other's channel, and then we'll have some friends. Okay, love.
I'm going to see what else he has to say.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say. I haven't seen him in
He says you're
ages.
grieving something right now.
Yeah, kind of. Well, everybody's gone except, everybody I used to care about is pretty much is gone except for a couple of people. I mean, my whole family's gone, so.
Okay. Yeah, he says try to meet new people, and even if you need to, like, hire somebody to talk to kind of process the grief. Because he says when you're alone and you have this heavy grief on you, like what do you do when you're alone? You just sit there and think all day, right?
Yeah, I do have somebody like that.
I can identify with that. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, and I had chronic depression most of my life.
Yes, me too.
Mhm. I think a lot of empaths have. We're always dreading, we're always waiting for the other shoe to drop, and most of us have some form of PTSD.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am not surprised at all. Most of us have had, and this is interesting. I think we had lives like that where we had the PTSD. I think it helped to trigger the gift.
I heard that trauma triggers this sometimes.
It's not the happiest or best way, but it does seem to work somehow.
Yeah.
So what else has he got to say? Let's see if we can tune in a name.
His name? I'm hit or miss with the names.
Me too. I'm getting better.
I'm hearing Henry.
Years, so what?
Henry?
No, but I think probably. Okay, it's okay. Keep going. Let's see what we can do with it.
I don't know if I could come up with a name.
I want to help you. You don't have to.
You can help me.
So maybe we won't get the name, but you did get what he looks like. What did he do? What do you think he did? Let's see if you can get that.
Like for employment?
Yeah.
Okay.
You may be surprised.
I'm seeing like a tall building. Like a tall gray building?
I don't know. Maybe he had, that would be after me if so.
Did he do anything did he teach?
Not exactly. He was a medium like you and I.
Okay. He said history, and that can make sense for a medium. Because if
you're
in the paranormal, he was a medium. Okay.
Yeah. So I thought he might come in. It's like, well, he might come in. He's a medium. He said, come on, some solidarity, will you please?
Yeah.
Give us some solidarity here, bro.
You gave me a challenge. I needed that. It's like I will be doing good, and then I'll get that one person that just challenges
I'm hard
me
to read
so bad.
Yeah. I can be very hard to read. It's and I don't know why. If it's just okay, I'm going to ask you that. Let's see.
Maybe you have your boundaries up.
Huh?
Maybe energetically you have boundaries.
Well, I've been getting attacked a lot. Okay. Recently. I've been getting some attacks, and I really think maybe that has something to do with it. It's that I'm having to every now and then I go through this spate of somebody decides that they have a strong opinion against me or something. I do have strong opinions, so from time to time I garner people who want to do stuff,
Yeah.
So and you'll encounter that. And oh, by the way, there are people who feel like it's their duty to screw around with people like us.
I know.
So, I mean, they think it's their godly duty to screw around with other people. And this is black magic. This is actually black magic. Because this is a gift from God that we got. And they're screwing around with us. And they're the ones practicing the black magic.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm scared of that. Like, I've hid my gifts for so many years because my parents' religion
Yeah.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hiding who I am and
I
questioning
know.
myself. But I
I
do
have to
want
be careful
I
too.
wanted to ask
You
you, the name Dolores, does that ring a bell?
know.
I keep hearing say Dolores, say Dolores, say Dolores.
Dolores. I didn't know her personally, but she might be attracted to this because I've been mentioning her a lot.
Okay.
And that would be Dolores Cannon
Okay.
because she did a lot of regressions for people um, to see their past lives, between lives, and stuff like that. So she was a researcher.
Oh,
And
nice.
although she wasn't a medium, she
So,
was somebody
yeah.
who gave us a lot of info, who brought forth a lot of info about the other world and what is going on there. So I have a lot of respect for her and have been referring to her quite a bit. So she must have heard me. Hi, Dolores.
Oh, yeah. That's cute. She came in to say hi.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
I don't want
Dolores,
to I don't want
you
to
rock.
interrupt, but I do want to add that I have Dolores's book right here beside me, and it's in a stack of books that I never just sit here and look at the books, but yesterday I did, and that book stuck out, and I thought, "Oh, I need to read you soon." So just going to throw that out there, and now I'm going to put myself on muted again.
There you go. She's coming up again, and I think we're going to get more and more information on what's really going on with what I think we're in an era when that is going to be cracked open. What happens after life?
Yeah.
I think that's going to come. I think we're going to get more information about that, and it's going to be in some way or shape or form provable. So,
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
yeah, but somebody compared me to her in some
Nice.
ways, and I'm there. Well, I'm so flattered.
So she was a
Um,
celebrity?
she was a researcher, yeah,
That's nice. I picked
and
up
she
on
was
a
kind of
celebrity.
she was a celebrity in
The sense
these
of Johnny
circles
Depp,
only,
right?
really. Yeah, most people wouldn't know who that was, but in these circles, in these spiritual circles, she was definitely a rock star.
Yeah.
So that's like one time I got royal. Somebody got royal, and it's like Rife. Nobody knows who Royal Rife is unless you're in the right circles. But he's the one who came up with the healing Rife frequencies,
Okay.
and he showed up one time for me because I promoted his work for years before we actually got that on YouTube. So he came up to to thank me for the work that I did for getting his work promoted.
Nice.
But yeah, so occasionally they come and say hi, and I get a lot of celebrities.
I
So
do
you might
too.
even, yeah,
Yeah. I got Hugh Hefner.
really.
Yes.
Oh, that's a different
Because
world.
Holly and Madison have their own podcast, and I'm like on their Patreon. And
Yeah.
I asked, like, in the advice question, I said, I'm a psychic medium, but I hide it. And I said, should I come out the broom closet, so to speak? And after that, Hugh Hefner kept coming in, wanting me to relay a message to Holly Madison. I'm like, no, leave her alone.
Wow. Well, let's see. What are people saying? Anyway, does anybody know who some of these people are that are coming through? Because she may be also getting. Hey, Jake, how you doing? So much Jake is in. Bim Jim is in. Hey, well, sweetheart, how about I get. Oh gosh, I actually had I've had a lot of, because I'm involved with music, a lot of the people that show up are musical, but not all of them. One
Okay.
of them that was a shock to me was I'm doing the dishes and all of a sudden Alfred Hitchcock shows up. And I'm like, Alfred Hitchcock? I never knew him. I watched a lot of his shows when I was younger.
Yeah, that's
And I
random.
said, what do I owe this honor? And he said, we're having an event on the other side. It's the appreciation event, the fan appreciation event. We're all going to our fans and those of us, those who can see us, and just letting them know that we appreciated their patronage while we were alive.
Okay.
And this was really eye-opening, because it's like, what, you mean you have events on the other side? You get together and have events? And he's like, oh yes, you'd be surprised. It turns out that the dead are really quite lively.
Yeah, I could believe that.
And I'm like, boy, that is so Hitchcock to say that. That is so Hitchcock. So yeah, and I said, well, that's wonderful. Like, yeah, you gave us a lot of really frightening, scary moments, and yeah, we were like glued to the TV or the movie theater.
Yeah.
We were glued. So thank you so much. And he says, well, that was all. And then he just turned around and walked away. And I'm like, that was Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Of all people, right?
That's awesome. Yeah, I've been surprised, like when I have a couple celebrities come in, but it's like I notice, like if I'm watching a TV show and there's a dead celebrity, like they'll come in, and it's like I think that they like being remembered.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, I have like a group that show up for me pretty regularly and visit.
Okay.
David Bowie shows up a lot. Prince shows up. Freddie Mercury hangs out with those two a lot. People see them together. I mean, other psychics see them together a lot. They hang out on the other side.
Okay.
The one that's amazing me is the ones that I don't really know them, but when I check into things, it turns out that they are involved with music. The one I really didn't know who he was Tupac.
Oh.
And then I found out that one of my friends also has Tupac, and I didn't know he was Tupac. I didn't even know who. I only halfway know who Tupac was, but he says he doesn't care.
Yeah.
And I don't see him as much as I see other people, but people used to come to me when I was a street musician, and they'd say, "Do Tupac," and they'd think it was a joke, but or something. And I would sit there and try and figure out why they are saying that. But now it makes me wonder if people weren't picking up a Tupac vibe,
Right?
you know?
Synchronicities.
Yeah. So, or it could have been a joke, but I don't know. But anyway, he comes around to help people. There seems to be this group of musicians and other people really on the other side that have kind of grouped together in order to do certain things. And some of them are here to help us out. Some of them get in touch and help us out when they can from the other side. And I think that's great. So yeah, it's like, thank you so much, because sometimes we're pretty lost over here.
Yes.
We're like, what's going on, man? And I think we will come to an age when we won't need other psychics, because I think everybody will start to get that. We'll start to eventually become more psychic, And then a lot of us will be out of a job, sort of, but it'll be a
Yeah.
good thing because people will be able to see their loved ones for themselves. And I think it'll kind of come in slowly in waves.
Yeah. Because everybody has the ability. It's just like a muscle, though.
Yeah, it's when I help people regain their superpowers. What they're not superpowers. We can all do that, but I help people to get those back. One of the things I'm working on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I always get excited when somebody all of a sudden comes online, and it's like, oh boy, it's
Yeah.
happening. It's everywhere. What?
See, everybody on YouTube does tarot, but you know, I'm a medium, so I need to just like, I used to hide behind tarot, but now I'm like, I guess I'm trying to stop being scared and come out as who I am.
Yeah. Well, it was so hard for me at first to show my face, my voice, to have my voice heard, to show my face, everything, and then take the chance that there's people I have no idea who's going to come in, and there are always trolls at some
Yeah.
point. The trolls come in and try and really F you up.
Yeah, when
But
Bomber came in, I thought she was a troll. I was kind of stern with her, and she was like, "I'm not a troll."
I'm not a troll, really honest. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wonder sometimes if people have thought that because I got a sense of humor and I tend to cut up a lot, and I wonder sometimes if they think at first maybe I'm a troll, but because I'll say funny stuff, I'll say crazy stuff, but yeah, I
Yeah.
do. I put a lot of humor in. I try to put humor in it because I think people are too serious, and it kind of. I think I just don't think it's good to be too serious,
Yeah.
too sanctimonious or anything like that. I just don't like it. I think people need a laugh once in a while to laugh about all this stuff. But sometimes we get into very heavy subjects,
Yes.
I mean, if you're talking about someone's deceased loved one, that can be kind of a heavy subject. So,
Yeah.
and then sometimes we do like remote views. But the reason I kind of wanted a reading is, let's see if you can pick up on this. And maybe this is what reason I'm here. Lately, I've been having trouble with tarot cards, and I've been told I got to put them aside. And I'm trying to pick up on exactly what's going on there. And I'm thinking on the one hand, well, it may be that I'm supposed to be doing something else.
Yes. You're supposed to be using your intuition without the cards, is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Rely
That's what I
on
was
you.
thinking. They don't want me to use that anymore. Or actually, they said for a while. Well, because it's easy to show a person a card than to just.
Yeah, and it gives us reassurance because as mediums, I mean, we all second guess ourselves. Sometimes we like reassurance that what we're picking up on is what we're picking up on. And with cards in front of our face,
Yeah, and with tools, I mean, we use our tools and they're like a focus because sometimes it's almost like a water, like a fire hose instead of a water fountain, isn't it? Like you get too much information and you're confused, like, what should I mention?
Mm-hmm.
And I totally get the part about having trouble with the names because you always second guess yourself.
Yes.
The names, like, could that be right? Is that true? And I've just blurted things out. I've had lately contact with, and sometimes, and this is a living person as far as I know, and he's one of our space brothers named Andros of Telluria, who gives me messages from time to time. And it took me a while to believe in myself enough to say his name was Andros of Telluria, or, and where the heck is Telluria?
Yeah.
What's Telluria? So I looked up, I got some information about that too, but I guess what I got from them was Telluria is one of the Lyran colonies.
Okay.
So anyway, which makes sense because I got a lot of Lyran connections. So, and if you really are connected with animals, you may have a Lyran connection, especially with cats and dogs. They both fought with the humans, in the Lyran Wars a long time ago, and now they come back to protect and comfort us.
Yeah.
They come in as cats and dogs, so they are really our family. So if you have a cat, and this is why I think we get so attached to our cats and dogs and they're like family, is because they are family.
Let me ask you, did you have a brown striped tabby?
Yeah.
I'm seeing that.
Yes.
A boy?
No.
No, a girl? Okay.
She was the queen.
Okay. Yeah, I saw an image of a brown striped tabby, like walking, kind of like that strut.
Yeah. And silver tips on her fur. That's Maui.
Okay.
And she was the queen, and she turns out to be in the next world, in the other side, she turns out to be one of my daughters.
Aw. I believe it. My cat's my daughter. I don't care what anybody
She was
says.
like a little princess. So, poor Maui, though, she died. And I got to see her transition to the other side.
That's beautiful.
Naturally. I didn't put her down. She transitioned to the other side and made sure that I got to witness the whole thing. So I felt very honored to be able to see her death process and her transition into where she went, which is a very beautiful place. And so we have please, people, have zero worries about where you go. Okay, you're going to be okay. Your relatives are going to greet you. Your friends and family are going to greet you, and you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want people to stop being afraid.
Exactly. Like, that's what mediumship taught me, is that it's going to be okay. And I had a childhood friend, that a year or so ago died of breast cancer. And when she was really going through it, I told her, no matter what happens, it's going to be okay. And she didn't like me saying that, but I think now that she's on the other side, she's like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, once you're on the other side, everything, you're fine. It's the people that are left behind that are having the hard time. If you're, excuse me, it's kind of chilly in here. It's chilly here in Ohio right now. But, oh, yes, Mr. Matt. Yeah, so really, you've got, like, I know I have loved ones over there, and I do a lot of crossing overs. I used to do a lot of crossing overs. I don't as much now, but I used to do a lot of them. Sometimes I do mass ones en masse. I did, like, my first massive crossing over was in an apartment complex, and the people had been there for over 100 years, some of them.
Oh, wow.
Had been confused and trapped. And so there are places like that on the earth where a lot of people are confused, and some of them don't even know that they're dead.
Yes.
to explain to them that they passed on and that it's not going to be bad and they're not going to be tortured, forever just because they did something.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to be like that. And you're going to judge yourself when you get there. So,
for the past couple years, I've been getting justice for an Indian burial mound.
Really?
Yes.
Where are you on the face of the earth? Because I'm in Ohio and we have them.
I'm in Virginia.
Ah, okay. Oh, yes, you would have them then. Yes, we have one near here that they dug up and they found giant bones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're not allowed to talk about giants much though, so we got.
Well, they keep telling me they want
Mama D, you're allowed to talk about anything on my channel.
Okay.
They keep telling me that they want their story out, so you could go to my channel, and I did make a video telling their story. It wasn't the best, but if you want
to come on now. I'm sure it was fine. We'll have to.
Rebecca, can I just point out that the first thing you said to Mama D was Louisiana?
Yeah.
Just saying.
What about it?
Well, you don't know because you don't know Mama D, but she has a deep connection there, right, Mama D?
I do have a connection to Louisiana. I felt like I had to go there. I went there on a mission.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, no, you know what? That was really my first mass crossing over. Oh my gosh, I didn't think of it that way at the time because it was so new. But that's what it was.
And that's the first thing you picked up on.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was really my first mass crossing over. There were a lot of people who were waiting underground. They were slaves. They were wanting to get free. And there was a flood. And they were going to leave. They were getting ready to leave, but they were very afraid. They were hiding underground, and unfortunately there was a flood, and it did them all in. And there was more to that story. There's a lot more to that story. But yeah, that's really my first. And
Wow.
And thanks for reminding me of that, because at the time I didn't know what I was doing. I was just doing, I was just, I got to go to New Orleans and do something. I must have lived in New Orleans before, though. I mean, I think I probably had some lives in New Orleans.
Then maybe if you helped some souls in New Orleans or Louisiana, maybe that was them coming in saying hi.
Maybe there's somebody in that group that
I don't know. It was Louisiana was clear, but after that it was like some man and then some woman, and then it didn't make sense.
The only other person I could think of as I'm sitting around thinking about it is, I don't know if Shelley is in spirit or not, but I did know somebody named Shelley. But she had shorter hair. She had short, wavy hair, very short.
It could be her. It was short. It was like shoulder length, maybe like a smidge shoulder length.
It might have been Shelley then, because it took me a while, because Shelley would have been, I didn't know her very well at that point, but I know she played a part in things and probably helping me get a job and so on. She probably had a part in it. Yeah, I did really well down there. Because I was psychic, and they're like, everybody's psychic down there. They're all over the place, and it's very open down there. You can just go down and get a job as a psychic.
Well,
One of the reasons I went there.
I wasn't going to say Louisiana because my family's from Louisiana, so I thought that was my family. But I'm glad I did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? There might be some kind of connection, because I have parts of the family that are from Virginia.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that weird? Okay.
Anywhere near the Shenandoah Valley?
I don't know for sure. I know they came up through Virginia and up into all the way up into Ohio. They were native, so uh, they got displaced on the Trail of Tears, of course. So they would have
Yes.
gone on a Trail of Tears, and they came back up to Ohio through Virginia and through West Virginia, of course, and through and then up into Ohio, but starting down in Tennessee. So they were all
Okay.
down in Tennessee. So, and yeah, so, and Cherokee. My great grandmother was Cherokee. She was married to a sheriff in the Old South. Her sister, she was light skinned, but her sister was so dark skinned that they thought she was a slave. And they
Yeah.
worried about her fate. They worried that maybe she would get caught by somebody and treated as a slave or something. You
Yeah.
know, it wasn't really safe for her to walk alone anywhere. There was all kinds of reasons, and so they headed up north. So anybody tries to white guilt me, it's like, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
My family was part of the solution. So
We
okay.
had I did one of those DNA tests, and I do have a very, very small amount of Native American in me, but I
Mhm.
found out what I'm mixed with is Nigerian and Congo.
Not surprising, because back in the day of the it was not unusual to have something like that mixed in, especially, do you have any French? If you have a little French in there
Yeah.
too, French
Yeah.
during the French Indian War time, it
Yeah,
would be
12% French. That's from my grandfather's father.
me too.
I've had a little French in me.
Mhm. So it's not unusual, and
Twice.
and to have a little black blood, African blood, or something from that area mixed with you. But a lot of people don't know that there were black people on this continent way before the slaves, and that my great aunt had very dark skin, but was still full-blooded Cherokee, just like my light-skinned great grandma.
Yeah.
But they were both still Cherokee, and yeah, there were black people here. And they try and shine us on about all kinds of bullshit about skin colors and melatonin and
Oh, I
different
know.
areas, and and it's like, no, that's not true, because there happen to be light-skinned people in the Middle East that are just very insular and stay away from other people. So they're isolated, and there were also dark-skinned people over here before the explorers came. So it's bogus.
If you when you look at me, you would see that I'm white, but when I spend time in the sun, then the dark skin comes out in me from the First Nations.
Yeah, you know what? That is a funny thing, because my mother had the same issue. Is when we're really young, we would sunburn real quick. I mean, she sunburned
But then after that, you tan.
easily, but as she got older, she got the browner complexion and more sun resistance and looked more native. Yeah. Me too. I'm getting the same thing. I have more sun resistance now, and you can kind of see when I get sun, I start to look more that way. So I don't know what that is.
The DNA test said I'm 98% white. I'm very white. I'm 1% black.
98,
Girl,
98% is a
I'm
lot.
so white.
I'm white, but I have really small amounts of Coptic Egyptian, 0.5%.
Ooh, cool.
Ooh, that's exotic.
Yeah, and Cyprus. So
Mhm.
Cyprus and Egyptian both worshipped cats. I'm a crazy cat lady. It's in my
Yeah.
DNA.
Another
I like
crazy
that.
cat. I only have one right now, but I have had more.
Yeah. I only have my Bostat.
Yeah, well, he's cowboy because obviously he was supposed to be my cat. His mommy died during the COVID days, and
Oh,
uh, and she did that thing, and it didn't agree with her, and he was heading for the pet shelter, and I knew he wouldn't be there. He was an older guy. He wasn't
yeah.
going to get adopted probably. He was missing half his teeth and was very, very, very chunky and didn't move around very much. He wasn't one of. But when the dust finally settled and he finally came out of hiding, because the first thing he did was hide,
Yeah.
um, he came and poked his head in the bedroom door and looked at me like, okay, are we good? And I'm like, and I saw that he had cow spots. He has black spots. He's a white cat and he kind of looks like a cow. He's a Manx. He has kind of short legs and kind of a round body, and he kind of reminded me of a cow a little bit.
Yeah.
You better get up here, cowboy, and get a belly rub. And
Cow
he came
kitty.
right up and rolled his belly up so that he could get a belly rub. I'm like, it's that easy? Okay, you're a cowboy now, okay? He's like,
That's what I'm
answered that.
considering doing when my cat is 14 years old right now, and I'm
Mhm.
starting to notice the signs,
Mhm.
So I'm preparing
Rebecca, I'm
myself.
just gonna throw this out there, but my cat at 12 developed feline dementia, and for
Oh,
the next 8 years, I looked at him constantly, wondering if he was still alive.
wow.
At
Really?
20, I mean, he didn't believe he was 20. Like he didn't, especially when the feline dementia advanced. He just had no idea, you know.
Yeah.
So
But
he
yeah,
kept
for 20
trying to
years,
do kitten things or something, or cat
So
things.
I shouldn't assume, but I
but it's
promised
hard not
myself.
to. It's hard not to when they get to that age, right? Like especially when
Yeah,
they're
it
getting up to
makes me
14, it's
wonder.
like, oh, it feels like any second now you're gonna look over and they're gonna be gone. But I can assure you, I spent 8 years doing that, and it was all for nothing because for 8 years he was totally awesome. And
Yeah.
Was that
I
the
mean,
general?
the general, yes, yep, the
I
general.
remember
He's
the
he's on
general.
my channel. If you go in my videos, I think there's a short about him, and then there's one with him and the wild one where she's taken his stool, and he's very stoic. But yeah, he just 20 years old, and it
Well,
was just
this
at the
guy, they told me he was about 8, and I've had him for a few years now, and he looks younger now. I think I've had him for about 4 or 5 years, so he's probably 12. But he looks better and he acts better. He's getting along better than when I got him. I put him on mostly meat diet. He
Yeah.
gets mostly meat now. He gets a lot of care. He gets a lot of love.
It makes a big difference. Animals are living a lot longer now than they've ever lived before. So even the vets will tell you that. Like
Mhm.
my rabbit is 14 years old, and I've had
Mhm.
3 vets just stare at me in the face. Go, what? One vet laughed when I told her. She was like, no, what? And then she goes, oh, she goes, I'm so sorry. They tell us at the vet school that they only live to be 6 or 7 years old at maximum.
Oh
Like,
wow.
well, don't tell him.
I'm seeing a dog. It's either a border collie or a Labrador. I can't tell if that resonates for anybody. If
I
not,
got a collie, or I mean, not a, no. Wait. That wasn't my collie. That was my friend's collie. Sorry,
okay.
but yeah,
Blackhead.
huh?
the head was like all black?
Well, oh no, that's my spaniel. She was
Okay.
all curly hair,
Yeah, I'm
kind of a
seeing the
bigger dog.
long hair. See,
Right.
it's hit or miss with the breeds. They just show me a dog that's like they had similar
All right, because
appearances.
that would be Spot. She was my first dog, and she had an all black head, and that was the thing that was unusual about her. Otherwise, she was black and white spots all over and had
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
very curly fur.
Down
Yeah.
beneath is black and white, but her head is all black.
Yes, that was the unusual thing about it. That's Spot. That's my old dog. Hey, baby, how you doing? My girl. Hmm?
I'm just laughing. See, yeah,
Uh,
she's with you. She needs you to know she's there.
yeah, they always come back to you. They
Yeah.
do. In
I
ways that you remember them.
I love animals. When I was like too ashamed of my mediumship, I would like do animal readings for people.
Yeah,
Um, so animals love to come in for me.
yeah. I get that too. I get animals coming in. All of my old pets show up after they go. After they make their transition, they all come back and show up for a while.
I hope mine do.
Some of them talk to me.
Yeah,
I've had them come back and have chats with me.
yeah.
So I should make some more isolated videos on just about that, because we do these long streams and forget that a lot of people don't have time to watch your long live stream.
Yeah,
Um,
and like find which minute what was discussed. Yeah.
you know, yeah, that can be hard, but it's like, what, Meow? You have something to say? Right, Meow? Do you need something, Meow? Cowboy has you get 500 people looking at you the moment I put you out, and within the first 2 hours. What are you complaining about? You're a star.
A star of the
Oh,
show.
you're a star. Are you kidding me? Yeah. What do you need, baby? He wanted to talk though. What you talking about, Willis?
Hillbilly, were you in the Army or the Navy or the Air Force, or were you in the service?
Baby. See what the comments are saying.
Rebecca, we have a few people on this channel that were in the service.
Okay, because I'm getting somebody who's service related on the other side.
There's possibly one or two people listening who are not in chat who were in the service.
Okay.
I'm just guessing because there's 5 people it says in chat, and only 2 people chatting, really. So
You weren't connected with anybody who was in the service? Hillbilly?
You weren't connected.
Hillbilly Herb, I'm waiting for that little check mark to come up on the guest thing that you want to come on. If anybody's ready for a reading, Rebecca's doing readings. How are you doing, Rebecca, for time and energy wise?
I feel good. I've had
Good.
a good day.
Good.
My dad has reincarnated, was in military service, now in PTSD recovery. Not as you knew him. Okay, so it does mean something to you.
Trying to get a good picture here. Yes, Mr. Neil, what do you need? You just want to be heard. Is that it?
Rebecca and I just met each other. So you know how after Spaced Out Radio, Timothman will drop a link for the jump room, where we'll all just kind of like click on the link, and sometimes we don't know where we're going, and sometimes he says,
Now,
but usually he doesn't, and he didn't 2 nights ago, and dropped a link, and it was Rebecca's chat.
oh, cool.
So as soon as we got there, of course, I saw medium. I'm like, oh, I put my name in. I was like, I'd like a reading. And then I clicked on the link, and it was booting me, and it was giving me trouble. And I was like, oh, I don't know. And she was like, are you sure? Because there's a man coming through for you. I'm like, oh, that's my dad. I got to get through. So I did. I clicked in, and I got a reading from my dad, or from Rebecca, for my dad. And right away, she picked up on him, and she gave me so many details validating that it was him. So I knew right away that she's legit. And yeah, here we are. I've listened in on her readings all through the night, pretty much, and the night before, so 2 nights. And yeah, I'd like to promote her channel. So anybody who's listening, if you haven't already subscribed, Rebecca's channel is Psychic Medium Rebecca K, and you can see she's just commented in the chat. That's what her name is. If you go to the search bar in YouTube and type that name in, her channel should come up, and I would love for you to subscribe and support her.
Yeah,
Oh
thank
boy,
you.
you're such a cat. He
And
wants
if she gives you a reading, if you could comment in her video to give a little review of how things went for you, that would be great.
Oh, bomber! I got something you would probably love.
Oh,
Through Timu.
is it chocolate?
No. I'm gonna see if I can get it. It is a whole pack of patches for your jacket, and the first one is Sasquatch.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Where did you get that?
Timu. There's a link in my bio over at my channel.
That's very cool.
But
Look,
yeah.
James says she was spot on for me.
It says Cryptozoology Tracking Society, and there's like, I got like 5 of them. They weren't very expensive. I got like, I said 5 or 6 of these, and they've got, let's see, can you see them? They've got Sasquatch and, you know, they got everything. The Jersey Devil, Mothman.
Oh, all the different cryptids. That's very cool.
Different. I gotta get that.
That's so
I don't know
cool.
where I'm gonna put them on my jacket. You know what jacket I'm gonna put them on? Loch Ness Monster, the Jackalope, of course, the ever popular Jackalope, the Flatwoods Monster. Don't know much about that one. The Mothman, of course, and extraterrestrials. They just lumped them in a big group there.
Well, that's cool. Hillbilly Herb says, yeah, I was kind of thinking how my dad wouldn't be able to come through because he's living a new life now. But with Rebecca, she picks up on people who are living as well. So
that's
you
true.
might be able to connect with him, actually.
And there's really no time and space.
Yeah,
really.
time is just a human construct.
Yeah. So he still has, geez,
His spirit's still connected to the collective consciousness.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean that you couldn't get in touch with his consciousness, in fact. So
Maybe you needed to hear from his energy regardless. So
That's what
that's
I'm
what I picked
feeling.
up. Yeah.
yeah, because that's part of the work that Dolores Cannon was doing, right?
Yeah.
There we go, back to Dolores. So
She was funny. She kept saying, "Say Dolores, say Dolores, say Dolores." I was like, okay.
I'm so glad that she came through, because it's like, yes, Dolores, I have been mentioning you quite often, pioneer in the field. She didn't know what she was getting into when she started doing those regression readings.
Really? Yeah.
When she started doing the regressions, she did, or I shouldn't say readings, but the regressions, and then she was getting information from the other side, about what the other side was like, and what it was like between lives, and what past lives they had. And
Yeah.
it's fascinating. But yeah, she actually paved the way for a lot of us to be able to talk about that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. See, I've always believed of reincarnation because I have memories of being 4 years old, and I would lay down on my couch and try to remember who I was.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would have thoughts like, okay, I'm 4 now, but that doesn't make sense. What was I before?
I know.
That's interesting.
I
I have
think
memories. I have memories from my past life, and I've always had those memories. So when I was really little, I remembered dying,
Mm,
and like I remember the whole. I remember what happened. I remember who was there and how it all went down. And I shared that with my sisters and my best friend, and they laughed at me.
yeah,
And they would mock me and make fun of me about it. So I stopped talking about it, and I got really upset when they would mock me about it because it was real for me. Like the memories were just as real as me saying I walked down the street and I went to the river yesterday. Like they were real memories. I knew that, and so years passed, and one day I don't remember if it was Sally, Jesse Raphael, or Oprah, but I feel like it was Sally. Had a panel of kids on, and they were sharing their stories of their memories of a past life. And I just looked at my sisters, and it just happened that my best friend was visiting that day while this show was on. I looked at them with a glare, and I didn't say a word. I think I just said, mm, like, pointing, like, listen, kind of thing, like, pointing towards the TV, and made a face, and then just listened, and we all just kind of stood there listening, and I felt validated by that, but still didn't feel like I could talk about it with anybody. And fast forward to a few years ago, I was on the phone with my mom, and I shared that experience with my mother, and she kind of caught her breath, and she was like, "Oh my God, that's how my aunt died."
mm,
And like I
Mm.
described it all, and she was like, "It's exactly how she died," and like the details of it are very specific.
You came
So
back.
yeah, so then my
you could do
uncle,
something I can't do. I never get how they died. It's very brief and wishy-washy. You could
well,
get details. I can't do
yeah,
that.
I can get details, but it's not really it's not a good thing. Like I don't like that because when I did that other reading and he made me feel exactly how he felt before he passed.
Right.
That I can't describe how just brutal that was. Um, but for this memory was me. Like I remember dying. I drowned, and when I was telling my mother about this, and she said, "That's my aunt. Like you might be my aunt." So then my uncle actually it might have been a few months ago or within the last year, he went to the old country, and he visited where this happened, and he took a bunch of pictures. So then I guess I think my mom might have shared with him about this, because we went for a coffee to meet up and talk like, have a visit, and he brought this up that he was there, and he kind of, just the tone in his voice and the way he brought it up, it made me feel like he knew about this, so he was going to show me, and the only way that he could is if my mom told him. So anyways, but he tried to be subtle, and I shared with him about my experience, and he started showing me pictures from the area, and he showed me where I drowned.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I said to him, it didn't look like that back then. It looked quite different, but yeah, this is it. And I described to him how it used to look, and yeah, it was just pretty crazy stuff. But I don't really share that with people because a lot of people would say, "Oh, you're crazy," but
Yeah.
they're real memories.
No, I believe you because I believe in reincarnation. It fascinates me.
Well,
It's very interesting.
and it really isn't. When you understand what's really going on, you realize that you're not going to be living another life. You're already living another life. You're already living lots of other lives. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, and in your dreams,
because everything's at once, and there's so many versions of you living out all the decisions you've ever made or didn't make. And you sit there and go, whoa, it's like, so you can even run into another version of yourself. You often do. I often run into, I guess I can't say often, but yeah, I have run into people I knew had to be other versions of me. It's like, that's really creepy in some ways. It's like, so I'm off living that life too, while I'm at it. Oh, okay. And then we get into the okay, I got a question, because I know something about Bomber, but not much about you. How about you? Do you get this? Do you have personal Mandela effects?
What do you mean?
Like things changed, but they seem to be only your life, for nobody else. They don't seem to be for anybody else, but it changed for you.
Yeah. Kind of like you remember something and it was a certain way, but everybody else says it wasn't.
Right. Nobody can support that. It happened completely differently for them. Or there's something in your environment that was never there. Never was there before. But now it's there. Or it's gone. And everybody thinks it always was that way. I've had too many things like that. I mean, the one that really I could not ignore was when a whole building, there have been times when whole buildings have just disappeared. And I remember walking into the building and interacting, and it's just never existed.
I've heard of stuff like that happening, like people actually go through like time warps.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what that sounds like.
Well, this was weird because it was a place I used to stop all the time along the road. It was two places, actually. It was a diner and a gas station, and they were just up the hill from each other. One was down here. This was a gas station. This was a diner. And the diner was a good place, and I used to stop there to eat sometimes, and I'd go to the gas station always. It'd be about the middle of me heading down to Columbus. But here's the weird thing. So one day I'm heading down to Columbus, and I use my usual exit to get off the road. And I go there, and I'm trying to figure out, did I make a mistake? No. I'm on the right road. What the heck? It's the right exit, except they were in a combined building. And I had been there dozens of times. They were in the same building, but one had like a step up. There were a few steps up that you'd step up to get to the diner part.
Right.
Like somebody had built them together. And I'm looking at it, and not only that, but it had been just a little Starvin' Marvin, like what they call a Starvin' Marvin, like one of those little convenience stores. You pick up some coffee and a hot dog or something. In the in the lower part, and in the upper part was where you had a meal. And I was thinking, because I had been thinking and trying to make this happen because I traveled so much, I wanted a place where I could get a shower, maybe watch TV, decompress a little bit, etc.
Yeah.
I stop here, and the two buildings are combined. Not only that, but they got a cute little gift shop now. They never had a gift shop. And there's a connection between the two buildings. You just walk up and you can get your meal. They also have a place where you can watch TV and get showers. And I'm like, okay. And I walk in because, I walk into the gift shop, and I'm kind of like weirded out by the whole thing. And so I asked the lady, like, hey, I see some new things here. When did they build this? And she goes, 7 years ago, about 7 years ago. So it had been like that for them this whole time. Like, so for 7 years, they'd been like that. And I'm like, it's impossible.
Right.
But it's exactly what I asked for. So I kind of ended up in the dimension where that existed somehow, which gave me the idea, they're right. You can kind of slide over into a different place.
Interesting.
And I think that's what the Mandela effects are, because we're told that we do move around depending on the decisions that we make.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what Mandela effects are. It's a quantum reality.
Yeah, so somehow I moved to a place where the stuff that I wanted existed. And I'm like, wow, how did I do that? I want to do that again.
And you can, and you will.
Do that. Yeah. So I have done it since, but that was the one that really, really floored me. I mean, that one I kept expecting Rod Serling to be behind, in one of the aisles, going, presented for your approval. A woman who is in a different world. But yeah. So apparently we can actually do that, which opens up a whole lot of possibilities.
I believe it with how my life has gone. Like, throughout my childhood, I had psychic experiences like here and there, but I didn't talk to dead people. And it was like, when I learned that I could do that, it scared the shit out of me. And
maybe you moved to where you can talk to dead people somehow.
It opened my mind about a lot of things.
Yeah, maybe you just your consciousness just kind of slid over into the one of you that can do that now.
You had an expansion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard
the expansion pack.
I've heard a couple things that I was just blocking it out because I was scared, and Spirit was like, "No, you're not. That's enough now."
Yeah.
And,
they only let you block it out for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the moment you pick up on it, they go, "Oh, you're listening?" Okay.
Somebody else told me that trauma will do it. So I was
Yep.
like, oh, yeah.
My mom tried to cut it off, and it really did some harm to her, I think, to
Yeah.
her mind,
Yeah,
trying to
it'll make us
deny it.
ill. It will make us physically ill.
It just comes back stronger when I do that. If I
Mhm.
try to block it out, I just have premonitions that are like big premonitions that really bother me. I hate the premonitions.
I know it's
Yeah,
troubling.
sometimes those can be really not so happy.
Mm-mm.
And then you got to try and, also what's hard is I've had times when somebody came to me when I was doing spirit drawings, because I
Okay.
can also do spirit drawings. I'm an artist too. And that's where you draw instead of the cards or something else. That's where you draw
Okay.
what you're getting. And I drew this thing, and it was so weird. It was like I stopped. I couldn't get any usually I'd get people or I'd get a story, but instead there was this. Um, there was like a lizard thing, just like I forget what you call them. The little fire elementals. What do they call those again? And they all salamander. And they also call the fire elementals salamanders. So I saw a salamander and I drew it in, red, bright red. And then I got this whole story about how this person had been a king in a tropical region. It was in some tropical region long, long ago. And they had burned down an entire village, and they had felt bad about it. And it was a very sad and very disturbing story. And I'm sitting there going, how am I going to tell them about this? Because I'm drawing fire and I'm like, oh, how am I even going to broach the subject? Because this is really weird. And I just came out and said, okay, that's what I'm seeing. And apparently you were a male in this life. You were a king. You burned down a village. She goes, oh, yeah, I always felt like I was some big muscly guy, but I'm not. She was just like this, diminutive woman. And she says, yeah. And I always felt like, uh, you know, her attraction to certain parts of the world and everything. And it all lined up. And she took it very well, actually. She even explained to me how it all would have happened, because she even looked into that part of history and that part of the world and what the customs were and everything. And I'm like, okay, so I didn't really have to be worried about it. Most of the time, people, they know even if you don't know what you're talking about, they know what you're talking about, which it takes a lot to get used to.
Yeah.
So all you can do is just tell them and hope that they, can relate to it in some way. And usually they do. But yeah, it can be scary at first, because that was like a horrible story.
Yeah.
She got disemboweled in the end, or he did.
Mm.
He had himself disemboweled, but because somebody he loved died in that fire.
Wow.
And he felt so bad about it that he had himself taken out in a very horrific way. And I'm like, I cannot tell. I cannot. Well, she was fine with it.
Huh.
She actually had something happen in this life where she caught fire, and yet she healed up really well from it, unexpectedly well. So, she could really relate to that. Really bizarre, huh? I mean,
Yeah, it's like trust what comes in, even if it doesn't make sense to you.
yeah.
I've had that before where it's like they say this, and I'm like, I can't say that.
Yeah.
And
That's
it
happened a
either
lot
goes
actually the
bad or
last
it
2
goes
days for
good.
you.
What?
It's happened quite a bit for you the last 2 days actually.
Yeah.
That is your ego sitting there going, I can't say that, or I'm afraid to say that
Yeah, I'm
because they're
afraid to
going
say
to hate
that.
me. And if I say that, I'm going to scare the heck out of them. But,
Well,
I wish
sometimes they
people,
seem like really minuscule facts or details that it's like, where is that even coming from? But then that is how it's going to get through
yeah.
or validate the message, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, I was going to ask you, who is this person? If anybody gets it, either of you two, who keeps trying to hit me? Because it's not just me. They're hitting another one of my friends too, but I cannot see them. So they must be covered. But
You feel a spirit hitting you?
yeah, from time to time on the show.
The only thing I can see is that they're short, but they're like, there's no face, there's no.
Same.
It
I get
doesn't even look like a
masculine.
human.
Right, it doesn't look like a human and it looks kind of like masculine energy, but also I'm getting the image of, do you remember the witch from Snow White
Yeah,
in the robe?
yeah,
Like I see the robe.
like a Maleficent.
But no, not Maleficent,
The old witch.
the evil
I'm
witch from
trying
the,
to. Oh, the old hat, the hag that
yes,
that gave you the
yes,
apple.
but I don't see a face. But I see the robe and I get masculine energy, but that doesn't mean that it's a male. Like Rebecca said, it doesn't even seem like it's necessarily human. And I'll just caveat that with I've been very disconnected lately just because of everything going on in my life. So maybe don't take anything I say as anything, but
Well, maybe it isn't a human.
trickster maybe.
That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like evil, but it feels like
Almost
You're
elf like.
running with people.
I don't know the word.
Yeah, I don't know the word either.
Mischievous, trickster, bothersome.
Yeah, like a troll,
Like a troll, yeah.
or something like that.
I would definitely put up boundaries
I was just thinking
against
that.
what it is.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for helping me tune that in because now I'm going to say I don't need any trickster energy around.
No, nobody has. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Look, you got to leave, dude. You got to leave. For all of
Yes.
us. I don't
Yeah.
want to
So
see you around anymore. There's 3 of us here, power of 3. We can see you. We can
I would actually rather not. So like I don't give energy to anything like that. So I'm gonna just for myself now and for
goodbye.
anybody else, for anybody in the chat who wants to join me in this, I'm gonna surround myself in protective white light, and nothing can come in except my grandmother, my father, and my pets, and
And everybody
only
bubble up.
anybody with love and well-being, well intentions, uh, is welcome into my space, and everyone else can get the fuck out. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
get that out. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
but
so I just surround
sometimes
my whole
when you're
chat with love and light.
sometimes when you're reading though, you're busy and you're connecting and you're connecting to people and you're connecting to people and you don't realize they've got something.
Yeah.
So
Yes. And Rebecca and I were actually talking about something similar. I don't know now if it's yesterday or today because we don't really sleep. But about hygiene, spiritual hygiene, and remembering to set our boundaries and cleanse, ground, and protect ourselves. Um, so I don't know if Rebecca, if you want to talk about this further, but about the how afterwards it's like very draining, and you get more than just draining for yourself.
Yes.
Maybe I don't know if you
yeah.
want to talk about that.
Hold on, sorry. I was saying bye to James.
Oh,
Yeah,
bye, James. Thanks for coming in.
when I read, like afterwards, I get very drained. I cry. I get depressed. And I have to take a day of like just battling this nasty depression. But then after a day, I'm back to myself.
People don't realize, they just see us talking, seeing things talking, and they, they don't realize that there is a price to us
Mm-hmm.
when we do these things. Quite often we have a price to pay for that. I mean, I did a huge, actually, I think Bummer was around for that, where I did a huge working one point where we did a massive crossing over.
Okay.
And I had months recovery from that.
Wow.
And I didn't realize that really some of these people who wrote some of these great books that I read, when you look closer into it, some of them had to do that too. They had to take, like a year off after writing a book, or a year off after some tremendous thing that they did, some very deep thing, because it is
You
energy.
get burnt out.
Yeah. Oh, I had to rest for a long time after some of the things that I've done.
Yeah.
And then there's a burnout. There's the streaming burnout. I gotta warn you about this. You'll be fine during the whole thing, but sometimes the next day you have like streaming hangover.
Oh my God, yes.
Because your energy has been out there, and you don't realize. But then the next day you're like, oh my God, what
Yeah. And I think that's a little bit of what I'm experiencing, because I'm doing these readings like over Facebook or over, the live stream. And then the next day I'm just like, I can't get out of bed.
Right. Because if we were fake, then it would be real easy, right? But we're not fake.
Right.
We're actually expending energy to do this, and we're not fake. And we're feeling it the next day, or we're feeling it within. I used to go to psychic fairs and wonder how the heck would some people that would take reading after reading after reading, whatever. And I'd like, sometimes I would do one drawing and I'd be like, okay, I got it. I got to sit out, because that was like that one. Oh my gosh. I had to rest after that. That was really heavy.
Yeah. And also like the people who like, I'm learning that I'm going to have to set boundaries with people, because there's some people who just won't let me off the phone, and they keep
Right.
they're really desperate to get this answer they want to hear, but I can't tell them what they want to hear.
What
Right.
the worst part is when they won't accept what you're telling them.
Yes. And
I think that
like
that
crazy.
desperation for them, like really desperate to get the message, it's almost like the same, not the same, but it's a similar energy to the grief, where like I was saying about when you're deep in your grief, it almost puts up a barrier between you and your loved ones, so you're unable really to connect with them in a way that you could if you were processing the grief, and not past the grief, but like allowing that energy to flow rather than like being paralyzed in the grief. And I think that's the same type of energy as what you're saying with that desperation to reach out to them. Then it's like almost fight or flight energy, right? Like
Yeah.
panicky, like I need to talk to them. I need to talk to them. Well, then it's like, okay, just calm, stay calm, and But I mean, it's near impossible to get through to somebody in that state. Like I'm saying from experience, because I'm literally drowning in grief, so I
Yeah.
can say that. But yeah, I think it's the same energy.
Well, yeah, I had a couple people who kept me on the phone for a couple hours, and I was like, I didn't know how to, like, because I always try to be loving and kind, so I didn't want to be mean and like tell them I wanted to get off the phone.
Yeah.
but I let them drain me.
Maybe that we all need, and I have decided I'm going to do that. I mean, I decided a while back to do this in my readings, and maybe you need to think about this. That they can, if you're reading and you're taking money or something, or doing reading, maybe just in 15-minute chunks or 20-minute chunks or something. And then they have to have another reading after that, or, or they can buy a little bit more time, but that would slow them down and keep them from being on there for hours with you, because you have a right to your energy and your time.
Yeah.
You are expending your energy. You are taking your time. And I think we devalue ourselves too often, knowing that we're going to be tired. We're going to have effects afterwards. But we let people, and that is a type of energy sucking, though they don't mean it.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
There's no ill intent. It's like I was saying to Rebecca earlier, like what this is for us. This is not a gift. It's an ability, right? We all have this ability,
Right.
but us sharing that with somebody and being able to pass that message or connect them with a loved one, that's a gift for that person. When
Right.
you're receiving a gift, you don't take the gift and expect to keep getting
More.
give me more of this gift, right? Um, but if the person who's giving the gift is continuing to give the gift, then it's going to be easy for that person to sit and go, oh, this gift is so wonderful. Yes, I'll take more. I'll take more. So definitely, I think that's where boundaries would be like such a necessity, not just to protect your own energy, but just for both sides, really.
Young psychic, I absolutely would say set some boundaries so that they don't suck you dry, because they will, and not even mean it, and then no ill intent at all.
Yeah.
But they just are so desperate to and when you find, doesn't it kind of remind you a little bit, because I've had my own Sasquatch experiences, Bomber. You first realize Sasquatch is real. I had a Sasquatch experience. I must have more. I must know
Yes,
more.
I need more.
I have
Yep,
to
yep.
know. I have to know more now. I
And
have
it's
to know
like in the
everything.
beginning, it's like this isn't real. No, this can't be real. I'm gonna look. This is what happened to me. It's like I'm gonna search further and prove all this wrong.
It
This
can't
is
be real.
not real. So
It
going
just
searching
cannot
and
be real.
searching is like, yep, that's not real. No, that's not real. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This one. I can't say that's not real. Okay, and then the more that happens, then it's like, wait a minute. There's quite a few things here that my gut knows is real. Um, so like proving myself wrong or proving the these experiences wrong, it was starting to fail. My plan was failing, and yeah, I went from total skeptic to realizing that the experiences I had as a child in the woods, those were part of that too. So like it's been happening my whole life. And here I was
Yeah.
going, that's not real, but
Me
um
too. They showed me. They mind spoke and showed
yeah, they
me.
do that. Because like especially when you're sitting there going, no, no. If they want you to know that they're there, they're going to make sure that you know that they're there.
Isn't that weird? And they start showing you all the times that they were
Yep,
with you and you didn't know.
yep, yep,
And you thought maybe you were just talking to some spirit in the woods or talking to a tree or something. You're talking to them.
yeah,
And they were answering you in your mind.
yeah,
And they were
yeah.
always around me, and they let me know that they were always watching out for me in the woods when I was alone. They were always looking out for me because they love me. They love
The
you
best
too,
is
Bob.
the dreams are the best because in the dreams, um, we don't have the resistance that we do in our waking life.
Right.
So it's the same with spirit. Like Rebecca was saying, I'm not sure if that was in this stream or the last stream, but um, it's easier for spirit to connect to us in our dreams. It's because we don't have that same resistance as we do when we're awake. And it's the same for Sasquatch. Like if they were just to show up, come right up to our faces in the woods, well, we're probably going to evacuate our bowels, as many people say they have when they've been faced with this experience,
Yeah.
and go running, screaming, or God knows what, right? But in our dreams, we're able to connect and have a telepathic conversation while they actually even show themselves to us.
Right.
And
Right. So, and they're allowed to in dreams because it's not physical. But,
Yeah.
and there seems to be some kind of a rule that they can't unless you already know about them. Once you know about them, though,
all bets are off.
things a little.
It's like, oh, you know what? Yeah, this one knows about us. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to show her this.
Yeah. Yeah. Then it's
I
okay.
had an experience like that. I contacted Ed and Lorraine Warren's grandson, and he invited me to their psychic medium group. And one of the first days that I was there and asked a question, that night I had a dream of Lorraine Warren showing herself to me and answering my question. And after that, I picked up on Lorraine Warren constantly, like when I was awake.
Oh, wow.
Is that kind of,
Really?
yeah? Is that kind of what y'all are talking about?
It's similar, yeah, similar. But I mean, it's all part of that telepathic communication, right?
Well, it's
And
like she
and
made herself known through a dream, and then after that, it was like,
all bets are off. Now I'm here. I'm listening. I know you hear me. I hear you. Like, let's just be real here and communicate.
Yeah, actually, since I since I acknowledged that I was speaking with the one I call Mom Squatch, I call her Mom Squatch. She lets me call her that. Because I was timid about names too. I couldn't get a name. But she was so motherly, and she shows up quite often. Every now and then she'll let me ask her some questions. She shows up in my mind when I say, "Hey, how are you doing, Mom Squatch?" And she's like, "Oh, fine. We're up by the lake right now."
The mothers are so motherly. They're very maternal.
Yeah, they're very
Um,
sweet.
in
Mhm.
the videos on my channel where I'm sitting and playing music, I I don't mention it in the video, but several of them I started recording because, and like, I mean, me playing music, I was atrocious. Like I was just learning how to play tin whistle, and um, so it's like it's I'm not recording for the music. I'll just say that. I was having experiences while I was in the woods, and
Mhm.
the mom was like, uh, she was close by. I could like she even at one point, she whooped a couple times. The like a second before it started downpouring, which I thought was kind of funny because that didn't give me any warning at all. It was just like, she whooped and like and then it started pouring immediately.
Oh,
So
here it
um
comes, right?
yeah, with no warning. So I kind of laughed about that because it was almost like, was that supposed to be a warning? Because it really wasn't. But she would sit close by, and I could see her in my mind, um, and I could see that she had a baby on her,
Yep.
and youngers, and um, like before I even knew the baby was there, I heard a baby crying in the woods, and it was like a human baby was crying in the woods, and I'm not a mother. I don't. I feel like I have no maternal instinct at all.
I
But
don't either.
there's something in us biologically as women that we actually do have something, because all my life I've felt I really don't have a maternal instinct. But When I heard this baby crying in the woods, something went off in me, and I knew it wasn't a fox, it wasn't a bobcat, it wasn't a mountain lion, it wasn't a. I'm going through the animals in my head. I know they can sound human. It wasn't that. This was a human baby crying, and a part of me was like, this doesn't make sense, right? There shouldn't be a baby crying in the woods. Keep going. And but the maternal part of me was like, you cannot keep going. You must find this baby, because if somebody, now I'm in the middle of nowhere, in a quiet village. It's like very peaceful. Uh, it's not dangerous here at all. It's very safe. It's not like the likelihood that somebody would leave a baby in the woods here is nil. But I was hearing a baby crying in the woods. That was a fact. So in my mind, I'm going through the facts. Okay, so think logically. If there's a baby crying in the woods, you're in the woods. There shouldn't be a baby crying in the woods. Uh, you need to find that baby, because if somebody dropped a baby in the woods, well, if it's alone, like you need to find this baby. And so I went right for it. Like this whole thought process happened really quickly, and I went directly for it. So I'm I've gone off trail now, and I'm walking off towards it, headed north, and it wasn't too far off, and all of a sudden I got the voice in my head. It was a woman's voice, and she said, "Okay, that's close enough." And immediately it was like she let me know, it's us. It's okay. And like right before I heard that in my head, in real waking life, I heard shh, shh, like a hush, shh, shh, just gentle hush, and the baby stopped crying. And then I hear in my head very distinctly and clearly, uh, the intent, because telepathy is mostly its intent. So it was like, okay, that's close enough, or that's close enough, thank you, like that kind of message. Uh, that's close enough, thank you. And I stopped, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I knew not to go any closer. So I turned and I walked back, and it's not far from where I was sitting on the rock by the river. Well, I wasn't going to leave. I wasn't done in the woods. So I went back to my rock, which is really not far from where this was. So I go to my rock and I sit there. Well, I don't know if because of that encounter, she knew that I could be trusted, that I wasn't going to harm her or the baby, that I was listening. Uh, I had no ill intent. Um, Maybe she picked up on my protective urgency, but
Mhm.
I went back to the rock and I sat down, and after that, my experience has changed. She was she was coming close, and I would be playing my music, like playing my tin whistle. I was teaching myself to play tin whistle, and I would hear the pebbles. They would toss the pebbles, and they were
They
close
love
enough
music.
that I could hear them. It was almost like I took it almost like applause, because they were tossing them in between me playing. So when I would finish a song, the pebbles would start, and it was like tuck, 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 and just I could just tell they were just tiny little pebbles. They never hit me. They they never came, like I never saw them, but they I heard them, and they were close. Um, and it was like tuck, 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 and I was hearing these pebbles, and I'm going, okay. Um, I guess it felt like that was like applause, almost like good job, keep going, you know. And I'm like, thank you. So then I would play another song, and it would happen in between. Um, then later in the season, so that was when I heard the baby. It was very early spring, okay, like very very early spring, where the greenery. If you look on the trail where I walk, when I went off trail, it's much harder to go off trail later in the season because the foliage fills in.
Mhm.
So this was earlier in the spring, so the foliage was not filled in. So I was able to easily go through and cut off trail where the baby was crying. So now fast forward, the ferns have grown in, and I'm leaving the woods. So I go to leave, and I don't remember why I was leaving at that time. It was still early-ish in the day, so it doesn't really make sense that I would be leaving at that time. But for whatever reason, I was leaving, and I'm on the trail, and I see this black thing. It it went. It was from. It was at the top of the tree, and it ran so fast, like climbed down the tree so fast, like a blur, and screamed. This thing screamed like, ah, it was not a squirrel. I'll tell you, it was bigger than a squirrel, and uh, the scream was like almost like I I really don't want to compare them to chimps, okay? Like, cause they're people, they're not monkeys. But the scream was almost like what a baby chimp would sound like, or like a baby gorilla. Like it was this high pitched scream, like, and everything inside of me went off again. This maternal thing went off in me, and it was like, oh my god. Um, I just scared this thing down, and it ran down the tree and dropped below the ferns right beside me. And everything in me, I started to walk towards it because I thought, I got to check if this thing is okay. So as I go towards it, suddenly I stop, and inside of me, my instincts go, listen, you don't want to be on the business end of whoever's coming to figure out why their baby's crying. You
Mama,
better get
it
the
was
fuck
nice
out of here.
meeting you. Subscribe to my channel, and I'll subscribe to you back.
Oh, Rebecca, do you have to go?
No, she has to go.
That's me.
Oh, Mama D. Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt you,
Oh, yeah, no worries.
but yeah, it's the same name that you see here, D Oceans Deep Blue. And Rebecca, type something so I can get to your channel.
Okay. Hey.
Is it Psychic Medium Rebecca?
Psychic Medium Rebecca K.
Okay, so let me see if I can get to your. It's not going to let me do that.
Yeah, I hate that.
I'm gonna share her channel. I'll share it in the comments section of this video. And what else can I do? I can share it in the description. I'll share it in the description and in the comments. And yeah,
okay,
we'll make
I'm
sure.
gonna see
We'll make
if
sure.
I can, and I can't. It's not letting me copy the name or anything.
You can also go in the search bar on YouTube and type in Psychic Medium Rebecca K, and her name should come up.
I'll just do that. And you're also welcome at my place. I'm going to be on at some point tonight. I am thinking of moving it up to the daytime though, because I get tired early now. I'm getting to the point where I actually need to sleep at night.
Yeah,
But,
I think it's really important that all of us do. And anybody listening, if you want to get your sleep in check, look up resetting your circadian rhythm. Andrew Huberman does. He's got a podcast on here. His on his YouTube channel. If you type in Andrew Huberman resetting your circadian rhythm, and then there's other ones, fixing your sleep, and then healing with the sun, vitamin D. There's all kinds of great videos on his channel that will help you reset. And it's just easy, simple things that you can do, just to like change of certain like lifestyle changes, and you can reset your circadian rhythm really easily, and you'll get much rested sleep. It's just a matter of doing them, which like I've learned them and I've done them, and then now I'm not doing them, so I'm not sleeping. But
I'm still right now stuck doing nighttime shows, but I'm going to start trying to move them up and have some during the day, because it's too hard sometimes to do that all the time. I'm down to just like you'll find me on Mondays and Wednesdays mostly.
okay.
Usually after, like after 8 o'clock at some point, I'll be in after that, but mostly just on Monday and Wednesdays, because otherwise, you know what? Just like we were saying, we'll
You
get
get
to
tired.
streaming and we'll be tired. I need a day's rest in between.
Yeah.
So I love y'all.
I
I'm
love you
so
too.
glad that I'm so glad we had this time together just to have a laugh or sing a song. Anyway,
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you for coming, Mama D.
nice nice seeing you again. And what a surprise. What a nice surprise you're streaming. Okay, and good luck with that. And
Thank
I
you.
gotta
Thank you for
take off
coming
and
in.
handle a few things. Okay,
Thank you
love
for coming
y'all.
in. Love you.
Bye bye.
Take care. Wow.
That was
How are you?
fun.
That was fun, eh? Look at us go streaming in StreamYard
Yeah, right?
like a couple of pros.
I think we're doing pretty good.
I think so too. We should do this more often.
We should.
I wonder how
I
many
think it's
subscribers.
fun. I think it's fun to be social on YouTube, not just me streaming and me like whoring myself out. Like, do social stuff.
Wait, what did you say after whoring yourself out? Because of the rest, my mind went blank.
I said it's good to do social stuff.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's great to do social stuff. Oh, look at us go. Do you want to take a moment to reground yourself
Sure.
and clear out any stickies from because you've done quite a few readings. I'm not sure if you've taken the time to ground yourself.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I'm just going to again surround us in white protective light, the light of source, where all is love. Connect our roots into the ground and our branches up to the sky. And I surround the chat in that white protective light of source. And we still have 7 people in chat. Can you believe it?
Yeah. I'm going to go get a drink real quick.
Yeah, you go do that.
Oh, my butt hurts.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking I better move my body soon.
Yeah.
So who all's in chat now? Look, we've got BLB Jake. So much Jake. Never enough Jake, really, if you think about it. Bim Jim, I bet you're probably still here. We had a great call with you. Hillbilly Herb, I hope you call in, Hillbilly Herb. If you're still here, it doesn't have to be a long call, but we would love to hear from you. And I just feel it in my bones that Rebecca's got messages for you. Who else might still be here? 6 people. James is gone. Well, I wonder who else is listening. Say hello if you're in. 8 people in chat. Say hello if you're listening. It's really great to see you all in here. Herb, I knew you were here. I could still feel you. I wish you would call in. Would you do that for us? It's really for you. There's messages for you, I feel like. And remember that, like, Rebecca's like practicing her mediumship, so like I really want to encourage her to trust the messages and try to build her confidence with this because she's so good at what she does. And I just feel like the more confidence she gets with it, the stronger the messages will get. So that's what we're doing here. I'm going to build both of our confidence. I'm going to learn how to talk, and she's going to strengthen her abilities.
Yes.
Maybe we both will.
Yes. I need to quit being a chicken shit and not be afraid to use my abilities.
That's such a great message. I mean, it doesn't sound as inspiring maybe to some people, but it does to me. I need to quit being a chicken shit and learn how to use my abilities and also deal with the stage fright thing.
Yes. Me too.
Get more comfortable speaking.
Me too.
You're doing great.
You are too.
Thank you. I'm really proud of us.
I
Not
feel like
too
I
proud because
triple in my words a lot. It might not be as noticeable as I think it is, but do you ever feel like that?
I feel like that a lot actually. And then when I feel like that, somebody will say, "Oh, that was a great live stream," and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But I think what happens is we've got a lot going on in our heads, and we're tripping over words in our head as
Yeah.
well as stumbling to find the words to say out loud. And I think that sometimes what we say out loud comes out a lot more clearer than it does in our heads.
Yeah.
So I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, there's a couple of times where I've kind of gone off on a little ramble ram, and I looked down, and like Hillbilly Herb's like, "Well said, Bomber." I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
Were you listening just now? Because did I say words? Did it even make sense?"
Yeah, that's how I feel after my readings. Like people say, you did a great job. And I was like, I never feel like I do, though.
It's the confidence thing. I think that's part of the reconditioning the brain,
Yes. And the
right?
core beliefs.
The core beliefs, yeah. Yeah. And we can recondition that. We can change that with the meditations. James, like earlier, James was saying how on point you were with everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was really, if I go back here and chat, I'm from Umford. It may be pretty far back now. Yeah, it's probably too far back now.
Yeah.
But definitely go back and chat after, like, not necessarily today, but whenever, maybe today, whenever, if you have energy later or feel like it. Go back and read the comments. Oh yeah, he'll be her. You're awesome. Yeah, you don't need to stay long if you don't want to. But you can stay long if you want to. Like, look at
Yeah.
today. We've had, whatever. Just go with the flow. Whenever it feels right. I feel like people have been pretty good about when it feels right, right?
Yeah. Nobody's been like energy vampires.
No, no. Oh,
Don't
Bim
be
Jim's cooking
nervous,
dinner.
or
Yeah, don't be
Hillbilly. Like
nervous.
we were nervous too.
Yeah,
Like
we're
we're with
super nervous.
2 nervous people, so we could be 3 nervous people together.
Yeah, 2 shy girls and a shy guy.
Yep.
That could be our club name. Let's start a club.
Yay.
2 shy girls and a shy guy. Bim Jim, what are you cooking? And what time shall we arrive? And what kind of wine do you like? Just kidding, I'm drinking all the wine. Also, just kidding, I'm not drinking right now. So
I'm drinking Diet Pepsi.
Are you? I'm drinking water, but I have this fantasy in my head that I'm a drinker. Like I imagine that I drink more than what I do,
Yeah.
which is like never now. I think I've drank maybe. Well, I drank for New Year's. I had a couple drinks.
Nice.
Uh, yeah, it's,
Hey,
it's
baby.
like months and months. I didn't even have a drink for my birthday. Buffalo Burger. Oh, I'm definitely coming for that. And I will bring wine and I won't drink it all. Promise. Now they sell alcohol at the grocery stores here now. Like where I'm from, that was always a thing, but where I live here, that's new.
Oh,
And
good.
so, pardon?
I said, really?
Yeah, they just started doing that. Uh, well, actually, I've been away for a while, so I don't know when they started doing that here, but they weren't doing that when I left to go back home. And but where I grew up, that's a normal thing at the convenience store and at the grocery store. And so now it's by the checkout, and I'm standing in line, I'm looking at the liquor wall, and I'm going, oh, I could go for this or I could go for that. And then inside my my instincts are like, no, no. Because I have this rule where if I'm down or feeling like upset or if something's like whatever, if like I need to be in the right mood for drinking, like otherwise absolutely no drinking because
Yeah.
when you're feeling down or upset, it just accentuates it. It's not good. And like for me, I got too much First Nation in me. Like it's not good. Have a drink when I'm upset. It's like, whoa, find out where the name Bomber came from. I'll set the place on fire.
You're Native American?
Uh, First Nations here,
Okay.
but I'm not pure. So
Well, yeah, it
that
wouldn't be
I think it's
American. It would
considered
be.
Métis here.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not. I didn't grow up traditionally. I grew up close to the reserve, but not on it. And I'm quite the mix. I'm a mix breed. I'm a mutt. They call us mutts.
I have something with Indigenous people. I don't know what it is. When I was in TikTok, all the people that followed me were Indigenous.
We're drawn to
But
you.
it's probably the energy of me doing that mound work.
Oh, that could be.
That's probably why I keep meeting Indigenous people.
That's interesting. Oh, Jem's been listening. Hi, Jem. I love that you've been here listening because earlier when I was over on Rebecca's channel and just before we were even talking about this, and I was thinking in my head like, how can we do this? How can I get her over to my channel and like share her? I wanted to share you with my
Aw.
people. And so
Aw.
I was thinking like all the people on my channel who would love to listen and participate in what you do. And Gemini Moon popped in my head. I thought Gemini Moon would love her and she would love Gemini Moon and like, oh my goodness. And here
Well,
she
it's nice
is.
to meet you, Gemini.
Gemini Moon, this is Rebecca. Rebecca Gemini. I hope I hope that you get a chance to call in. Hillbilly Herb's about to call in. Oh, it says guess. Is it Herb? It's Hillbilly Herb. He's ready. Jem,
Oh,
you think about
yay.
calling in. Okay, are we ready? Let's get you in here. Hillbilly Herb, do you hear us?
Hello, I do. You can hear me all
Hi.
right?
Yeah, we hear you.
How's the level? Too loud? Too quiet?
No,
Perfection.
it's perfect.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm. Hope you ladies are doing well today. Thanks for the stream. It's been really cool. It's cool listening, and yeah, you're talking about not being a chicken shit, and here I am
Yeah.
not wanting to call in because I don't like to talk, but
That's
it's
Yeah.
welcome to the club. We just started a club while you were getting ready to come in. We started a club, and you're a member of it. So the name of the club is Two Shy Girls and a Shy Guy, and here we are. So welcome to the club that you're already in.
right on. Thanks. Cool to be a member. Yeah, I felt like so earlier when Rebecca mentioned that the military connection, I just felt like I should sort of speak back to that, because I think an important part of these experiences and testing our abilities and exercising these abilities is getting the
Feedback.
positive feedback on the hits.
Yeah, because without that, it's like our how we're already questioning ourselves, and the where we're like don't really have the confidence in ourselves. If we don't get the feedback, it it just snowballs, and we don't get anywhere with it. So thank you for calling in.
Yeah, and it's a big part of it. I mean, they've even also found with a lot of studies in the clairs and psychic phenomenon and stuff, the more often that you acknowledge the hits, the more often it happens, because it seems like, I don't know, time is weird, but it's important to acknowledge those sort of hits.
Probably if you like believe in yourself, you're not closing it off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's what closing it off is exactly. So when you folks were sort of speaking, okay, who wants to call in and try for a reading, right off the bat, I was closing myself off. I was sort of thinking, well, I might want to talk to my dad, but
Yeah, I picked up
he's
on
already
that.
shown himself to me. I already know that he's living in a new life. So, it would be funny if he came through if I was in live chat, but whatever, I'm not going to call in for a reading. And then and then you're like, is there something about military? So military is not for me, but it's highly tied into my dad's reincarnation story. So I mean, I think it is a
It
sort of
was
connected.
meaningful for you.
Mm-hmm.
And
And that's
not
the
just that, but
thing.
you called him out in the chat, and that's not what you do. Like people call in and you speak to them,
Yeah.
right? And there
Well,
you called him out specifically.
when I read his message, I was like, okay, he's not going to ask, but he wants something. And the first thing that popped up into my head was a man in uniform.
Yeah, that's super interesting, because that's like at that time I was literally thinking, well, I know my dad can't come through because he's living his post-military PTSD life. So I don't know. Seems like a hit.
But she can connect to the living too.
But then that also shows that there's still part of his soul that is outside of that life, I think,
Of
as
course.
well.
Yes, of
Maybe.
course.
See, that's a hard one. Like it's like validation that there's part of him that's still with you for you to get that hit, but it also like brings up more questions about the afterlife.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
It's all part
that's
of the mycelium.
Now, I
yeah.
wanted to ask you, Herb, did your grandfather smoke cigars?
That's a tricky question. I was adopted, so
Okay.
neither of my adopted grandfathers did, but I'm not sure about my um, blood grandfathers.
Okay. So you didn't know like any old man who was known for smoking a cigar?
No.
Okay. Because that's what I'm picking up on now is like I'm being shown the image of an old man, bald head, smoking a cigar. And if that hits for anybody in the chat, feel free to say.
Yeah, interesting. No, it doesn't connect for me. But like I said, I've lost a lot of people and a lot of like family that I never knew. So there could
Okay.
be connections that I just might not see.
Okay. That makes it tricky. Yeah.
But yeah, it's I mean, it's interesting how these things work because as I was saying in chat after my meditation, I was at a pretty low time, and I literally asked out loud, like, for my dad to help me with this problem. And then I went through a meditation. I actually had some pretty intense visuals. Um, it was like after my soak bath, when I was rinsing off, as soon as the water hit my forehead, I got this flurry of what I would call like mandalas, and
Yeah.
um, it was almost like I was getting like some kind of a download. And then right after that, I went on my computer, and then there's this message from a total stranger looking for gardening advice from me. And then for whatever reason, he told me when his birthday was, and it was like my dad's birthday, but he was born the year that my dad died. There was like,
Yeah, there was a lot of synchronicities.
yeah, just so much synchronicity that it just, you wanted a sign? All right, I hope you're ready for this, because here we go.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. I'm getting an image of a man. He was average height, slender build, dressed nicely, wore like sneakers, and wore glasses. Does that ring a bell for you?
That could be my dad in his sort of middle-aged years.
Yeah, I was asking your dad to come through.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't.
The
Yeah, in
man's
his
middle-aged. Yes.
yeah, yeah, that would match.
Okay. So yeah, he is with you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, I often feel like if I'm stuck with some sort of a problem or a challenge, like maybe there's a pipe that burst, um, and I suddenly find a way, through my own demons to fix it. I feel like he's giving me the
Guiding
insight
you.
and the guidance. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe in that because every mediumship reading I've done yesterday and today, they've all told their loved ones, feel when I'm there. Don't doubt when I'm giving you signs. You know. So, and even if he didn't reincarnate, that could have been what he was doing, was giving you signs to try to let you know he's there by giving you those
Mm-hmm.
synchronicities.
Right. Like, even if that person wasn't the reincarnated version, there's enough signs and clues for me to see the connection.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
To try to get your attention. And again, like I said, we never have any way of knowing for sure. But yeah, I'll see if I could pick up on anything else.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm hearing dog. And then I'm seeing like a greyhound, but it's hit or miss with the breeds.
I've never been a dog owner, but I've always felt like a strong connection to wolf spirit.
Okay. So the dog could represent that. Maybe he's saying you should get a dog.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard that recently. It's I'm cat energy. I couldn't possibly imagine having a dog. But I don't know. One thing that I've always been curious, and I don't know if you're able to connect to something like this, or if things just sort of come through to you that want attention, or a little bit of both. But when I was a kid, I saw a ghost beside my bed, which terrified me. But I don't think it was something to be scared of. I was curious if that was a presence that you might be able to connect with. I've
I'm
always
not
been
feeling
curious.
anything evil. I'm feeling that since you were a child, you were more open, you were more sensitive, and because of that, it wanted to show itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've noticed with a lot of them, they walk around wanting to get somebody's attention.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times they go to children.
Yeah, it makes sense because we haven't set up the the boundaries of it not being possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always had the feeling that yeah, I've just always wondered if it was someone that could have been like a family member watching over me, or if it was maybe just somebody that kind of came with the property and said, "Oh, here's someone that can see."
I'm feeling like the property, that it was a curious spirit.
Yeah, okay, that's been kind of my feeling. It was an area that had been
Older.
yeah, there was an indigenous population there at one time, so I
Okay.
feel like there was probably had been like almost like she seemed like a farm lady to me. I was thinking like a pilgrim type.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, like, in this one, I'm doubting myself here. I keep getting the image of a house plant that's like tall.
I have a few.
You have a few? Okay, so do you like plants?
Oh yeah, that's kind of where my passion is with plants and cultivating medicinal plants,
Awesome.
sort of learning to connect with plant spirits and that sort of thing.
I'm hearing your dad say that he thinks that's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because I learned gardening from him when I was a kid. He had been grew up as a farmer, so I think that if he was still here, we could have a lot of fun in the garden together.
Okay.
And part of my mission is to make sure that my dad died of Crohn's disease, and he never not got to know the plant medicines that a lot of people know today. He was a guinea pig for early science, and that's just not right. So I want to make sure that anyone who needs CBD and is suffering Crohn's colitis and that kind of thing has access to it, because my dad never did. So it's
Right.
kind of like I couldn't do it for him then, but I can do it for other people now.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Is there anything you want to ask him?
No, I don't. I can't think of any
I know I'm putting you on the spot with
questions.
that one.
Yeah, it's just cool to know. It's something that I've felt, and it's just cool to have a professional, if you will, who can also tune in on the energy and see. It just, I guess, helps strengthen my own faith.
Yeah, he's there. He's there watching over you, and when you feel him, don't doubt it. You're not crazy.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. I mean, it's all fascinating to me. I think I want to pursue my own skills in mediumship. I think that I've had a few interesting things recently, and that I connected with a blood relative of mine, a cousin, and we were sort of sharing stories. And apparently, our grandmother used to see ghosts, and and her sister did also. And it seems like some of my cousins see ghosts and have
You did as a
strange.
child?
Yeah, so I think there's like maybe I'm sort of tuning into a bit of a family or genetic
Yeah.
ability, or I guess we all have the ability, but we all do things in different ways. So I've been trying to work with it a little bit more. And one thing that my cousin had said is when you think that you've gotten a message from somebody, who cares what the voice in your head says? Like, you should just tell them. So I was sort of feeling that one time. I'd had a vision of a high school friend that came to visit, and he was showing me a baseball, and it was a time when him and another friend of mine who's still living, they used to go play baseball a lot in the park. So after the meditation, I just messaged my friend and said, "Hey, So you're going to think this is weird, but I got a message from our friend tonight, and he just wanted me to remind you about playing baseball in the park. My friend is like, I can't believe it. Like, I was just thinking about him 2 days ago and how we used to go play baseball in the park.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so I think like it's a super important, like every time I felt like I can't tell this person this, it's going to be
Yeah.
upsetting, it's going to deregulate them. It always comes across very well received so far. Like, I'm sure there's got to be judgment calls where you can't tell people things, but
Yeah,
um,
we all get things wrong. And that's what I'm trying to tell myself. Like, I'm trying to put myself out there. Like, I'm going to get things wrong. There's going to be people I can't connect with at all. But, yeah, it's the self-doubt and the confidence, getting past that.
yeah, I think that that's where that tricky word called faith comes in, and just strengthening the faith and uh, knowing to listen to your gut or your heart, or um,
Yeah.
oh wow.
Sorry. I told you I'm shy too.
Yeah, it's is there anybody else that's ready to go now?
You ready to get the spotlight off of you?
Yeah, I don't want to take up time if people are excited for a chance.
Yeah, if anybody else wants one, let us know.
Thanks for this opportunity, though, and
No
it
problem.
seems
I
like a
hope,
great opportunity for you to be able to strengthen your abilities, but also for people like me to sort of. I've never had a medium ship reading before, so it's sort of all
okay.
interesting on both sides.
Well,
Irvis, sorry, go ahead.
I hope I did good on your first mediumship reading.
Yeah, I mean, I'm resistant and skeptical, and you cut
I
through it
am too.
anyway. So,
Herb, I love that this was your first reading. Like, I mean,
yeah, I
just
mean,
for
it's something that I've been wanting for a little while, but I have such trust issues, and when you're paying for a service, you don't know if you're getting what they think you want or what you want, or
Are you getting bamboozled?
right, like
yeah.
it adds another complication to it. So
And
um
that's exactly why, like, I decided I'm gonna get on YouTube and I'm gonna do this free so I can make a reputation for myself before I ever try to charge.
yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. And I mean, on one hand, hey, you don't have to prove yourself to anybody, but if you're looking at it as a sort of a future, if it's what you want to do as a profession, then yeah, it definitely helps to build some background, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it also takes a lot of pressure off of the person receiving the message too. When, like, those background thoughts in our mind, like, is this person legit?
Yeah.
Are they? Is this message real? Or are they just making this up? But
Yeah.
when
And
you
when I know
come
people
on
feel
here,
like
like,
that,
yeah, and like you come on here allowing yourself to be vulnerable with people who are also having to step up and be vulnerable, but you don't have those thoughts in your mind like, is this person going to rip me off? Like, is this person going to make up because it doesn't matter anyway because you're not paying anything for it. But those messages are going to clear out really quickly when all of a sudden you throw out the details that are like, whoa, okay, wait a minute, she's legit.
yeah. Thank you.
I'm really happy that you could come on, both of you.
I am too.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for running the stream. I know that the live streams have been a new thing for you, Bomber, but it's been pretty awesome.
Thank you, Herb. I really appreciate that. I'm still getting nervous getting on, but it's it's. I want to say it's getting easier, but I think I want to say that because I want that to be reality.
Hey,
I
it's
still feel
something
very
that I
nervous.
always say is fake it till you make it.
Right?
Live what
Yeah.
you want, live the world you want to see.
Yeah. So that's where we're going with this, and I didn't really know where I wanted to take my channel. I felt like it would just kind of authentically create itself, kind of,
Yeah.
with the help of the listeners. So I feel like that's what it's doing, and I don't think it was an accident at all that I ended up on Rebecca's stream 2 nights ago. I didn't even know she existed, and then she picked up on my dad right away, and so um, I've been listening. I didn't just check her out and then leave. I listened. I stayed, and then again last night, and every reading, it's like I don't know, Rebecca, you just like blow me away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and doing this on my channel. I knew that my subscribers would appreciate this. Maybe not all of them. I'm sure some of them are probably like the ones that are on my channel for the forest. Some of those people might not be so into it, and that's okay.
Yeah.
They know, like, every other stream is going to be a little bit different, probably on my channel. Um, and it's going to be a lot of different things anyway, but this is an aspect that I would love to incorporate more regularly.
Yeah. Do something like this would be fun.
Herb, I'm really proud of you for getting on because I know how scary it is. Like I'm so
Yeah, I
afraid.
mean, I don't know why I don't want to talk to people. Well, I guess that's sort of a whole deep can of worms, but I've
It
got
is, but
things to
we get
say, and
it.
I think that's why it's so cool that you're doing this, because it fills a hole. Like we've talked on the spaced out radio in chat, like how much experience can you share in a 150 character text box when things are flying, and we need to get our stories out, but that doesn't mean 100 people in chat necessarily need to hear our stories, but there might be two that do, and now you're
Right.
giving more of a channel to actually share those stories and experiences and get them to the people that are tuned into your energy and want to hear those types of things.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And that's something that for my channel, like I'm never gonna advertise and say, "Hey, subscribe, subscribe, and share." I'm never gonna say that because I don't want my channel all over the place. I just want quality over quantity here, and the
Right.
people who are drawn to be here with us, they'll find their way here, and like those people who need to hear the message or and I'm noticing a lot of synchronicities with the people who are drawn here. There's like little groups, little pockets of different groups, like the forest people, the military people, the paranormal people, the Sasquatch people, um, the what
Well,
else
there's
is this?
probably a common element that I think underlies a lot of those experiencers, and that's trauma and childhood adversity and
Yeah.
all that type of
Yes,
thing seems to open
exactly.
people up a lot more to other types of experiences.
Yes, and I was thinking about it earlier when I think it was Mama D that brought that up, that a lot of people with having these experiences tend to have an underlying level of trauma and PTSD. And I think that like what the message that came up for me when that was said was because we've had to be hyper aware of our surroundings, and a lot of people are kind of roaming around their lives not aware, just kind of not paying attention. And if that works for them, cool, whatever. There's no judgment there. I'm just saying that like people with childhood PTSD or complex, compounded, any kind of childhood trauma, like as children, it became the norm for us to always be hyper aware of what's going on around us. And then when you're hyper aware of what's going around you, you are picking up things that other people aren't picking up. Oh, there's my bunny. Sorry about the noise.
Yeah, it's a survival skill for sure. Like I mean, I used to spend it sounds so crazy to think about now, but I would spend hours in the closet, and I wasn't necessarily hiding. I think when I dig in on it, I actually wanted to be found. But those hours where you're sitting in the dark with your own thoughts, I sort of look back now and I say, oh, I learned to meditate when I was young. But I
Yes.
had a therapist who said, well, actually, we call that disassociation.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But it wires the mind in a different way, and you suddenly have different connections that maybe people who haven't, spent that time in the dark have. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
Yeah,
And
I do maladaptive daydreaming.
How would you define that?
It's like a form of dissociation where you live in a fantasy world and you could like daydream for hours on end.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I
escaping
could totally
reality.
do that. Yeah,
See, I
I could
kind of
totally
feel
do that.
like I have the opposite of that I can't conjure those images. Like if I'm trying to picture what's my dream home, what like I can't. I have a real block there.
It's like
So
something's blocking. Okay.
yeah, it's almost like a reverse of it. Like I have trouble conjuring that happy vision. And maybe that's the danger. Maybe I would get stuck in it.
Yeah.
That's interesting that you guys are saying this because I'm kind of in the middle of that where I can sit with my own thoughts for hours. Like I don't have to be on the phone. I don't have to be in a book. I don't need to be. I could just sit with my own thoughts, and it's not necessarily that I can visualize exactly my dream home or anything like that. Um, but I can sit with my own thoughts.
Right.
Mhm.
That could be a form of dissociation.
Yeah, well, I've been diagnosed with with that dissociative disorder. So yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's certainly I can relate to that because I'll have full on conversations with people in my own head and then not bother to
yes,
Bye,
follow up
Gemini
with a real
Moon.
conversation.
yeah, and they're not necessarily always healthy either. It can
Yeah,
be
like
like
just because I
you're
assume that that's what they're going to say doesn't mean that that's really what was going to happen.
right, right. Excuse me, or like, excuse me, you had a conversation with somebody, and then later you're thinking what you could have said. Like, I don't know if you guys do this, but like in the moment, I tend to not come up with the words maybe necessarily that were the best words, and then later it's like, well, you could have said this,
Oh yeah,
and
when I
that'll
get
replay
into
in my head all the different options.
yeah, you run them, you play them out. That happens to me when I get like triggered, like at like the grocery store or something, and you're so in shock you don't know what to say to the person, but you spend the next
Yeah.
2 days writing a book back to them.
Yes, yes, that's exactly what happens. Oh, Jem, you're leaving. Well, maybe you'll come back and we'll still be on. So that would be great if you could call again.
Yeah.
um, yeah, that whole coming back to replaying over like the book's worth of what you could have said. It's not really helpful for us though, is it? Like I mean, if you look back at
No, it's
how many
just
years
giving
we've been
that
doing
inner
that,
demon more
it's like
strength.
is that working for you? What did you learn? Nothing. I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, maybe that's almost the signal. If you replay it more than once, that's a sign that you need to just delete it.
Yeah, yeah. Delete, delete. Control Alt Delete.
I feel like everybody left us. We had
No,
7
there's
people in there.
4 people in the chat now. It's kind of fluctuating up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. My lungs hurt.
It's a lot of
Um,
talking
well,
and smoking.
yeah, I've been smoking.
I noticed I was hearing the flick of your lighter last night, and I'm like, oh, we're the same.
Yeah. I need to quit smoking.
Same here. It's not
I
helping us.
I quit smoking cigarettes cold turkey, but it's marijuana I'm having trouble quitting.
Oh,
Yeah.
have you tried edibles?
Um, yes, but I don't like how I can't control how high for how long. But I
Maybe you
need to
haven't
quit
found the
making an
right edibles.
excuse. Yeah,
Pardon?
maybe. I need to quit making excuses.
I find edibles can be really tricky for sure. Like even when you have the dosage nailed down, with my digestion, like I can have a gummy now and it might hit in half an hour or it might hit tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah,
oils can be really handy because you can just a couple drops under the tongue and it can take effect quite quickly, quite similarly to if you're vaping or smoking.
Yeah. The reason I started smoking weed was because, like, I've suffered with severe depression, and I have PTSD, and I noticed it helped me. Like, I would clean up after myself. I would take care of my hygiene. Like, it helped ease my symptoms.
yeah.
For sure.
And my doctor keeps getting on me because I have bipolar depression, and he keeps getting on me saying that bipolar people smoke weed and sativa and it makes them manic, and I'm just like, maybe.
I mean, it's just such a generalization, though. I think all our endocannabinoid systems are kind of wired differently. And I know
Yeah.
for me, like sativa's my bread and butter. It's, when I get up, it's how I get my energy to, like you said, do things, take care of business. That's
Yes.
I get my
Yeah.
creative vision. I want to engage with life a little more. And I think because having a CPTSD, it can really sort of it weighs on the brain. And I think what the
Yes.
sativas do is they really activate that frontal cortex and get you excited and energetic and creative. But that being said, there's a million variations of strains. Like the cannabis genome is more diverse than the human genome, which is crazy to think about. So there's literally a perfect strain for every person, and one sativa might be someone else's racy nightmare, but that might be what it
Mm.
takes me to get the house cleaned, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So I think that it's super, like I always preach of doing the 100 strain challenge, because I think, oh, I tried weed once and it made me tired, or whatever you didn't like about it, that was a very specific strain. And I think given enough tests of different strains, something is going to be really perfect for you.
yeah. It's like trying on shoes, right? To find the perfect pair of shoes.
Absolutely.
But it's so hard with the price of legal cannabis, or black market cannabis. You can't. How can you be a connoisseur? You kind of get what you get or get what you can afford, and that's part
Yeah.
of what I like about growing is I have so many different genetics available to me, and I've made so many new strains. And I think I think when you cultivate the plant and you make your own seeds and strains, I think you really dial in, you really connect with that. I'm going to go woo, but you connect with the plant spirit and the thing that you need, she's going to bring, because you've developed that relationship.
Yes, that's so true. I'm saying that as if I know what I'm talking about, but I've only ever grown one plant, one single plant, and her name was Violet Beauregard.
Oh, wow.
She was Blueberry Kush,
Hmm.
so of course Violet from Willy Wonka. And I did all the research. I did everything I could that to learn what she needed, and she didn't grow very big. She had a cracked pot. So first of all, she wasn't set up to have a good outcome. Excuse me, but neither was I. So we did with what we had to do. So um, I did everything that I had researched, and then after harvesting, and I mean, went right down to like harvesting her in the morning before the sun comes up, like like all the
Oh,
time
nice.
out there,
Maximum
and
terpenes.
everything, and waited as long as I could, and just perfect, and moved her into the shed the last. I don't remember if it was 10 days or 14. I can't remember how many days it was just before harvest. And anyway, I renamed her to hallucinogenic Violet Beauregard. And yeah, everybody wanted some of her, but there wasn't very much of her. Um, but it's so true though. Like I mean, you take a plant like that, and if you had looked at her, she wasn't very big. She didn't produce very much. She was in a pot that was literally cracked down the side, but she gave me exactly what I needed.
And she
And
gave everybody an experience
everybody,
that
an
you
experience. Yeah,
all remember, and it's a conversation, right? It's a social thing too.
yeah, yeah. That's what I would always get asked. Do you have any violet left? Is there any violet left? A Violet Beauregard?
That's awesome.
I can only imagine how much fun you have with your plants and just the whole experience of them. Um, I had rescued 2 plants. I didn't grow these ones from seeds. A friend of mine was moving back home. He was from here, and I was walking down the street, and he called me out, and he said, "Hey, come here." And he took me out back, and he goes, "Listen, I'm moving home." And he goes, "I have to find homes for my plants, and I want you to have the twins." He goes, he had like, I don't know if he had 4 or 5 different plants there, and one of them were twins. He goes, "I want you to take the twins." He's like, "I need them to go to a good home." I'm like, oh my God, I will love them. I will name them. They were Thelma and Louise. I talked to them every day. They were in my neighbor's yard. I took such good care of them. But then the neighbor's plants got mold and
Oh
it
no.
spread, and so they didn't make it. But like, it just wasn't safe to smoke them. So I just sobbed while we were like having to pull everything
Hey,
down.
Kira said she's going to listen to us while she eats her lunch.
Oh, hi, Kira. So good to see you. Oh, we definitely, when you're done eating, Kira, and you feel settled and comfortable, you just let us know and you come in here because I would love for you to meet Rebecca. Um, the plants, what was I going to say about the plants? What started you? What started you with like really your passion with growing them?
I was actually something I was going to respond to that you just mentioned, how your friend gave you plants. That I think that's the best way to get somebody growing, because somebody hands you a seed, you can put it in a drawer or a cupboard, but somebody hands you a living plant, you're all in now. You're going to take care of that thing.
Yeah, it's like a
And
pet.
for me, that's what it was. A friend gave me a clone, and it was so much fun to grow. And I had, from that one little plant, I had weed all winter and shared it with my friends and was super proud of it. I'm like, I just wanted to do it all the time. And every season I had always, I'll be starting my 20th outdoor season this year.
Oh, wow.
And it was always a mixed bag. I would put whatever random seeds I could come across, and it was hit or miss. Sometimes I would have a nice harvest in the fall that would last a little bit into winter, but nothing like super significant. But it was before the whole pandemic time. I got really sick with kidney stones, and I was in so much pain. And then there was, with the pandemic looming, things had just gone legal here, but now suddenly it looked like maybe we wouldn't actually be able to get anything. I'm like, it was legal to grow now. So it just seemed like I'm just going to start growing inside. I had clones that had been given to me that I had had to keep alive through the spring until I could put them outside that season. So I'd already been keeping plants alive inside, and it was just a few more steps to add a carbon filter and buy a couple better lights. And it's just, there were so many days where I was so depressed and in so much pain that getting up to water a plant was really the thing that was getting me up. So, I mean, as much as I believe cannabis can save lives, I think just even the act of growing it is as much therapy as anything, because it gives you something to take care of, something to be proud of, something that needs you. I mean, they grow themselves, but they need a little food, they need a little water and TLC, and
They need a
they'll
little
give
love.
you what you give to them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's a new world. I don't want to hide my consumption. I mean, it's legal here, and I still, if I was smoking on the street, I'd still be looking over my shoulder, and you smell it everywhere in this town, but the stigma is so deep that I'm doing something wrong. So I just feel like I believe I'm doing something so right, and I want to share it with the world and help normalize it with the world and just bring plant spirit medicine back to the world. I don't want people to be ashamed of using cannabis and have to hide it.
I love that. And I've thought about that, about you guys in the States, because knowing it's been illegal all this time, and now all of a sudden it's legal, and it's like, imagine what that must feel like for you guys, because here it went legal in, I think it was 2017. No, that's not right. 2007? No, you know what? I don't even remember, because we've never treated it like it was illegal. Like, we would always, before it ever became legal, you would just go outside, spark it up, walk down the street, like no problem, no thoughts about looking around, like is anybody going to smell this? Like, that's not, there was, of course, as a teenager, you didn't want your parents to find out, but that's about anything, right? But as far as like legalities go, like, it's never been where we've had to hide it. Even when it wasn't legal, it wasn't like cops were going to stop you and be like, hey, are you smoking the marijuana?
Yeah.
We didn't have that here. So knowing that it kind of was like that in the States, and how serious it was, like anybody who had a charge for weed possession or anything like that couldn't pass through the border.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy to me. People were in prison for weed in the States. And so just knowing all of a sudden you guys got it legal, it's like, wow, imagine what's the process of adjusting to the legalities of it now, what that must be like for you guys. Like, I can't even fathom it.
Yeah, just even the dichotomy that exists within it as well. There's some people in some states that are selling it professionally, huge brands that are worth millions of dollars, like cookies. Meanwhile, you still have thousands of people in jail for non-violent cannabis crimes, trying to help the old lady down the street with some medicine. So you've got people that are still incarcerated and being punished for what is allowable and a consumer good for other people in the same country. It's insane.
That's absolutely absurd that people are still in prison for this. Has it ever been brought up about these people, like releasing them? I mean, they're releasing all kinds of other criminals that are actual criminals.
Yeah, I mean, there is a program called the Last Prisoner Project, which is like a social awareness program, and they raise money for nonviolent cannabis crimes, people who are in jail. So they help raise money for, notebooks, pens, commissary, phone calls, phone cards, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of these folks are telling their story, and like, the families that have been torn apart over medicine. It's just insane. I think in time, I mean, it's all changing right now. And I think, I think we will see, or we won't see it, but there will be a time in the future where our ancestors will just be like laughing at us. Can you believe when, cannabis was prohibited?
Yeah. I mean, that's already the case here. Like looking at the States, it's always been like, can you imagine that it's not, that they can't smoke it there, or that people are in prison for that? And it just blows the mind. And Bim is in chat saying weed is legal here in BC. Bim, did you have the same experience as us here, like, or down home even, like that you just smoked it before it was ever legal, that it wasn't a thought, there was no thought process to that of that you might get in trouble, or we're going to get caught?
Ugh, it won't let me type in the dang chat.
Oh, is StreamYard giving up on us?
No, just me.
Well, it was kind of doing that earlier with you, but it was letting you post, but you could only post a dot.
Yeah.
I don't know why it does that.
Maybe it's had enough of my my weed stories.
No,
but
no, it's
I should probably pop out now though, and maybe someone new will pop in looking for a reading, and I'll definitely go to Rebecca's channel and leave a note. That's pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Have a good evening, y'all.
Thanks for having us. Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Well, I'm glad he called in.
Yeah, I'm glad he did too.
Oh, Kira just realized that was Hillbilly Herb. Yep. We've had a few calls today.
Can y'all see my comment?
I don't see your comment.
Damn it.
Oh, Kira's at work. Shoot. Oh, but you're able to listen. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
Kira, Rebecca's not charging for her readings because she's practicing getting, excuse me, getting comfortable with the mediumship.
it's not letting me text in the room, but I was saying that I have a phone number that you can text.
Okay. I'm going to
And
post.
you can schedule a reading if you want to do it that day. Or that way, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to lose my voice here. Okay. I'm going to say here, click the link. Am I going to be able to type this to join the chat?
Or
Free reading from Rebecca. And then I'll add another one. Or did we try your phone number earlier? That worked for somebody, didn't it?
yes.
Okay, what was that number again?
129-269.
Yep.
461.
Yep.
1409.
Perfect.
And Kira, if you want to schedule a reading, just text that number and we can text and schedule an appointment.
And we're going to do this again, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be doing it. Me and you might do it.
so this is not a one-time deal here, guys. Oh, I was so hoping that Kira could get on. Kira, tell
Mhm.
your boss, just say, you know what? I'm gonna just need to leave now, and I'll be back tomorrow. I got places to be, people to talk to. Bim says he's taking the day off today.
That's good.
It says there's 4 people in the chat. So Kira, do we count? Are we part of that 4?
I don't know. I think we are.
Oh, Kira says she's her own boss, but she's got lots of work. Like enough that, do you get a 15-minute break? Like, do you give yourself a 15-minute break? Hillbilly Herb, thank you for coming on. I'm really proud of you for finding the courage to call. And it was great to hear your voice and for you to share some of your experience. I'm glad you were able to have a reading.
Yes.
I loved that you kind of called him out in the chat about that because I know like you've been saying, it's much easier to communicate on the calls rather than through text. But then when you did that, it was like, oh, there's stuff coming through. Come on, Herb. Come on.
Yeah, it's like, I guess his dad wanted him to coax him up.
Yeah, he really needed to hear that.
That's good.
Let's see if anybody else is going to come on.
How could we? I'm trying to think how we could promote this stream. I don't know anywhere to share it on.
I could share it on MeWe, but we're not really like MeWe's kind of an anti-social media.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of MeWe. Um, do you remember what social media was like in the 90s?
No.
It was very basic, bare bones.
Oh, like AOL, AIM.
I don't remember those, but we had ICQ. Do you remember ICQ?
Yes.
It's kind of like ICQ, just very basic. It's a little bit more advanced than what ICQ was that I remember it being,
Mhm.
but it's just very basic. There's no spyware, no censorship, no ads, and it's free. And
Okay.
it's really cool because you can get on. It's basically it's as active as you are active. So, or it's more reactive, where places like Facebook and I can't really name any others because I'm not on social media. But you know how on Facebook it's a little invasive. It kind of pushes things at you like, oh, we think you like this, or oh, you should see
Yes.
this ad, or you're gonna want to see this post, or hey, your friend commented on this. It's like I don't care about any of this.
Yeah.
um, MeWe doesn't do that. So if you comment on a post, then if somebody responds back, you get a notification. That's it.
Okay, cool.
If somebody responds or reacts to your post, you'll get a notification. But it's not, it won't push you into other stuff. Like you
Yeah.
can like different groups that or topics that you're interested in, and yeah, it's really cool. But at the same time, anybody who's on there for the like just from what I've seen, we're not on there all the time. It's like we'll go in, have a quick look, and then step out. You can be gone for months and step back, and it's the same. You haven't really missed much.
Yeah.
So I don't really go in there too often. I do need to go in though at some point because I think I think my friend Daniela was going to send me a message in there, so I should probably
Okay.
check that out. But yeah, it's a pretty cool app. It's like if you do decide to go on MeWe, when you make your password, write it down on a paper exactly how you typed it because there's no backup. There's no fail safe. So you know how other places, if you forget your password, it'll say, "Well, here's the security question."
Right.
They don't have that on MeWe. It's
Okay.
like, "Oh, you forgot that you put a capital there? Well, fuck you. You're out." It's just really, really basic, really simple, and straight to the point. It's like it doesn't mess around.
Yeah. I'm only on Facebook and YouTube. I was on TikTok, but then I deleted it. So people say it came back, but I can't get it back.
I've never been on TikTok, but it feels like it's a mind melting machine.
Yeah. It
Like
was
I just,
addicting.
yeah, I see what it does to people in my life, and it, I'm just repelled by that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of created its own mental illness, especially if there's already um, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a I can't think of the word. Predisposition to mental illness or any kind of um, disorders, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's kind of this new form of mental illness where the person gets so used to these 10-second, 20-second clips where it messes up their attention span and
Okay.
creates like ADHD. It's ADHD symptoms, but it's basically like I don't know if it's dopamine addiction or it's like its own form of mental illness, but it's an addiction and it's messing with people's head. But it's
Yeah.
Chinese communist spyware,
Yeah, I could see that.
and it's for a country like that. If all they have to do is mess up the minds of the youth, and in the next generation, your country's done.
Right. Go ahead, Bostet.
Did you call your cat Bossette?
Bastet. It's the ancient Egyptian goddess of felines.
Oh, I love that. I thought you said Bossette. I was like, girl boss.
Come on, Hebe.
Speaking of girl bosses, Love v Love. Did you just pop in? You just popped into my head. Somebody just popped in the chat. I wonder if that's her because she just popped into my head. Or maybe I'm gonna summon her.
Who?
I'm gonna summon her. Love v Love.
Okay.
She's a girl boss. I'm gonna summon her. She would love this. Just wait there, and I would say in the next 5 minutes.
Manifesting.
Yeah, Love v Love. I'm gonna summon her. She just popped into my thoughts here.
Okay, now it's letting me talk in the chat.
There you go. I wonder why it was not letting you before.
I don't know.
We just let Hillbilly Herb get away just like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Nessie Monster! Oh my god! Look at it! I love when I summon my girl bosses.
Nice.
Look at, she says, "Are you sure it wasn't me you summoned?" I love that. Ness, are you gonna call in? Or do the StreamYard thing? Wait, I have a link. I have a link. Boom, boom, boom. Put that there. And put that there. And boom. Nessie Monster. I hope you're not busy. I hope you have time that you can call in and have a reading and a little shoot the shit with us.
Please.
Please, pretty please. With a kiwi on top. Nessie Monster is in New Zealand.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have told you and just surprised you with that accent. Great. Sometimes in my daily life, I'll have random thoughts pop up in my head, and they'll pop up sometimes in different accents. I don't know why that is, but quite frequently I get a New Zealand accent pop up in my head.
Interesting.
Yeah. I love when that happens. The New Zealand accent makes me really happy.
Sometimes I'll try to, I don't sound like an Australian, but like an Australian accent comes
I love it.
out.
I love
And it's like, I don't know
it.
where it comes from. It's just, I just do it.
It's Steve Irwin.
It probably is. He probably like ingrained his voice into my head as a child.
Yeah, he definitely did with me. Like, it's legit his voice that pops into my head quite often.
Yeah.
Something's happening. It's like, crikey. Would you look at that? Look at the size of him.
Yeah.
Oh, Nessie says maybe as long as it doesn't slow down my video exporting too much. Okay. I don't know what that means, but it sounds technological. If you get in and you notice that it's slowing things down, then I will understand if you have to leave. I will cry a little bit.
Well,
But
we have a phone number too.
oh yes, we have a phone number, but she's in New Zealand. Would it work, do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
We could test it. We have a phone number posted just above. Only a few comments above, Ness, if you want to try the number instead. But if you're game, there's a link.
Peer pressure.
Peer pressure, yeah. Peer pressuring. No pressure, but pressure. Oh, Nessie says my laptop isn't letting me do it. It's too busy working on other stuff. Give me a sec and I'll try with my phone. Okay.
Okay.
That'll work. I do everything with my phone. Nessie's good people. All the people on my channel are good people. Like this is why I would never push my channel out into the public, because I love having quality over quantity.
Yeah.
Where I know like the people popping in here, they're all excellent, amazing people. Not that everybody doesn't have their own excellent, awesome qualities,
Yeah.
but
The only thing I really ask for, I guess, is just to leave a review.
yeah, that's a reasonable request.
So people can like see the comments and be like, Oh, she's not a scammer.
Yeah, she's legit. And anybody who's reading in the comments in the chat, a lot of people have said, like, hey, you picked up on this, or you picked up on that. This was right on. And excuse me. But it's good if it can go to your channel too. It'll bring it'll trigger the algorithms
Okay.
to get some attention over on your channel. I think the more people comment and if they like, and I'll do all that. But comments on the videos will trigger the algorithms. Ooh,
Okay, I didn't know that.
we have a guest. Add to stage, Nessie Monster. Nessie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No, very muffled, like you're underwater.
I'll get the pillow off my face.
Can you hear her?
Very softly.
This is weird. Okay, hang on.
What's is it a microphone or not a microphone? What's the things we put in our ears?
Hang on.
Earbuds. The earbud thing? Do you have those or headphones?
I've got headphones on.
I hear your voice, but I don't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, we can't make it out.
Oh no.
Maybe go out and come back in. Try going out and come back in.
Oh. Okay, hang on.
I hear the subtle New Zealand accent. It's like, but I can't make out what she's saying. I love it. I love it. I mean, I love that she's coming in. I hope that it works. I hope we're going to be able to hear her.
Yeah. I really hope it works because this is fun.
Yeah, it's so good. Have you ever spoken to somebody in New Zealand before?
No, not really.
Nessie's got awesome energy too.
Awesome.
And she's very open to all this stuff.
Most of the people that I've met online with spiritual stuff, they're always English.
Yeah, well, a lot of the French are Catholic, and that's like a no-no, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, I'm not sure about other languages. Here we go. Let's try again. Come on, Nessie. Come on, Nessie. Nessie, are you there?
Working now?
Yes!
Yeah,
Yay!
It took some finagling, but I got it.
Oh, good. So good to hear your voice.
It's been too long, eh?
Look at you. I'm seeing your picture. Look at you.
Yeah.
Just look at you. Wow, you look great.
Thank you.
I love
Took a
seeing
lot
a
of work.
smile. Still love seeing a smile on your face. You always look great. You've always looked great.
Aw, you smooth talker.
Yeah, I am a sweet talker, but you know, it's that smile. You get a smile. You have a genuine smile. There's something about a genuine smile that just melts my heart.
No. Yeah, no, I don't have the energy to spend on faking it.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I don't have the energy to spend on faking it. You know, I have
Yeah.
a face that does not need subtitles. You know what I'm thinking. Just
Yeah.
looking at it.
You mean what you say, and you say what you mean, and your face shows it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's just like before this last little bit, I think I was able to go through the motions sometimes of faking a smile every once in a while, but now I got nothing. Like if I'm not smiling, that's just like my, I guess they call that resting bitch face. Like my,
Yeah.
yeah. But no, if I'm smiling, it's like, okay, that's real because I can't fake a smile anymore.
Good. Don't fake it. When it's there, it's real, and then everybody knows it, you know?
That's right. It's too draining to pretend. And that's kind of
Absolutely.
like what Rebecca and I were talking about before is about being genuine with our abilities and coming out and sharing them, and not pretending anymore.
Yeah.
Not pretending they're not real anymore, and you know about that. Like that's kind of where we're at, and that's why I wanted to have Rebecca on my channel to kind of give her another platform. She does her own thing on her channel, and I wanted to have her here to share her with you guys because I just think she's amazing, and she has incredible abilities that she's very connected to, and we just want to boost up her confidence by giving her some practice. Um, so yeah, I'm so excited to have her on here so that you guys can experience her too.
Awesome. All right, there's something for her to practice on.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I've got my own ideas of what's going on, but it's interesting to get sort of third party outside sort of vibes on it. My brother's just got remarried.
Wait, don't give me any information.
Yep.
You can give me information like afterwards, but no information.
Okay.
And how my abilities work is at first, I may be coming up with stuff and you're just like, no, no, no. But the more we talk, the more I connect. So,
Okay.
and be surprised who comes in. It could be anybody who comes in. But if you want to talk to a certain loved one, ask them and they most likely will.
And I'll
Okay.
just interject again that if anybody in the chat hears Rebecca talking about something and Nessie Monster's not resonating with it, it could be something for you. So if you're in the chat and you're listening and something's going, oh, that's for me, stay tuned and come in after.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I want to say when you first came in, I kept seeing like, that old tabloid photo of the Loch Ness Monster? Does that have any meaning for you? Nessie? Oh no, did it freeze?
Ness, are you frozen? Oh, we're hearing speakers. Jiggle the wires. Marco. Marco Polo.
Can you hear me now?
Testing 1, 2. Oh, yeah. There you are.
Okay, looks like I have to leave the headphones off. They're dodgy.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the Loch Ness Monster, it does resonate with the nickname, but also with family heritage as well.
Okay, so that has meaning for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then it might be a family member of yours. Do you have Scottish family?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm doubting, but I'm hearing grandpa.
Pardon?
I'm hearing grandpa and I'm seeing a large man.
Close.
Close. Did he?
It is through my father's line, but it was his mum who's the Scottish one.
Okay. Well, it could be multiple people coming through, so just take whatever resonates and whatever doesn't, we'll throw it away. But I'm seeing a man who has like a real big gut and he's bald on top, but he has a beard.
Beard?
No.
Not on the Scottish line that I know of.
But do you know anyone like that at all?
Thinking. The big beard's on the other side, but the big gut would be in the Scottish line. Like you say, it might be multiple people.
Okay, we could move on. I'm seeing a rolling pin, like somebody baking.
Yeah.
I'm hearing the word grandmother. Was she, I would say average height. I'm short, so bear with me with the height. But she could be seen as short, but I would say more average.
Right.
With short white hair and glasses.
Oh, that sounds more like my great aunt.
Your great aunt. Okay. She's wearing a dress and she's wearing an apron and she's showing me her shoes. Was fashion and dressing up like something big to her? Like appearances, maybe?
From what I know of her, I don't think so, but then I sort of only remember meeting her a couple of times.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's hard for me to say.
okay. Yeah, it's hard when you didn't know them that well.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the second time I've seen it, but a frog. Something about
Okay.
a frog. Like I said, if you can't place it, just throw it. Come on, does anybody want to talk? Did you have a brown dog? Thin?
No.
No.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say he was brown at all.
Well, did you know a dog that kind of sounds like?
I've had quite a few dogs over the years. Most
Okay,
of them were mostly black.
black. Okay. Did you know a man with dark hair and he had a beard? Like his hair is almost black.
The only one with black hair I knew never had a beard.
Okay.
Oh, he never had a beard when I knew him anyway. I don't know if he had one by the time he crossed over.
You're hard to read for. I'm going to keep trying though.
My husband says the same thing.
I keep seeing a big burly man with red hair. It's like I'm being shown like different things.
Well, my brother did have red hair right up until he was late teens, early 20s.
Okay, I was just
And he's pretty
seeing.
tall and he's a pretty decent sized dude.
I was just seeing like a young boy with red hair.
And his son is still a redhead and he's in his 40s now.
Okay. So you do have redheads in your family. Okay.
Yep.
Your grandmother on your dad's side, is she still with us or no?
No. I don't have any grandparents or parents left.
I'm hearing to say that she was a stern lady.
From the stories I've heard, yes, that would be true.
Okay. Did she wear glasses?
Possibly.
Possibly. Okay. See, all the people coming through you didn't know very well.
No, pretty distant family.
Do you have one of your parents that's on the other side?
Both of them are gone now.
Both of them.
I'm an
okay.
orphan.
I'm seeing a man, so I'm assuming that's your dad.
Oh, I hope not.
Oh, well then you have the right to say no.
Yeah, I've already told him on my own terms that I do not want any visits, thank you.
Okay. Okay, now I'm being shown rabbits.
Okay.
Do you have rabbits?
Only wild ones that are coming on our property.
Okay. I'm hearing the name Betty. I'm hearing that you have some friends on the other side that would like to talk to you, but I'm not getting any. Yes, what?
Yeah, Betty would be quite a few generations back. She was like doing the family tree sort of stuff. She wasn't just one of those ancestors you kind of connect with.
Okay.
And you hear this story and you just really feel for them. You know that they had a pretty rough ride in life.
Okay. So then she might be watching over you then.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, we were born 100 years apart and stuff, and I can completely relate to some of the things that she went through. But, you know, times being different, times things got treated very differently and viewed very differently.
Well, if you were touched by her story, she may look in, want you to know, like, hey. I'm just seeing dogs again. I'm seeing like a white dog, perhaps.
Oh, that would have been my sister's ex-husband's dog.
Okay. Floppy ears.
I can't remember that much detail. It's a while ago.
Let's see. Yeah, things are coming in like piece by piece. This is the hardest reading I've done all day, I have to tell you. Do you like going out in nature? I'm hearing barefoot.
Yeah, I like to get out there and get grounded.
Okay. Your mother's showing me her when she was younger. Was your mother a very attractive woman in her younger days?
Yep. If you think about like the 1940s pinup models, like Betty Grable and all that sort of stuff, that's what she was like.
Me her in a red dress, and her hair's done like pinup curls.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did not inherit those genes.
Oh. Yeah,
settle down, Harold. Settle down.
That's not true. But yeah, I'm seeing it's like 1940s dress, and she's showing me a red dress, and it's like really form fitting, and her hair in pinup curls.
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine her doing that.
Okay.
I mean, this is a woman who was wearing mini dresses when she was pregnant with me in her 40s.
Were you rebellious as a child?
I don't think I was, but I think they perceived me as being so.
Okay. So that is something that they would have said?
Oh, yeah, they fully thought I was out being promiscuous and on drugs and stuff, and I was doing neither.
No, I hear rebellious more as like independent.
Willful, stubborn, it's like undiagnosed autistic. Yeah, I can see how that happens.
Yeah. Let's see what else she wants to say. Did you and her butt heads a lot?
Yeah, we could.
You could. She's saying on her part, she's sorry.
It is what it is. It's all part of the path.
Yeah. Now that I've made a connection, would you like to ask her any questions?
Yeah, how good are you picking up names? Because I'm trying to get a first name for somebody who was in her life before I came along.
It's hit or miss with
Are you good at?
names.
Okay, well, we'll give it a shot. What I want to know from her is
Okay.
who was Jacqueline's dad?
Sorry, repeat that.
I want to know who was Jacqueline's dad.
Oh, wow. I keep hearing Henry, and I heard that earlier, so I'm second guessing that.
Okay, there's a couple of reasons why that could pop in, but I'll pop that name on the list that we have.
Okay.
Of
Then I need to
suspects that were taken down.
I'm trying to say what pops into my head just in case, but it's like I distrust it. It's I'm getting Henry,
definitely
Harold. I'm getting an H name.
Okay.
Now I'm seeing the letter C. Like Chris. I don't know. I can't get it.
No, that's all right. It's worth a shot. It's always worth a shot.
Yeah, it's interesting to practice that way. With names, it's hit or miss. It's like I'll hear a name and it's like I'll say it and it's like they get it or it just means nothing. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I recognize it's a pretty tough ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any more questions?
Oh, I'm just thinking because I've been talking with my older sister a bit lately and she's been giving me new information that I didn't know. So just sort of filtering through it in my head at the moment, trying to think, is there anything I'd like to try and get some more detail on?
Yeah, take advantage of it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So everybody's gone, so I can't ask anybody anymore. So
yeah,
I'll go whatever way I can. I suppose Mum wouldn't know the answer to. Oh, maybe that's why Henry came in. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
no,
leave
that's
you in the
okay.
dark. Juicy sort of details. My sister had her DNA done, and she's like tracing back the family tree. However, there is one section that on paper is in our family tree that is not showing up in the DNA matches at all.
Mm-hmm.
That surname is not coming up anywhere, and it's not a hugely uncommon surname, so there should be somebody somewhere with that same surname. But the particular guy, his name was Henry.
Okay.
But the fact that it's not showing up means that maybe somebody else was the father of that generation's baby.
Yeah.
Which would have been my mum's grandmother.
Wow.
Was the baby. Or yeah. So it's like,
Girl, you need to quit. Sorry, my cat's bossing me around. She's very bossy.
That's right. I have to sit on my bed at the moment because my dog wanted my armchair. We're babysitting a very elderly dog at the moment, and he's becoming this other dog's becoming incontinent and stuff like that. And he made a mess on the couch overnight. So I've got the couch cushions outside drying off. And of course, my dog's sulking because he can't sit on the couch. So he wants my armchair and I have to sit in my bedroom.
Oh, no.
So I'm used to being boss around my animals.
Yes, yes. Yeah, she's 14 years old, so I've dealt with 14 years of her bossing me around.
So she's got you all trained then.
Oh, she's got me very well trained.
Awesome. Oh, shivers. Can you pick up anything on my brother's new wife? I haven't met this woman, but I have red flags going off everywhere about her.
Do you sense that she's immature?
Pardon?
Do you like get the sense that she's immature?
Oh, yeah.
That's what your mom's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm hoping that just being immature is the issue and not much worse.
Right. I don't sense like infidelity or anything. I just sense like I'm just hearing your mom say immature and that you feel that way as well, and that perhaps she gets little digs in. Like,
she hasn't had a chance to do that with me yet. She wouldn't get far if she did.
Is she emotionally manipulative?
I think so, because I can now no longer talk directly to my brother. She's answering all his messages and his phone and controlling his Facebook.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was picking up on, is kind of like jealousy too. Like inferior complex. I don't know. What would that be like? You feel insecurity.
Yeah, I mean, that is a strong possibility. I mean, my flags were going off for narcissism and control. And that's like worst case scenario. But if it's things like immaturity and her feeling insecure and all that sort of stuff, then that's a lot easier to deal with.
But you have to keep in mind that narcissists, they are often insecure and immature.
Yeah.
So listen to your intuition on that one. Big time. But your mom's agreeing with you on like, yeah, she doesn't really like her.
Ask Mum what she thinks of my husband.
Okay. Oh, she laughed. She said, sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't. She said he's a brat. She said he's a whiny brat.
Oh, I don't know if he whines so much, but yeah, but sulky maybe.
Sulking, okay. That's funny. Yeah, she was showing me an image of him like putting his socks on, sulking, like maybe after y'all had words or something. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. That's cool.
Good thing I'm getting things right finally. It was like pulling teeth there for a while.
It's just finding the right energy to tune into, that's all.
Yeah. I think you may just have a lot of people on the other side that watch over you, but
all probably shaking their heads in disbelief at how I live, but yeah.
No.
Oh, shivers. Okay, well, that's cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. If you have any more questions, let me know. I hope that was, resonated for you.
Yep, it did. It was quite fun.
Okay.
Cool.
Yay!
Bomber.
I love it. I'm so excited that this is happening on my channel.
Oh, I'm going to go. I have stuff I have to tend to now on my computer.
Okay.
Oh, you're doing all the things, aren't you?
Oh, trying to keep busy, get things done so I can just chill out later.
Have you become very active on your YouTube channel?
Yes, I'm posting every second week on there now. I've done that for about a year.
Wow.
Been working on a big project, which is going to take me forever, I think.
Hey, Nessie,
Well,
before you go, let me ask
Yeah.
you this. When your father came through, did I handle that correctly, or do you think I could have handled that better?
No, you did a good job. You respected my wishes not to deal with him.
Okay. Because that
And
was
I
the first
appreciate
time that that's happened.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. He was not a good person, and he caused a lot of pain in his time. So
Yeah. And you have the right to say no.
yeah, well, I'd set boundaries and cut him off 25 years ago. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
so I
good.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
thank you for the feedback.
That's cool.
We're working on strengthening stuff.
Okay, yeah, cool. Cool. All right, I gotta go. I love you and
Thanks for
leave you.
having us.
Good,
We love you.
good
Thank you for
talking to
having us.
you.
It's great to
Bye.
hear your
Nice meeting
voice.
you.
Take care, Nessie. Nessie in the upside down. God love her. She's a busy bee. I gotta go back to her channel, and I stepped away from everybody's channels, and I'm so behind on everything. But I just get this. I get like strong senses from Nessie sometimes. Like we'll just go so long without hearing from her, and all of a sudden she pops into my mind. And it's like I gotta sit down and have a little chitty chat with her and catch up.
Yeah. Always trust when things pop into your mind, I guess.
Yep. That's the one of the big lessons I've learned over the last, I would say, 3 years, 4 years, well, longer actually. Oh, time is so strange. 10 years.
Yeah.
It's more like 10 years. Maybe longer. I've kind of always listened to my gut. Um, it's something I've always been in tune with.
Hillbilly commented on my channel.
Oh, that's nice.
He said Rebecca is an awesome reader and really tuned in. I wasn't asking for a reading, was just listening in live chat, and she still tuned into my dad's energy and had some messages for me. Amazing, thanks. Thank you.
Yay.
That's sweet.
Thanks, Herb. That's a great review. Anybody who's listening, there's 3 of you, unless 2 of those people are us, in which case there's only 1 of you listening. But Rebecca's channel is Psychic Medium Rebecca K, and we would love for you to subscribe if you can search her name up. I'm going to add her name to the description, which I should have added your channel to the description prior to going, but excuse me.
That's okay.
Yeah, there's your name.
And sorry, I don't mean to be all like, oh, subscribe, but
no, but we do need to grow your channel.
Yeah, it would be fun.
and like the people who are listening here, these are the people that are going to be interested in that. So it's a good place now in this place to recommend your channel.
Okay.
And yeah, so if you've got a reading, please leave a review on one of her videos. And if you have anybody in your family or your friends or your online family or friends that you would like to maybe invite them over to her channel. Rebecca does live streams, and she is awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for doing this. When I do my live streams, I tend to just get on here and kind of ramble and
Yeah.
try
I
to
get quiet. I get shy.
But you have something going on your channel. Like I don't really. I do right now with you, but even in the videos, if I'm out in nature recording, I'm not really talking much, and I try to now, but it's not like there's there's a show going on. Like right now, this is something feels like somebody could be listening to this while they're doing other things.
Yeah.
Where my other videos are more like watching me walking through the woods, like not me, but watching the woods. And like the last few live streams, I guess people could have listened in on those, but it was more just kind of rambling and reading the chat and not really any directives or directions.
Yeah.
Where this is like we're kind of on a mission, and we're kind of easy about it, but we're doing a thing.
Hey, Candy.
Oh, hi, Candy. Do you want to come on and have a live reading? A psychic medium reading? Connect with your loved ones? There's a link just a few comments up, or I can leave it again in there if you're interested. It's a free reading. No pressure, and you don't have to show your face, and yeah, we're pretty easygoing.
Yeah.
No pressure, but just a little bit of pressure, like, come on. Just kidding. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you're very welcome to join. Rebecca's working on strengthening her abilities and becoming more confident with the messages. And I'm trying to get over some stage fright. So just like speaking on here so I can share my own experiences. So
yeah.
we're just kind of like combining forces right now. So I'm just seeing how it goes. And I mean, we're feeling things out, but it's feeling pretty good.
Yeah. And I have stage fright too. That's why I'm just sitting here kind of like.
Well, you're tackling something already with focusing on strengthening your abilities. I feel like that's a pretty big tackle right there. So you're kind of tackling both things at once, really, while you're doing a reading.
Yeah.
But I think when you're focused in the connection, it's easier to forget that we are on a live stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I find if we're just shooting the shit, it can be all of a sudden like, oh yeah, people are listening. Oh my god, people are listening.
The world sees us.
Oh my god, the world can see us. Oh my god, stop the world and let us off.
How many people does it say that we have? Mine says 3.
Mine says 3 too.
Okay.
I don't know if that's us and Candy. I feel like somebody was listening earlier. Was it Hillbilly Herb that was doing something and listening?
I think it was Kira.
Oh yes, Kira. So maybe that's 3 individual people besides us. A good way for us to test that is the next time we go live, to see when it's just the 2 of us, does it show just the 2 of us? Because I know before I went live, well, I don't know. Before I went live, it didn't show. It just showed 0. But I don't know if they're counting at that point. I really don't know the ins and outs of this. So this is our first time on the StreamYard, and really it's working out. The other stream service that you were using, there was a delay.
I was dropping calls.
Yeah, dropping calls. That makes it difficult.
I liked how it looked, and I liked that I could put like the live chat in the video. But
Yeah.
other than that, like the delays and dropping calls, like that was frustrating.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, it makes it difficult when it's dropping calls. I know I got a little bit frantic there when 2 nights ago when I first found your channel and I got on and then it dropped my call and I was like, oh no, it was just before it dropped the call actually.
Yeah, I got a little frantic too. I was like, don't worry, we're going to figure this out.
Yeah.
Best believe, because when I want something, I get my way.
You get your way. Yep.
I'm kind
Make it happen. I feel like you're a manifester.
Give Candy the phone number.
Okay, let's do that. Post a comment. Okay. Call us. Oh, hi, baby. What? Hi, come here. Come lay down. Lay down. Good girl. You gotta have her belly rubs. Okay. Call us at 1. I don't have the number.
Oh. Okay. Let me pull it up. 269
269
461
461
1409
1409. Okay, try that, Candy. See if that works for you. And you say that's a toll-free number?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a number that disguises my phone number.
Okay, so I'm going to say that your toll-free number. I hope that works out for you, Candy. Have you been clearing your space and reconnecting?
I've been trying to.
Grounding?
I did a couple times.
I think it's one of those things that, like a practice, right? The more you do it, the more you'll remember to do it. Ooh, here we go.
Yay. Hopefully.
I'm going to go on my...
I like that I could put like the live chat in the video. Sorry? Candy, are you there?
Hi.
Hey.
I'm catching part of you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit too.
I am.
Okay, it sounds a little bit better. Talk to me.
Sure. Maybe that'll be better.
Maybe she needs to hang up and call back again to get a better connection.
Okay, how is that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, good.
So what were you saying?
Okay, so I have never done this before.
Okay. You've never had a mediumship reading?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
I do watch a lot of the tarot readers on Instagram and stuff.
Do you know what a medium is?
That you can speak with the other side.
Yes. Kind of like the kid on The Sixth Sense, I see dead people.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Now, I'll tell you a bit about how my abilities work. I've noticed with readings, at first, it's not going to make sense. You're going to probably be like, no, I can't take that. But the more I go on, things start making sense.
Sure.
9 out of 10 times I can connect, but very rarely I just can't. That does happen.
Yeah.
You can ask a loved one from the other side to come through, but that doesn't always guarantee it'll be that person. So keep an open mind. But if you want somebody to come through, just do a little prayer and ask them, and they might.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
I am.
I'm seeing a dog that was like maybe brindle or light brown and had long wavy hair.
That one would have been a long time ago.
They could still watch over you.
Sure.
Okay, was this like a childhood dog?
Yeah, it was my mom's dog when I was just a little girl.
Aw. Well, they want you to know, because I'm not picking up on whether it's male or female. She?
I'm not even sure. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, this dog wants you to know she's around. Is your mom still alive?
No.
Okay, that could also be why this dog is coming up. The dog may be with your mother, and that could be a hint from your mother. I'm going to ask Spirit to give me more evidence of who's trying to come in. Did your mother have permed hair in the 80s?
I did in the 80s.
You had the permed hair in the 80s. The big, the big bangs?
Yeah, it was a lot of hair.
Okay, that's what she's saying, the big hair, big 80s hair.
Yeah.
Okay. She's showing me her reading a magazine. Did she like, I don't know, maybe like tabloids or just reading?
Is she showing you where she's doing this?
The kitchen table.
Okay, she used to do crossword puzzles constantly at the kitchen table.
Okay. Yeah, see, I need to remind myself not to leave details out because she was saying to mention the kitchen and I didn't.
Yeah, so it's just where she always sat. She was the most comfortable at that spot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing her sitting there cross-legged with like a magazine or a newspaper or something. Yeah. Maybe coffee.
Yeah. Always coffee.
I'm hearing the name June. Or maybe it's the month June, if there's anything.
I'm not sure.
Okay. She's showing me her bathing her children in the bathtub. Is there any significant memory about bath time?
No, not that I can think of.
Okay.
There were 7 of us.
Yeah, she's showing me like multiple kids in a bathtub.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all had to like save resources, so to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you one of the eldest?
I'm the baby.
You're the baby. Okay, what were you saying?
Yeah. Am I ever going to get married again? Just, I'm so tired of being alone.
Okay, she says she has a lot to say about that. She knows that you're lonely, and she knows that you really want somebody right now, but you need to heal some aspect before you can find the right relationship. You need to heal something. And I'm hearing it has to do with your confidence and your self-love and your self-worth and setting boundaries.
Okay.
Was the past guy, was he abusive?
Several in the past have been that way.
Okay, yeah, you need to be able to prevent abuse in the future by knowing red flags and setting boundaries, is what she's saying.
Okay.
She says, so be patient. They will on the other side find somebody for you. So they're looking. Just you do your job while they do their job.
Okay.
Did y'all live in a trailer at one point? Or did she?
I live in a trailer now.
Okay. She's just giving me evidence that it's her. How did you die, Mom? Was it something with a vehicle?
No.
No. I can never get the how'd you die question. I'll try it one more time. Tell me how you died. Was she in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing her like in a gown and in a wheelchair. Did she have cancer or some kind of terminal illness?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, once I've given enough evidence that you feel comfortable to say that this is your mom, would you like to ask her anything?
No, actually, I know she's good and she's happy, and yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, her message is just basically she's watching over you. She's there. And the dog's with her, and she's still doing her crossword puzzles.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You don't have any other questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. I think I put people on the spot when I asked that.
No, I just, I know sometimes you're not meant to know things, you just,
True.
you do your day to day, you just got to keep going. So,
True.
yeah.
Well, I hope it was accurate for you. And if you liked it, would you give me a review under one of my videos by leaving a comment?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You have a great day.
Bye.
That was great.
Thank you for letting me read you, Candy. Her mom was a little quiet. She just like flashed images, but she
was busy doing her puzzle.
Yeah, she was busy doing her puzzle.
Maybe she realized, though, that Candy already knew she's in a good place.
You're welcome, and I hope that was a positive experience for you, hon.
Candy, thank you so much for calling in. We really appreciate it. And Rebecca's channel, to leave a review on her channel, it's Psychic Medium Rebecca K. She's got a couple comments up here in the chat, but there you go, right there. She's left a comment. So if you go to the search bar in YouTube and type in that name, her channel will come up, and you can just choose any video and leave a comment, and share your experience with your reading. There's also a community tab there. I wonder if we could somehow figure out how to use that to your advantage, like to have a place there for your reviews.
Yeah. I wonder.
We should look into that. We will look into that.
Okay.
I don't like to say the word should. It's a really shitty word. Well, that was a good reading. I could totally see her mom sitting at the table, like she wasn't even looking up. Like she was just
No,
like,
she
yeah.
wasn't.
She's like, no, I'm here. It's good. We're good. I'm just doing a thing, doing my thing.
Yeah. That's how I saw her too, with her head down.
And
Like,
her legs crossed. When you said you saw her with her legs crossed, I saw that too.
nice.
I see a slender woman. Did she say that like if her mom was a slender woman?
I don't know. I saw a slender woman too.
And I don't know, hair wise, I'm seeing like shoulder length a little bit longer with grown out grown out, like I want to say it's not bleach blonde, but like blonde but with like darker roots, but I could be way off. I'm totally disconnected from a lot of things because of the grief. So um the I just get fleeting moments of images now. It's not it's not as clear as it used to be for me. It'll come back, but
Yeah, just keep practicing.
yeah, this is really good. Just sitting in with you while you do your readings. It's good just for me to just take
Tune
it
in
in and yeah,
yourself. Yeah.
yeah, and tune in myself and see what comes up. Because a few times now, images have popped up, and then you've said it, and it's like, oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that too. But I don't
Yeah.
want to interrupt your readings, so I put myself on mute when you start your reading, and just let you have your space there.
Okay.
Except Nessie Monster, when she kind of got down on herself at one point. I don't know what she said.
Oh,
She made a comment about the looks, something about not something about the looks. So I had to break through the mic at one point.
yeah. Yeah.
But
I
uh,
noticed
but it's nice that it's great that people are coming in here and
that. It's
like
great to
we
hear
could
you
probably have
talking
a pardon.
with us.
What's that?
I said it's even great that they're just talking with us and sharing themselves with us.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it really, um, it kind of puts you in a vulnerable spot as the receiver of the message because it can be very emotional to receive a message from the other side. I know for myself, this is something I've noticed through the years is as soon as I'm in contact with a healer or like somebody who can connect on the other to the other side, like when that connection is made, I'm like immediately become emotional where I can't even control it, and that's how I know right away. I'm like, that person's for real. Like
Yeah, I try to.
my pharmacist, I don't think she even realizes that she's a healer. I told her the last time I was in because I mean it's just getting to the point now where it's like years, and anytime I go in there, even just to, you know, ask where something is or whatever, like she'll ask me how I'm doing, and I just like break down, and that's not me. I'm
Right.
very easily can hold everything in because that's how I was raised, right? But with you guys, like healers or psychic mediums, which is to me, I consider that being a healer. Geez, like the emotional floodgates just open, and
Wow.
it's almost like spirit going, all this shit you've been holding in, that's all going to come out right now.
Right?
So yeah, so I just like, and my pharmacist, she's so sweet. She never looks at me like I'm crazy. She never talks to me like I'm losing my mind. She's like,
Like,
How are you today? How's it going? How's it going?"
that's good. She's compassionate.
Oh, she's so good at what she does. Yeah, she's great. Candy says, "Yes, we are all small." Yeah, yeah. I see a very slender woman at the table.
Um,
What about the hair? Was I right with the hair?
I
Like,
got kind of like a light colored hair too.
did you get
Like,
the dark roots?
no,
I got
I
the
just
dark
saw
roots.
like all over color.
Okay. Like what I see is mostly light colored hair, but with some dark roots and
Well, I saw like
just
a brown blonde color.
Oh, you see a brown blonde? Okay. You're probably more accurate than I am with that. And the length, I see just just below the shoulder, like
Yeah,
a
same.
longer than the shoulder, but just not too long past the shoulder. And she's like reading a magazine or something. Like she's not interested in whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
she's, she's just like, okay, yeah, hey, how's it going? You go help yourself to the coffee. I'm just doing my thing.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Also, was she a smoker? Because I pick up that she's drinking coffee and having her smokes. Did you see her smoking?
No, I saw the coffee though.
Yeah, I see the coffee. I see a big white mug. And I could just be picturing her smoking because I associate coffee with cigarettes.
Okay.
That's my bad. I could be way off.
Candy's not confirming anything.
She may have left. Or she could be absorbing this information. I mean, it's really, after getting off the phone with you, and it was just like, okay, process what just happened. Like we just had this connection. Like I know my dad's here with me right now. I can still feel him. Like even just like on the phone with you, and then after hanging up, I could still feel him. Obviously, I could feel him. This is really intense. That's a
No.
lot to take in.
Yeah.
And this was Candy's first reading, she said. So that's a lot already to take in.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Hillbilly Herb says integration time is important. Yep. Sit and reflect. Take it in, integrate. Integration, making it happen. Da-da-da-da. I don't know what that song's from. Is it Sesame Street? I don't think it's integration either. Participation? No, I don't know.
Well, how about this? Does anybody have any questions for me? Questions about mediumship? Questions about things I've experienced?
That's a great thing to offer because maybe there's some people in the chat who are still not sure and kind of feeling like they want to know more about what's going on before they jump in. And we don't have 1 million people on this channel, so it's not like this is not going to be seen by thousands of people.
Yeah.
So, if personal stuff comes up, it's not a big deal. The people that come to my channel are like top shelf quality people that are into this. They're into this. They're kind of down to earth. People who've suffered trauma and a lot of PTSD. So there's just a lot of great people here.
With other
Oh my God, look it. We both picked up on their hair. So I picked up on Candy's hair and you picked up on her mom's hair.
Yes, it was ash brown.
And Candy has white with dark roots. Isn't that funny? We picked up on both of them.
See? Trust ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, Kira says, do you have experiences with otherworld beings? I do have experiences where I was going through something with a friend of mine and I was trying to get him help. And during that time, when I went to bed one night, I opened my eyes and I saw a shadow being just standing there beside my bed staring at me. And I would see shadow figures like peeking at me from behind the door. But that only happened a few times. Most of my experiences have been with spirits or ghosts or whatever you want to call them.
I'm going to step away for just a moment. I have to use the washroom really quick.
Okay. She stopped smoking in the 90s. Okay. Yeah, the shadow beings, they weren't really scary. Like, I know a lot of people are afraid of shadow figures, but these looked like they were just like curious, and they never bothered me again. I have had encounters with demons. Ever since I was a little girl, demons have come into my dreams trying to scare me and feed off of the energy of fear. So I do have those experiences. And like if you encounter a demon, like in the waking world, other psychic mediums told me that you will get drained and nauseous. And that means a negative entity or a demon is trying to feed off your energy and to leave the place. Dream feeders? Yeah. Anybody else have questions? Want to talk about something?
Oh, she stopped smoking in the 90s.
Does mediumship run in your family? How did you first figure out you had the gift? Okay, this is a bit of a long story, so bear with me. My aunt, she is psychic and she mostly has premonitions. But in my early 20s, like I had premonitions my whole life, but they were like spread out. It wasn't a common thing. But when I turned into my early 20s, I had this dream where my childhood best friend said, Becky, I just died. Can you tell my dad, whatever? And long story short, he followed me around for several months, like popping up into my mind's eye. And he was just everywhere saying, please message my dad. And so when I finally did, I got, his dad was really happy. But it scared me. I thought I was going crazy. And after that, it's like they were popping up in my dreams. Hey, can you tell so-and-so? And I was like, no, 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 no. And yeah, they were just, I was just bombarded by dead people. Like one of them, I worked at a haunted location.
Wait, before you go into that, finish this one that you're telling, because remember the part where you said when you did finally tell the guy's dad, your friend's dad, that he had just like prayed out the day before or something, that he needed a
Yeah.
message?
Yeah, his dad told me that he prayed the night before that he needed a sign that Issa was okay, and he woke up to my email saying Issa says he's okay, you know. And that scared the shit out of me. And I blocked his dad, and
You
but
blocked him off of
I
what? Off
blocked
of...
him. I was scared.
Oh my
Um, I was very clumsy with that message, very clumsy. Like, I think his dad thinks I'm a cuckoo now, but yeah, like after that, they were just coming up in dreams and then coming up like in my mind's eye. And then I got a job at a fast food restaurant. Well, first, I adopted my cat on Indian Mound Road. And then 2 months later, I got a job down the street at a fast food joint. And I started experiencing hearing my name called. There was a shadow that would run past me in the refrigerated area, and then things would fly off the shelves. One day, I was walking past the manager's office, and I saw a male manager in like an older uniform, and he smiled and waved, and I smiled and waved, and I went about my day. But then I didn't see him, so I asked the cook, "Where'd the male manager go?" And she said, "All our managers are female." I said, "Nuh-uh," and I described who I saw, and she pulled a picture up on her phone. She said, "Him?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "He died 2 years ago on his way to work." And I was like, "Okie dokie." Well, I saw him.
Oh my god.
And that's around the time that I started seeing Native American spirits telling me that their mound was desecrated and they wanted a mound back. And I didn't know what to do with that for 14 years until 2022 to recently. Long story. You'll have to go on my page for that and click the video of the that tells the story about that. But yeah, I turned into a medium and reburied a Indian burial mound. That's the most intense thing I've ever gone through, is getting justice for the Indian burial mound.
And there's so much more to that. So if that's on your channel, if anybody's interested, that definitely recommend hearing that story. Because we spoke about it earlier, but did we speak about it on a live stream?
No, I don't think so.
That was just us talking, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
But you have that shared on your channel?
I have my research shared.
Do you have the whole story? Like,
I don't think I put the story about me being a medium, but I put like what happened to them and me getting the documents about the infant who was the remains were mishandled.
I wish we had recorded our conversation.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm going to lose my voice. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Earlier when we were speaking, I wish we had recorded that. The whole conversation.
Yeah, I know. I get bad nightmares every time they uncover a new unmarked residential burial.
Oh,
it's
I
like
bet you do.
These kids cry out. Yeah. And basically what they told me is that they've been walking around for 100 years looking for somebody who could see them. So when they saw me, they're like, "Hey, white girl could see us."
And then it's like we were saying earlier about, or maybe this was last night when we were speaking, but it's like as soon as one knows that you can hear them, the rest kind of like line up.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, she can hear us. This one can hear us. I'm next. I'm next. I'm next.
Yeah. It's kind of like Whoopi Goldberg on Ghost.
I can't remember. I know it was a good movie, but I can't remember.
She's in her, like, she used to do psychic readings, but as a scam, but then she really turned into a psychic.
Okay.
And so she's in the room that she would do readings in, and there's a ton of ghosts clamored around her, like all talking at once, and she's like, everybody leave me alone.
Right. This is ringing a bell. I know I've seen I went to no, I didn't see that in theater. I don't know where I saw it. But it's been many, many moons.
But yeah, I've experienced a whole lot of things being a medium.
Yeah. Well, you pick up on so much more than what most people are picking up.
Yeah.
All the nuances. Billy Herb, it is really sad. It's a really heavy topic.
Well, yeah, because, like, why did we think we had the right to dig up somebody's deceased ancestors and play with their skeletons?
Is that what they did?
Yeah, one of the men who dug up the burial mound, he kept several of the skeletons at his house. And he had the intention of starting his own museum and putting them on display.
Oh my God.
And he had them in his house for over 20 years. The skulls.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Where did this happen?
Verona, Virginia.
Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, they
I
just
didn't even hear about this.
nobody
For,
knew about it
for
until
us
I
in,
came around.
yeah, like I know that they're in Canada here. They found unmarked graves from the residential schools,
Oh wow.
and of like hundreds are presumed buried, and then you're gonna hear people saying that there's nobody buried, but we have our elders speaking about the things that happened, and it's like, who are you gonna believe? Are you gonna believe like random people saying none of this happened, or are you gonna believe the elders that sharing the stories of abuse and all kinds of crap happened? And
Exactly.
like, there's some people that had good experiences going to the homes they did, or going to this, like, they those are the ones that were likely pulled out of bad situations already, and so where they were brought was a better situation, but doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it better. Like, it doesn't make it good.
Mm-mm.
What was done was atrocious, and our elders are traumatized.
Exactly.
Heritage stolen, language stolen. Their
Culture
goal was to
stolen.
beat the Indian or kill the Indian in the kids, is what they said, and um, horrible, horrible things. And so then they find the mass graves, and it's like, how many are buried there? Then it's presumed like 200 and some children buried here. Like, what?
Yeah.
And we know, communicating with spirit, what that means for spirit is, like, we chose this stuff, the challenges and the experiences we're going to have here when our time, like, that was all uh, communally discussed. It's not like all of a sudden this happened. There's a villain. Everybody's a villain in somebody's story.
Yeah.
But here, as the humans that we are having our human experience, that is too much to process.
Exactly.
And I know it pushes us to our limits to process it. Like, I just can't I just can't do it. I just
Honestly,
can't.
when I learned about the boarding schools, that's one of the reasons I'm not a Christian.
I don't know how anybody could be a Christian after knowing the things that the Christians have done, and like I know that there's good people that are Christians that have not participated in any of that. But knowing that the head of the church, that this was happening at the heads of the churches, like it was being covered by the church. It was being facilitated, carried out, and covered by the church.
Yes.
Ugh.
Mm.
It's really heavy.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at something. I don't know, guys. So you guys give me advice. What do you think I should do? Should I eventually in the future see if charge for readings? Like, would that be bad of me?
That's not bad
Or
for you if you're offering your services. It's helping somebody. Like people, if you're legit, which we know you are, and the more you strengthen your abilities, the stronger you're going to get. That's a gift that you know. Um, like I've paid to see a psychic twice now, and both times it was a really positive experience. Um, I can't, like the amount that they're charging out there is kind of insane to me, but
yeah.
it's like I don't know. I also know other mediums that say that they would never charge because they say this is a gift that they give to people, and um, like they look down on people who charge for that
Yeah.
because to them it's like you have this ability, like you share it with the world. Um, but to me, it's like if you have the ability to paint a beautiful picture, you can put it on display, um, and so people can look at it and admire it. Cool. But like if somebody wants to take it to their home and have it, you know, like if you're going to do a sit down reading with people, it's one thing to go online like this and do readings with people. That's cool. But like if somebody wants to have a longer reading, maybe charge for those ones, where you like one on one, maybe even offer a recording of it, or they can record. I mean, people have that ability with technology anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't know. And then also I don't know what I'm talking about. So,
No, you're fine. I think down the road I'll consider it, but like even if I do like paid readings, I'm gonna have freebie Fridays.
Yeah.
Something like that. Still give back.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea. Like it doesn't. I don't feel any selfish bone in your body. Just intuitively, I don't pick up on anything selfish from you. I don't feel like you would ever take advantage of somebody to get a
Mm-mm.
message, like to make money off of it, in the sense of um, like get rich off somebody else. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah. The only reason I would charge is just because I'm having trouble affording housing right now.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and it's your time. Your time is of value. So you got to think about that too. People go to work and they get paid for their job. So like
yeah.
I can't see people, like I've paid a lot of money to connect to my loved ones, and it was a lot. It was too much for me. Money I didn't have, but I needed it. I needed
Yeah.
it so bad. I needed it. I needed to connect to my loved ones.
I've been
So,
there.
you get it. And when people are missing their loved ones so badly, they're going to make themselves even poorer to connect.
Yeah.
And I feel
That's
like
why I would never.
I feel like that's not something you would ever do.
No. If somebody gave me like a tip, that's one thing. But
Yeah, totally different.
hey, Hooked
If
by
we had that,
Donnie.
what's that, sorry?
Somebody in the channel said that they just found your channel.
Oh, Hooked by Donian. Am I saying that right? Welcome to the channel. If you would like to have a reading and connect with your loved ones, let me post a link, and you can click on that link. Or if you scroll up a little bit, there is a phone number just above. It's a toll-free number that you can call in, and Rebecca can give you a reading if you're interested.
Janine.
Janine. Okay. Oh, that's you learn something new every day. I wonder if my brain will actually learn it. What did I say? Donian?
That's what I said too.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Janine with a D. Janine.
Yeah, we apologize if
We apologize.
mispronounced anybody's names.
We're simple folk.
Yeah, I'm a redneck, so
Same.
rednecks can't talk
I'm
that
a hillbilly
way.
from the Appalachian Mountains.
Blame my mom.
Blame my mom. Oh, it's a beautiful name. That's not a silly name. Our names are really important. I've never, excuse me, I've never really gone down the rabbit hole of our names too far, but our names matter, and they have meaning. You have a beautiful name.
Yeah.
Janine, would you like to call in? Donnie. Dawnine.
Yeah, and if you have any questions about what a psychic mediumship reading is, feel free to ask. Afraid to?
Afraid to call in? You don't need to be afraid here. I just have a really small channel, and it doesn't usually get recommended out too much because of my name. People have a hard time to even find my channel, and everybody here is really chill, really good vibes, good people. And I've noticed too, the people that have my channel recommended to them are really good people. So we know we're in good company with you. So and surely you can't be as afraid of this as we are. Like,
Yeah.
we got the stage fright. We're doing this to practice. Like, for me, it's to get used to speaking on a public platform space. And Rebecca's strengthening her abilities and gaining confidence, learning to trust the message. You're getting really good at that, by the way.
Thank you.
Something I picked up too is how spirit connects with you. They send the animals first to you. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
And like sometimes you'll see the animal and you'll suggest that it's possibly their pet. But what I've noticed, there's kind of a pattern where spirit will come forward and they will show their pet.
Yeah. Like with your dad.
Yeah. You've had a lot of those, though.
Oh no, it dropped her. Hopefully she'll come back. Okay, it says I'm having a private chat. Hello. Oh, you're here. Okay, wait a second because it dropped Bomber, and she's the one who would have to let you in. Okay, she's back.
Okay, look at this. Look at us fixing ourselves. So I hit the wrong button. Let me do this and then this. Did we fix it?
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
I'm going to try to find my way back to the chat.
Oh, I just said I'm here. That's on the private chat, but
And I saw that and I clicked over and then I didn't know what to do from that space. So then I came back and it booted me right out. Okay. So it looks like it's a different it's showing me differently here, but I can still read the comments, but I can't. Can I add, I guess? Well, it is what it is, isn't it? We're kind of fixed up here.
I'm sorry. Did I mix something up?
No, Janine, it's not you, it's me. I'm super dumb when it comes to tech. Like I'm just imagine like an 87-year-old who has never had a computer, and you put a computer down in front of them and say, "Here, go live."
Yeah.
No problem.
Well, thank you for finding the courage to call us.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, it gives
I
us
figured, what
something
the
to do.
heck? What the heck?
Yeah, what the heck? Exactly. Exactly. Throw caution to the wind.
So where are you guys located? Where are you doing your live from?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay.
And I'm in Canada.
Oh, me too.
Are you whereabouts?
Saskatchewan.
Oh, wow. Saskatchewan's real?
You're in Canada and you don't know that Saskatchewan's real?
Well, I just thought Saskatchewan, you hear about it, but you like nobody really goes. And so then it's like, is it real? I just feel like Saskatchewan
What
is like
province are you in? Like
oh,
Ontario?
I'm in the armpit of Ontario.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, the armpit of Canada. The armpit of Canada.
Because Eastern Canada, not the Maritimes, but Eastern, like, Quebec and Ontario, we're just kind of not important over here.
Right? That's the vibes. That's the vibes that I get here in Ontario. And like I call Ontario the armpit of Canada. And I really feel that that's what we are. I'm not from here. I'm from the Maritimes. So
okay.
I don't.
See, I said the Maritimes, though. They usually know who we are because
oh yeah,
we're very
I do.
similar.
I'm totally joking. With the Saskatchewan thing. I have a strange sense of humor. I always say like Saskatchewan is like a figment of your imagination. It's like Santa Claus. Like you want to believe,
Yeah.
a magical place. But like, is it real?
Yeah, I get a
don't
kick
know.
out of the Americans that say, "Oh, I have a lady I know. She lives in Manitoba. Do you know her?"
Yeah. She's right across the pond.
Well, Jesus, like, are you kidding me? Like, there's more than me here. Like, me and
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but
Anyways.
it does happen quite frequently though with Canadians that we do if when we're out and about when we run into people that we know, in another province, like it's just like all of a sudden, hey, what are you doing here? What are you
Yeah.
doing here?
Yeah,
We don't really
definitely.
hear much about that happening in the States.
No. But you're odd that you've moved from the Maritimes to Ontario because people in Canada don't move. Like it's not
Yeah.
like it's not like the States, they're all in the services, and then they get moved and posted in different places, and then they make their homes there. Whereas Canada, you stay where you grew up, kind
Well,
of.
except for the Maritimers. So on the East Coast, we have this natural migration path built into us, like salmon. It's to head west, right? Go west,
Yeah.
and then along the way. That's why if you're out traveling, you'll see randomly there's Maritimers living in different parts of the West Coast and leading in that direction. It's because they didn't quite make it all the way. Now,
Right.
the salmon migration path, right? They got to swim upriver and lay their eggs. They do their spawning, they lay their eggs, and then they come back and they die, right? Well, we Maritimers have this natural migration path in us. It's to head west. You go out west and you work,
Yeah.
and you travel back home to visit your family. Well,
Right.
or like, you finish off back home. But a lot of people don't make it all the way, or they make it and then they head back home, and on the way back they're like, well, we ran out of gas here and this was a nice spot, so I'm just going to move here. And that happens. So you'll find random Maritimers all across Canada and go, what the hell are you doing here? And
Yeah. Why
they
here?
might not
Yeah.
tell you. They might not tell you exactly why, but now you know.
Yeah. Now I know.
Now you know.
Oh, that's funny. Yes. So, yeah, I found your channel. I don't know how. It was just up in my feed.
I love
So,
that. I love that you found your way here. And I just found Rebecca 2 days ago. So really, like we don't even know each other, but I feel like I know her, even though
Yeah.
like it feels like we've
Become
known each
good
other for
friends.
yeah, it feels like we've known each other for a long time. But um
oh,
I just
somebody's in your chat. It says from Kansas. Do you see your chat? No.
no, I'm an idiot. What did I do? Oh, I feel like I can see the chat and then it's like it's not really showing what um how can I make my way? Oh, I'm touching things and it's doing stuff.
Uh-oh.
It's probably not good.
I see stuff now. Oh, I thought that said igloo, but it says laugh my ass off. Usually we here in States can tell by accents. I'm from
Right.
Virginia. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, and she says Kansas
Oh,
here.
that's Rebecca. But then there's Michelle
Kansas.
Pace.
Hi, Michelle. It says out right here, having issues, question mark, and I kind of like, yeah, where do I say yes?
I can't help you. I've never been on that end.
It's really strange. Like, and everything's changed. I thought I had it all down, and then I hit the wrong button. But anyways, I'm gonna, oh, if I hit view on YouTube, will that take me back?
I don't know.
We'll find out, I guess.
I'm scared. I'm doing it.
Okay. Are you still there?
Oh my goodness. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Now I'm in. No. Hang on. That didn't work.
Well, you didn't get lost, so that was
I didn't
good.
get lost. I found my way back, guys.
Well, you're going to be a pro.
By the end of this, yeah, I hope so. Okay, so I want to
It's
put
okay.
myself. Now the screen's changed again. I want to put myself muted so that you can do your reading. Oh, the sigh.
You'll figure it out.
Do you have a StreamYard screen?
I did. And now I do still, but it's different.
Oh.
Style? Maybe that's it?
I have a dog. He's going to start barking soon. I
Oh,
hope he does.
That's
But
okay.
he's trying to figure out where the voices are coming from.
Oh. Where's the people? The door didn't open.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
Oh gosh, it's giving me the option to block myself. This is not right.
Yeah, don't do that.
What the hell am I doing, guys?
I don't know.
Why did it
Do you have to mute
change?
yourself?
I guess I don't have to. I just like to give you guys kind of like, I want to call it privacy, but it's like,
You're fine. Just be
You're
quiet.
just going to listen
Okay.
anyways,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, but
Also, okay, you guys go ahead.
sorry for that. It's funny.
All right, Donian, let me ask you, have you ever had a medium reading before?
No.
Okay, so do you have any questions for me about?
Well, no, because I watch them all the time.
Okay. So
But
you know what it is.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how my abilities work is that at first I don't get things right, but the more I go, the more things start making sense.
Okay.
I can't force any spirit to come through. So if you really want to talk to somebody, say a little prayer and ask them to come through, and most likely they will.
Okay.
9 times out of 10, I make a connection, but there's that rare time that I just cannot connect at all. So we'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Okay, let me see what comes up. Okay, I'm seeing a hamster and I'm seeing a dog.
Okay.
This dog is not large, but kind of medium. Maybe light colored.
Am I supposed to say anything or just sit here?
Confirm. You can confirm. Like, don't give me a ton of detail, but you can confirm or deny.
Well, I don't think so.
You can't take that? Okay. Was there somebody who wasn't allowed to have pets as a child?
Yeah.
Was that you?
Kind of. Yeah.
Was it your mother who put down that rule?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know whose rule it was. It just, yeah.
They just didn't let you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing a kitchen and hearing that somebody liked to bake. They like to bake like sweets.
Okay.
I'm hearing the word Volkswagen.
Okay.
Anything?
Well, we had one.
Okay. I'm thinking this is your mom because I keep hearing mother, mom,
Okay.
and I'm trying to ask her to prove it. Was there a green car?
Yeah. But it wasn't a Volkswagen. But there was a green car. Willie, shh. Come here. Nobody's here. Willie.
Yeah, the green car looks more like a station wagon is what I'm being shown.
Well, it was old. How about that?
Yeah, it's like an old car. See, they'll show me like things that I can relate to. So when they're trying to get across what it is that they're wanting me to interpret, And that gets a little difficult sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Mom, come on. Did she wear high heels?
Not really. No.
Was high heels significant to anybody?
We're all short.
Okay.
We didn't really wear high heels.
I'm seeing like old lady high heels.
Oh. Well, if she wore them, that would be what she wore. But yeah, it was. She wasn't like a, yeah.
Do you have a dog in your life right now that's significant?
Yeah, that's the one I keep telling to be quiet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she keeps bringing up the fact that you weren't allowed to have animals, and she's sorry for that.
Yeah, she really loved my dog.
Okay.
Yeah, we got him when I was 40, and I got my kids' dog at the same, like it was my first dog and their first dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. It's your first dog.
Yeah.
And she wished that you could have experienced that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, she was attached to the dog.
Oh.
Her, so.
She's saying she didn't let the... Sorry?
I said, and he's a light colored dog.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. She's saying she didn't let him eat, though, at the table.
No, no, he doesn't eat.
He doesn't eat at the table?
No, he doesn't eat table food.
So he's a well-mannered dog, is what she's saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. She says that's why she likes him.
Yeah, yeah. He always knew she was older, so he didn't jump on her. Like he let her go sit down before he'd go and bug her, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he was.
Okay, I don't understand this, but I'm seeing paint swatches.
Paint swatches. I don't really understand that either.
You're not doing like any renovation or any painting in your house, or?
No.
Did she?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I just laugh because it just sounds like
it's random.
So not her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it doesn't make sense, just throw it to the side. And who knows, later on you may be like, oh, or it could be for somebody in the chat room.
Right.
Showing me farm animals like a rooster.
Well, she grew up on a farm.
Okay. Yeah, she's showing me chickens and roosters and things like that. Okay, Mom, how did you die? Did she fall?
Nope.
She didn't fall?
No.
Another thing I'm hearing is stroke.
Well, she should have stroked because she always had high blood pressure, but she never did, and they were always amazed.
Okay.
When your blood pressure is over 200, over 100 and something, you should.
That's stroke area. Okay.
Yeah.
So she did have issues with her blood pressure and things like that.
Yeah.
She's not telling me exactly how she died. I'm not good with that. Like, I can never get how they died. I don't know why. But
it's not your thing, I guess, right?
I guess. Do you have any questions for her?
Is she with Dad? She had 2 husbands.
Okay.
I don't know how that works. We always joke. I wonder who she liked more.
Was your dad a tall man with thinning hair and glasses?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's him.
Okay, yeah, then yes. He's showing me he's reading a book.
He's reading a book. Okay.
If that makes any sense to you. That's just how he showed me.
Well, in later years, nobody read books, so I don't.
Yeah. Who knows? Did he have a college degree?
No, but he was like, for his age, he had a grade 12, and that's like a college degree back then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
nobody got past like grade 10 at his age.
Yeah, like he's mentioning something about studying, and it must be either he's saying he was well studied or he didn't get the opportunity.
He was a very smart man.
Okay.
Okay, so if he got my dad there, does he know about his grandsons, how good they're doing? Or
Yes. They both know. They can see whatever you want them to see. If you don't want them around, they'll leave. But they watch over you and they guide you.
Well, I think my dad saved us from a bad car accident.
I was just about to say the message I always get come through is don't doubt when you feel me.
Right. Yeah, no, I think he raised his voice even. I don't know. We can't figure out who saved us in a car accident for putting the brake on, you know?
Yeah.
So I always say it was my dad, but I don't really know, right?
I believe it was, because if you feel that, then it usually 9 times out of 10, listen to your intuition.
Right.
That's how I learned to do what I'm doing.
Well, some days I have it, like I feel stuff, and then, just random stuff, like, and I'll say it to somebody and they'll say, how did you know? Like,
yeah.
Well, I didn't. I just thought it. I felt it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying listen to that and don't doubt that, because that's how, use that to let them guide you in life. Like situations that you're stressed out in. Like, are you stressed out with bills, like mortgage maybe?
Whoa, always, aren't we all?
True.
Yeah, there's all that.
Yeah, they're saying you're stressed out right now about these kind of things, and they're going to help you get through those stress and get to more calm times.
Okay.
Yeah. They said they lived it, so,
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah. There's something with the house that, like, I just keep seeing a house.
Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense.
Okay. As long as you could take it, you don't have to share, but.
Well, they pretty much they went through bankruptcy and lost their house.
Okay.
When I was a kid. Yeah. So
that's why they're saying they're not going to let that happen to you.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not quite that bad off. But you never know nowadays.
Yeah. I just think parents worry about us and they don't want us to experience what they did.
Right. Yeah. Not again, anyways. I did that already once when I was little.
Yeah. Now, did your parents stay together?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm feeling.
Yep.
Do you have any other questions? Ask as many as you need to.
How about, did my dad know before he was going to die? Before he did die, did he know he was going to? Because it caught us all off guard.
I think it caught him off guard too, but at the end there, like, he could tell something was up.
Right. My mom was just mad that she wasn't passing away quick enough. She was ready to go.
She went slowly. Did she have Alzheimer's or dementia?
No.
She was very there.
She was there. Her mind was good as could be, but she just wanted her body to quit so that because she was dying and knew she was dying, but she was ready. You know how you're in hospice and she was ready, and it took too long for her.
Yeah. That's how my friend Amber was. She died of breast cancer, and she said, I'm just laying around here waiting to die.
Yeah. Yep. That's how it was. Well, she knew she was, but it just like she was ready to go. Cause I think she wasn't in pain till the last little bit.
Okay.
And then when she had the pain, then she just wanted to go. Why are you doing this to me? She was kind of mad at like God for not just letting her go.
Absolutely.
So,
well, just know she's not in pain anymore. All of that's over.
Yeah, I don't know why, but like, my mom, when she passed away here, she just passed away in May, like last May. And I've never cried because I just know she's at peace. It's not that I don't care, and she was 84 years old and whatever, but I know she's at peace because I was with her in the last days, whereas my dad, it was sudden and it took like forever.
It was shocking.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I am with my grandmother. Like, I'm okay with it, mostly because I could still see her. But
yeah, that helps.
Yeah, it does. I came home and her spirit was in my bedroom, and I was like, hell. So
did you give me a day?
Yeah, right. But
yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. My mom, I just never really cried. It's not because I don't, whatever. I feel like she's with me every day. So I think that's maybe why.
That's good to know. Yeah,
Right?
They're telling me that they watch over you, and for you to not doubt that.
Yeah.
When you feel them, they're there.
Yeah. You just always think, what would grandma do? I always say grandma because, I'm always talking to my kids, what would grandma think, or what would whatever? And you just know the answer. So she's got to be here telling you. That's how I figure it.
Right.
You just know the answer. So
did your mom's mom die at an early age? Like you were young?
No, she didn't.
No. Okay.
She was like 90.
No, not like her being young, but like when you were young.
Oh, no. I was like, I was in my 20s or 30s.
Okay.
I guess, is that young? Because that's not young.
Yeah, that's young.
Oh, I guess
but I was seeing younger, so
okay.
I don't know.
No, I only lost my grandpa when I was young.
Okay, your grandpa.
And one grandpa I didn't
that his
know.
Wife?
The one that I didn't even know.
Okay.
Yeah. They were all about the same age, except for the grandpas died once, 2 years before I was born, and one when I was 3. So I really didn't have grandpas.
Okay. Then it wasn't the grandma, it was the grandpa.
Yeah, grandmas all lived till in their 90s, but grandpas were gone early.
Both of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I never really, my grandpa, one was gone before I was born, and one was when I was 3, so I don't remember grandpas.
Okay.
Which is kind of sad now that I think about it. My kids were lucky they had their grandpas for quite an age.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they were telling me grandma, but yeah, they showed you as like a little girl, but like without a grandparent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had.
But they're not showing anything else.
Okay, well.
Feel free to ask anything.
I'm just thinking of things that my dad was an alcoholic.
Okay.
And I know he regretted so many things, and he wishes. We think that he was, this is bad, but he was an altar boy in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Was that why he had so many emotional problems?
They're not giving me a definite yes or no, but they are saying that he does have trauma.
Yeah.
So yeah,
'Cause
you're
you
right
didn't-
about something
you didn't-
happened to him.
Yeah. Nobody talked about that kind of stuff. So,
Mm-mm.
you know, because he'd be 90 now. So back in those days, nothing was
Okay.
talked about.
I'm kind of nervous to ask this.
That's okay.
It's a heavy situation or heavy topic.
Mhm.
But do you know anybody who committed suicide or anybody who struggles with suicidal ideation?
I know my dad found somebody that committed suicide,
Okay.
but I don't. Well, that I know of.
How old was your dad when he found that?
Oh, I was 11, and he would have been 36, 47.
Okay, I'm just hearing there's something significant about that. So maybe that was really traumatizing for him.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I bet.
Yeah. Oh, it was horrible. Yes, I know that it was traumatizing.
Was it a gunshot scene?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. It was
I'm
his
sorry
cousin.
you went through that.
It was a close cousin to him, and he found him.
Oh, so it was family too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He had already had his problems with alcohol. That's why that did not help.
Yeah, that probably revved it up.
Yeah. And you didn't talk to people about it. They didn't get you counseling because you were the one that, right? Like, this is in the 80s again.
Yeah.
You know?
Back then you didn't talk about things.
You didn't talk about anything. Yeah. I said if he was here now, like in this day and age, and could relive his life, I bet he wouldn't have been an alcoholic. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that.
Yeah, I think more help would have been available to him.
That's
And
right.
also mental health issues such as depression and suicidal ideation, like more men are coming out getting help.
That's right.
Back then they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about that quite often, like my son and I, because he's a very smart boy, my youngest. And I said, if Grandpa was here in this day and age, he'd be in a different place than what he had when he was dealing with all the stuff that's out there, right? So.
Intense stuff. I'm glad that didn't offend you. I was scared to ask.
It's life. That's.
Yeah.
I'm a Canadian. I can handle anything, you know?
That a girl. I had to
about
take
this?
myself
Can
off
I
mute.
ask you a question that's not really even to do with them, but is more to do with my son?
Yeah, I could see what I could take on.
Do you do that?
I can try.
Okay. So my youngest son, where's he going to end up going to school? Because he's a really smart kid.
Oh, wow. That's a specific. So I can't.
You can't do that? Or is he going to get into his second degree?
I feel like he does. And I'm seeing like the color maroon. Okay. So that may be one of his choices.
Right. He was a Rhodes finalist. He just didn't get into Oxford.
Okay.
But he's applied to numerous schools for his graduate degree. And I don't want him to move far away.
Yeah. I'm hearing that he's kind of like really anxious and having a hard time like picking which is the right one.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So the message and advice for him would be to kind of like try to tone down the anxious so he can make a decision.
Yeah. It's funny.
But yeah, I can't say which one it'll be because that'll be like fortune telling. And I just talk to the dead.
Yes. Yeah, no, it would be nice to know. It'd be nice if you could just say, you know, he'll be close to home, and then I don't have to be anxious for the next outing.
Right. I'm picking up on he's feeling conflicted and not like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, he is conflicted because one school he knows that he can get the degree he wants, and one school he likes the person who's in charge of the program he wants, but he doesn't really like the school. So that's probably why he's more conflicted than. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, you're always, any decision is big, but I know he's conflicted that way.
Yeah, it's his life. He's about to move on to the next chapter. Like, that's nerve-wracking.
Yeah. He told me he's coming home after, so it doesn't matter where he goes.
Yeah.
Oxford was a little bit scary for me, I have to say, because that's a long flight and it's across the ocean.
Oh, really? Yeah. That would be scary for me as mom too. Like, you're just letting him go. He's
right?
Just leaving the house. Like,
yeah, I mean, I can get to all these other places in like not that long if they're in Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways.
I'm hearing that
I don't have anything more for my mom. I mean, I know she's around, so I'm not worried about her.
Okay.
I know what my dad, if he would not confess, but confess. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think he never ever talked to anybody, but he changed faith, right? When I changed, my mom was Lutheran and he was Catholic, and I went through my confirmation, like, you know how you have to go to classes and whatever for Lutheran. At the same time as I was doing that, he changed to Lutheran with me, which was so not, you know, once you're Catholic, you're Catholic. You don't change religions.
Yeah.
So that's why we kind of wondered if that played into it.
Well, I'm hearing they won't get into detail, but yeah, there was like a lot of traumatic things growing up as a Catholic.
Right.
Like a lot of religious trauma, abuse.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here's one. I have my father-in-law recently passed.
Okay.
I don't know if you can find him.
Do you know a Fred?
Pardon?
Do you know a Fred?
Fred. Not really, no.
Okay. Then throw it away. Your father-in-law. I can try to see if he'll come over. Was he a plump man?
When I met him, as he got older, he got sicker, and yeah. He was a big man.
Did he have glasses?
He wore glasses sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Okay.
Yeah.
He's showing me like a bald head.
Yep.
Okay. Wasn't real tall.
No, he was of a height.
He was what?
He was 6'2".
Okay. I'm trying to see what he wants to say. He's talking about the kids. He's showing me an aquarium.
Don't think they had an aquarium.
Yeah, I don't know what an aquarium.
An aquarium, or is it fish? Because he's a fisherman.
Well, it's fish in an aquarium.
Oh, well, he's a fisherman, but he didn't have an aquarium. How about that?
Well, if you could take the fish, take it.
Okay.
Because they show you images to try to.
Right.
Yeah. Do you have 2 boys?
Yeah.
Okay, he's talking about them. He says he watches over them. Keeps them out of trouble.
Well, that's good. You use all the luck.
Is the youngest one more rowdy than the oldest one?
It depends on the weekend.
Okay.
Not really. The younger one's the book smart one.
Book smart. Okay. But he doesn't have like more energy. Sometimes.
Well, sometimes, like I said,
Okay.
it depends on what weekend. They're in their early 20s.
Okay. I just see him like kind of getting on his brother's nerves.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he says he's real proud of the boys.
He didn't like me.
He didn't like you.
No. No.
Well, I'm not sensing anything like that, so I think
he's
he
very
got over
fickle
that.
though. He was a very fickle man.
A fickle man.
Yeah. So if you did something for him, then he loved you. But then if you breathed the wrong way, he didn't like you.
He was judgmental.
Very.
Yeah, I'm hearing that he was like kind of paranoid and not trusting of people.
That's correct. Yep.
And that's how he felt about you. Like, she's not good enough for my son.
Right. I was a gold digger and we've been married for 25 years. So
yeah, he's saying he always looked for your faults.
Yeah.
And he's sorry about that.
Oh, is he? Well, that's good.
Yeah, he says once you cross over, you can see your faults. And he sees that he was a jerk.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not nice.
No, it's okay. You could be mad at him.
Oh, yeah. I'm mad at him because he didn't treat his son very well. So,
okay.
He treated his oldest grandson, my oldest, way better than anybody.
Yeah, he kept showing the oldest son.
Yeah.
Was he hard on your husband?
Very, very. He had 2 boys, and his younger son could do no wrong. And his oldest, even though he did more and was more reliable and more, he expected more from him. And if he ever had a bad day, well, then
but your husband could never live up to his expectations.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's
never said I love you. Yeah. So
I'm hearing like, yeah, he held him to like high standards.
Yeah.
And instead of being a father that was supportive and encouraging and giving him a safety net to communicate, he was just like, he's kind of showing me like a military person where they're like straight and narrow.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. He just never showed love. He told him he was proud of him. And Scott was 52 years old once.
Okay.
Once.
Yeah. Huh.
That's why my husband treats my kids so differently.
He said he always grew up being taught that it's not macho to express love and feelings.
Right. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how he grew up because he was old. But I didn't even know, like Scott didn't even know his grandparents on his dad's side. So.
Okay.
They could have been horrible for all I know.
So
yet the rest of his family was nice, apparently.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, my father-in-law was not a nice man, so it was very hard to feel bad when he passed away, and you feel guilty because
you don't feel bad, yeah.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, oh my God, 25 years of not measuring up is over finally.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sorry that he was a jerk.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's good. That came through good.
I'm glad. Do you feel like my reading was accurate?
Yeah, for the most part. There, I mean,
there's some things that weren't,
because you can't, it's some things are vague because they are vague.
Yes. See,
But yeah,
that's one of the things I'm trying to practice is getting detailed
right,
information. But they're just like showing me pictures or
right.
saying words.
Things that you'll understand, but yet you don't, it doesn't give you much more than just a fish in an aquarium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. That's all he lived. That's all he talked to my husband was fishing, fishing, fishing. That's why when you said fish at aquarium, I'm thinking it must be the fish because
Yeah.
he lived and died fishing. Yeah. So, no, it was, I mean, just got to keep working on it, right? How do you get better if you don't have people to read?
To practice on. Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's the thing with me is my mediumship came on so suddenly and so strong that it scared me.
It would.
And
if it came on quickly, it would.
Yeah. So I like would not read anybody. I would not relay messages. And
because you didn't want anybody to think you were nuts, right?
Exactly.
Sorry, but that's just you don't want somebody to. You can come back on. You can talk now. Unmuted.
Oh, I'm listening. I did unmute my I unmuted, but I'm listening.
The thing is, I think everybody has some kind of clairvoyance of something.
Yes.
You just don't know what it is, and you say it's a gut feeling, or it's I had a feeling. I came home one day. My aunt had a stroke, and she'd been in a home for years. And I came home, and my mom was at the top, like a bi-level, 8 steps up, and I was in the landing, and she was standing at the top of the stairs, and I said, Aunt Erna died, didn't she? And she said, how did you know? Like, where did that come from? Like,
right.
She had a stroke years before. It wasn't, nobody was.
So you did have somebody in your family who had a stroke.
Well, I guess, but it wasn't anybody. Good
Sorry to
job.
laugh, but this keeps happening because people are not picking up on those little details, and then later
Because I don't think
they
of
comment.
my aunt as,
Right,
it wasn't a
right,
close aunt.
right,
But yet that
especially
was my feeling, that I felt like I had some, like, how would I know that? But
Right.
I obviously knew that. So that's funny you have an aunt that died. Oh my God. Sorry. Sounds so morbid. It was
so
20
morbid.
years ago.
Right.
So I sound
That's
so
okay.
bad.
Sometimes later you're going to be like, oh yeah, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. Yeah. So that's when the first time I like really felt something, but I don't like, it's not obviously not like you're seeing, you're getting. And then one time, I don't know, I phoned my mom and I said, you're not in the elevator, are you? Because the power went off here and she's on the same power where she lived.
yeah.
I said, you're not in the elevator, are you? And she says, how did you know? I said, Mom, is your power off? She goes, yep.
Oh my God.
And she was in the elevator with the power off.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So, like, so
you've
sometimes.
experienced it too.
Yeah. But not to the, like, that it scares me or I don't want to say something because it doesn't happen that often, but.
Well, it scared me because my family is Southern Baptist.
Oh my, no, you shouldn't be saying anything.
Yeah, they don't accept it.
No, that wouldn't fit into the Southern Baptist thing.
No. So it's like I have to hide it so as not to cause drama.
Yeah.
Right. How do you hide a big part of yourself?
That's why I started getting on YouTube and was like, all right, free readings.
Well, yeah, I get it. I understand.
And there's no such thing as coincidence, right? Like everything that's happening around us, it's all on path. And with you going on YouTube, it's like you were destined to come out with this and be your true self and share this with people. Like that,
Yeah,
it's a gift. It's a gift that you're giving to these people. And to me, because I was one of them, like I got to hear from my dad the other night.
Right.
It's
Yeah, no,
huge.
that's how
Like
it works.
I'm drowning in grief, and all I want is to hear from my dad. And you let that happen.
Thank
When
you.
did your dad pass away?
It'll be 2 years in May.
And you were close to your dad, I take it?
He was my best friend.
Right.
He just like I took him for granted, like I cook a lot. I have to cook because I have celiac disease. So,
Oh yeah,
um,
you doubt ever because you
like I
you
only
can't
eat
trust anything. Yeah.
nothing exactly. Like I only eat what I've made, and so but my dad was a cook. Like he wasn't a cook. He was a cook because he loved it. Because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
from a big family, and so um, especially any kind of meat, which I cook a lot of meat, and any kind of meat, whatever I'm making, I'm in my head going, okay, I think I'm going to make this, and I'm in my head already putting it together, like what I'm going to put in it, and then I got to call Daddy. So, Daddy, this is what I'm making, and um, about the meat, like like time and temperature. He always knew time and temperature. I can't remember shit. My memory is garbage, and I cook all the time. I can just go in the kitchen and just whip it up. And I know that. But something inside of me didn't trust that I could, so I always would call Daddy.
Am
It's
I
like,
there
Daddy,
still?
oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, I'm there. My son
Oh, yeah.
keeps calling me and I send him to voicemail.
Oh. um, so I'll call my dad and just, it's like that reconfirming that, you know, this is what I'm gonna do. Like I already have it in my head. I checked out a few recipes, picked out some ideas of things that I liked, got it in my head what I'm gonna do. Now I gotta call Daddy. It's just part of the process.
Yeah.
And now
Now
every
you have to
single
call.
I
Now you
have
have
to
to
call.
call her instead, so you could find out what you should put in your dish.
Yeah, that's the thing, because he would always say, "Oh, you could throw some of this in, or you could, he would throw an idea." And like he was such a good cook, so it was like, "Oh, Daddy said this, I'm gonna try that."
Yeah.
And he just knew off the top of
My
his
dad was
head.
the same way. My dad was the same way. He
But
loved
then
to
what do you
cook.
do? And what do you do, right? Then it's like
Yeah.
when you turn to them for stuff, like if I was gonna
It
make
gets
something,
easier. It gets easier because I was
that's
the
what
same
they
way.
say. That's
It
what they
does.
say.
I mean, my dad passed away Groundhog's Day, which I've never celebrated or looked at the freaking groundhog ever again. He passed away 16 years ago on Groundhog's Day. And it took me a good couple years that every time I'd get a flyer and because he always used to, he was like a frugal, like he'd say, you always buy a thing of salmon every time you go because you can get the first one for 98 cents, but then after that you had to pay more,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah,
so if there was a flyer and there was a sale on flyer or on something in the flyer, I'd go to pick up the phone to phone him to tell him, oh, there's a good deal on. And it took a good couple years of realizing I can't call him. Like, I can't.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
And
but it did. It got easier. It did.
it feels like it's getting harder for me as time passes. And
It will get easier. I promise you.
I really want to believe that. I really want. I'm sorry to cry. I was just like I'm
No,
drowning in
no. I
grief.
mean, I get it. I mean, I've lost both my parents. I'm 52 years old and I have no mom and dad anymore. They're both gone because I was the youngest of 4 kids. So by the time I came, they were 30 and 34. So that was
Oh,
old
Donnie,
for,
I'm the eldest of four.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the youngest of 4. So, and so I lost my parent, like mom passed away in May, and it's like I feel like I'm like 12 again
Yep.
because I'm just a kid without a mom and
Yeah.
dad. So,
Yeah. Like how do you get through that? Nothing prepares you for this either. Like we could lose all the people in our lives, but man, our parents.
yeah. Yeah, well, Father's Day and Mother's Day, those are hard. Like it
Yeah.
was just my husband's birthday on the 31st and His dad never wished him happy birthday,
Oh,
right? And he just passed away. And his mom's got dementia. So he feels like he's lost both his parents. And
yeah,
he always had my mom. My mom always made sure to call him on his birthday. You know, he was the first call that he got was from my mom because she kind of took over as his parent, right? I
yep,
mean, she treated him like a kid, you know,
yep,
her kid. And I think this was a really hard one for him because, and it wasn't because his dad passed away. It's because my mom passed away this year,
yeah,
you know?
yep,
So I felt so bad for him because there was, as much as I was sad, my mom didn't call me for my birthday because it was like 2 months after she passed away. I was more crushed that he didn't get a call from my mom for his birthday,
right.
right? So it's hard, but it does get easier. It really does. Because I thought I cried every day for I don't know how long with my dad.
Mhm.
But yet mom passed away and I never cried, and yet I was close to both of them equally. Like I think
Yeah.
my dad, I just I don't know.
I think
It's
there's
just
something
weird.
too, they say about Daddy's little girl.
Yeah.
There's a real connection there with daughters and fathers, like that protection and that, when our dads go, it's like, who's going to protect me now?
Right.
Even though we can protect ourselves.
I was gonna say you can protect yourself,
Yeah,
You could do
we can
it.
protect ourselves, and we know that. But there's something on another level there about our dads. It's like that little girl inside of us that knows that if anything happened, he'd have your back.
He has your back. Remember,
Yeah.
he's there. I told you, we had a car accident and we were on a green light. I looked both ways. We were talking. He kind of delayed going, thank God. And I said to him, the light's green. And he went to go. And we got into the intersection and something made him stop. He did not see the car that was coming right at me on my side, but something made him, all four of us were in the car, my two boys and my husband and I, he was driving, and he laid on the brake and it hit the front end instead of T-boning me and my son, because it would have. And
Oh,
it bent the frame. It hit it so hard. My front bump, like the Ford emblem was a block away. It hit so hard.
oh my God.
And yeah, we were on dry pavement and we turned completely around 180, like facing the other way, facing the cars that were behind us. And I said to him, why did you stop? Why did you brake? He says, I don't know. I heard something. And I said, I heard something too, but who was it?
Right,
I
right.
didn't say anything. Like I was like in the movies where you see a light coming right at you, like where you see that the car's going to hit you.
Yep.
And yet it hit our front end instead of T-boning us because he
Isn't that
braked
funny?
just enough. Right? Like it was,
Yeah.
I said, it was my dad. It was my dad.
Oh, you just reminded me of something.
What's that?
So, it was probably a month after my dad passed, and one of my best friends from down home, we were out driving. We went up the coast to pick up her trailer, and on the way back, now it's nighttime, and we're on the highway. It's pitch black, and we pull into a convenience store. We go in, and when we get back out in the truck, the lights won't turn off. The ones in the truck won't turn off. Now, anywhere else, you probably get through that and just get home and figure it out later. But we're
On the
on the
dark highway, you can't
and
drive
it's
like that.
pitch black everywhere, and it's moose season. It must have been. It was that happened in October because it moose everywhere, and so we're like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And like, this is her truck. She knows her truck well. She's like, she grew up with the boys. She knows like, I don't know anything about this. Even though I should have learned that. Like, that's something my dad, you know, had the opportunity to teach me stuff, but it was really old school at our house, and it was like the women do the inside stuff and the boys do the outside stuff, But
Yeah.
but my friend Melissa, she was, her father treated her like one of the boys, and so she can do anything. All right, and so she knows her truck and she knows how to fix stuff. She couldn't figure it out. She was doing all the things, and what should have worked wasn't working, and she didn't know what to do. I said, "Oh my God, we can't drive on the highway like this," and we're probably 40 minutes from home.
Right.
So we drive a little ways and we pull off to this side road. It's a back road. We go back the back road and we turn around and we got the trailer on, and so she's got to MacGyver that around. She figured that out no problem, but we can't see. And so we're back there going, oh my God. And all of a sudden I felt somebody between us. And in my left ear, I heard, jiggle that right there. So cause she's got her hands, she's moving her hands around the truck, like around all the knobs, all the things. And I hear, jiggle that right there, right there. I said, Deuce, jiggle that right there. She goes, what? I said, that right there where your hand is, jiggle that around, move that around. I'm hearing that right now in my ear, jiggle that around. And she's like, what's that? What? Like, she looked at me like I had three heads. She jiggled it around, the lights go out.
Oh.
And she looked at me and she goes, what was that? I said, you felt that? She goes, yeah. I said, I heard it. I felt it and heard it. I said, somebody's here with us. She goes, that's your dad. That's your dad.
And you
I said,
forgot about that?
yeah, I totally forgot about that until you just told your story. And my dad, his life was on the road. Like, he would have never let me be on the highway without being safe. And that was something, anytime anybody visited, anytime we left, it was always, you be safe on that highway.
Oh yeah.
You be
Yeah.
safe on that highway. And it was, he was firm when he was between our faces, like he was in the back seat, and he poked his head up and
Yeah. Yeah.
saw where her hand was and went, right there, jiggle that, clear as day in my ear. And she didn't hear it, but she felt it, and that's it. It worked.
So you know he's with you.
I totally know he's with me. He shows me all the time, but it's just not the same. It's just that
Well,
adjustment
not
period
the
of
same.
him not being here, right? Like, that's not being able to just call him. It's like, if I'm gonna fix something, and I just need to call, like, double check, like, hey daddy, I'm fixing this, and what about this,
I get it. Maybe you should work on hearing him better.
Yeah. Well, it's the grief, right? I need to process my grief, because I really feel like it's created a barrier between us. Like, it's almost like he can't get through to me because I'm drowning in my grief. Because in the beginning, it was so easy. In the beginning, I was relieved for him because he was not suffering anymore. But as time passed, it was almost like, okay, it's like he's coming back. It's like every van that pulled up, every truck that drove by, every bus that backed up. It's daddy. Daddy's home. Oh, wait, they kept going. It's not him. Oh, daddy's home. Oh, no, it's not him. They kept going. And in that second, all this would flash really quickly, and I would go, oh, right, he's gone. Oh, daddy's home. No, they kept going. Oh, right, he's gone. And that was constant. And being back home, I wasn't able to grieve because he was everywhere. Everywhere
Right.
I went, he was there. And I knew I had to leave and come back to Ontario to start grieving, because the longer I waited, the longer it was going to take. And, like, suppressing it makes you sick. And I was getting sick, but I wasn't processing anything. Anytime I saw anybody, they would go, oh, I'm sorry about your dad. And then they would tell me a story about him. Like, everybody knew him. He was,
Right.
he was like larger than life. Everybody knew my dad. And so I knew coming back here that I wasn't going to have that, because nobody here knew my dad. Nobody here even knew that I left. When I left it, I told my best friend and my neighbors. That's it. Everybody else in the village, nobody knew anything. And so I was coming back here knowing that this is it. I'm going to have to face it now. And I got back here to a freaking mouse infestation in the middle of the night, like just total, like, where you just want to come home and go to bed. You've been on the road for like 24 hours.
Yeah,
And
the last thing you wanted to. Yeah.
oh
Did
my
you go
God. And I
sleep in
hadn't
your
slept.
car?
I hadn't slept for like 2 days leading up to the trip because I'm packing all the stuff, making sure I crossing my T's, dot my I's, and making sure everything. And then I get excited for the trip because I got ADHD and yay. And so, no sleep for a couple of days. And then I get back here and mouse infestation. And I got to clean and I got nothing left in me. Like I'm so drained. And so my best friend said she'd stay back and help me sweep and mop up the floors and whatever. And I'm in the hallway and I kept cursing. I was cursing. I'm losing my mind and I'm going, how can my landlord my landlord was in here and didn't say a thing? Like how come he and I was so angry. And then I felt somebody right beside me on my left side. Again, my left side. And it was like he was like, I'm here. And at first I didn't pick up that it was my dad. I kept feeling like somebody was standing right to my left. So I looked to my left and nobody's there. I can see my friends over there, not beside me. And the next thing I'm getting all pissed off again. And I look to my left because somebody's there, but nobody's there. And I said, somebody's here with us. She goes, it's probably your dad. I'm like, right, yeah, probably. And it just occurred to me, like, right, of course he would travel here on, two of his kids are driving all this trip alone. He's not going to just leave me be here alone. Well, so I know he's here. It's just like as time has passed and the grief has got more intense, the connections become like I'm not able to connect as easily as I could before to anybody now. And so I feel that barrier. I know I need to process some grief because
Yeah, be patient. You'll get there.
Well, now that you found your friend here, you'll get there.
yeah, I'm really grateful for all of this, for Rebecca. You just like popping into my life is not a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences, and I'm just really grateful that for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you for all your kind words. You've said really nice things to me, and I'm not used to that. I'm used to always being like judged and criticized. So hearing compliments, it's like,
well, I don't know. You've got 2 Canadians on the phone.
Yeah.
Or on the little thing here. So
double trouble here.
Well, we're the nicest people. Don't start wars with us.
Yeah. We're going to shower you with love and maple syrup.
Yeah.
That's funny. I have to go, but I subscribe to your channel. So I'll be around when you're around.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on here and having the courage to come on. I know it's scary sometimes to do that. So
well, don't open yourself up to scary things. You don't grow.
True.
That's right. We got to jump both feet in. No dipping the toes anymore. Just jump right in.
That's right. That's how it. Yeah, I actually got more from you reading about my father-in-law than my own parents.
Yeah.
Isn't that so? That's something,
You
eh?
came in stronger. Your parents were like giving me a hard time.
You know what? I've been at peace with my parents' passings, and I think that they know that, and I feel like they're always around me, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But my father-in-law, like I said, he didn't like me. It's not that he didn't like me. He didn't like anybody. He didn't like anybody. He was judgmental of everyone.
Yeah, that's what he told me, is that he was judgy, paranoid and judgy.
Yeah, paranoid. Like if you could put anything in his brain, like he would be a MAGA. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like one
You
of the
know what I'm
crazy
saying?
ones, you mean?
If there's whatever the last person told him, or he was very not materialistic, but
Shallow?
yes, shallow. You know, it just
Critical.
very critical. I call him fickle, like, because it just he was not a good person, and he always worried. You know, I'm the devil, just so you know. I was called that once.
That's what he
Because I have
called
a
you?
good memory. I have a good memory, and when he brought something up that he didn't, that I could, that he thought he was right about, I could give him like the exact amount that we'd spent on something, when it was, whatever, because he always thought he did everything, and we forget what he did. Well, no, you didn't always do everything, you know. And so when I brought up, I could remember. I have the greatest memory of things, right? Like, whatever so he called me the devil, but he always worried about if he was going to heaven. Like, he was always talked about, he was a religious person, and whatever, but he never went to church, and not once when you know what I mean, like,
Yeah.
like
he
my husband didn't
he
even
turned
know
his
what.
nose up at other people, but like he wasn't even all that great himself.
Yeah, he's very judgmental for not being a good person. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how I felt.
My
Like,
grandma
I
was
tried
like
so
that.
hard to please people and to do my most for people, you know, him, and he, you know, it was never good enough, you know.
Yeah.
That's and yeah, like, I don't worry about if I'm going to heaven. It's not one of my things that I worry about all the time,
Right.
because I know I'm a good person, and I'll go where I go because I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, it's not something in my mind all the time that I have to worry about where I'm going to go when I die.
Well, that's, you know, with the religion, it's fear-based, right? So it's like, if you're bad, you're going to hell. If you don't follow our rules, you're going to hell.
I mean, I remember saying when I was, because he would give us a grief because we weren't going to church, but he never went to church himself, right? But he would say, I said, we have hockey practice every Sunday morning. Like, what do you want me to do? I can't be at both places, you know, like, why are you judging me for not going to church when I have, you know? And I always used to say, my God knows I'm thinking of him. It doesn't matter where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's what I would
You
answer.
can be a good person. You can be a good person anywhere on the planet, and you got love in your heart.
If God's there, God's there. It does not matter where I am.
That's
I don't
right.
have to be at a church for God to be there.
That's right.
That was my take from it. But it's ironic because he had this funeral, and he listed himself as Baptist, and he was united. His family was united, but he watched TV. He became a Baptist.
That's weird.
Yeah, right? Like, my mother-in-law's on her funeral, like, because they pre-planned their funerals, and so we have copies of it, and she's listed as Anglican because she grew up Anglican. She never went to church for years, not since her kids were little, but she was Anglican. He was united, but listed himself as Baptist. and I said to the funeral, the guy does the funerals, and he says, well, do you want clergy there? I said, well, who do we get? A United Baptist?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. He says he's Baptist, but I guess that's what station he was watching. He was a Baptist now. Anyway.
Right. It sounded better.
Yeah, but he judged me for not being a Christian, and like, I did my time at church, and God knows who I am, and I'm not the devil. Yeah.
It's really big of him to show up for you and apologize and, like, own up to being wrong, and, like, it just goes to show, because, like, when we died, so I died in 2003, and there's like a huge upload that happens, and people scoff at that, but it's real. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's real. And so, like, I don't know what it's like to die as a bad person, because I didn't have the experiences that some people share.
Right.
When I passed, I went into the light and I was held, and I was loved, like unconditional love. It was all love. And so when I hear different stories about people going to darkness or whatever different experiences, it's like, wow, I didn't have that experience at all. But so um, I truly believe that it's almost like summer school. Like, okay, you kind of failed these tests, so you got to take them over. We're going to just do a little quick summer camp. It's going to take a couple years, you know,
Yeah.
and make your way over as you learn. And it sounds like he's learned those lessons. The fact that Rebecca can connect to him and she didn't pick up that he was a bad person, it shows me that he's learned his lessons on the other side, and he's
Yeah.
he's learned a lot. Like he picked
Well,
up on a lot.
what he told me is like you get a choice. Like you get to see, your mistakes, and you get to see the big picture. That's what they all tell me, the big picture.
Uh-huh.
And you get to choose whether you're gonna try to make up for your mistakes
Right.
by guiding family or taking on a job in the afterlife to create good.
Well, he was so worried about that he preached it on all of us. And I thought, that calling the kettle black.
Yeah.
It's just like, you're so fickle. It's like, he's just so fickle. Like
Hypocrite.
He was a hypocrite. Yeah. He was horrible. And it's sad, but the day he passed away, I felt a sense of relief that 25 years of having to deal with. I said, you know what, to my husband, I said, I dealt with his BS longer than my own family's. Do you know what I mean? Like, of being judged and always, it was horrible. It was a horrible way. I said, why didn't I get father-in-law that liked me? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you hear of all these families and I know I'm a giving person. So how can I have friends that know who I am, and yet my own relative or in-laws think I'm horrible? Like
Right. It sounds like, and especially what you were saying, like, you hear all these stories of people with their in-laws and they just love them and they get treated like they're their
I
real
know.
family, and then you get dealt that.
I know. Well, my mom had the same thing. Hey, my mom's mother-in-law was horrible. So
Oh,
my mom was the best mother-in-law to her, like to Scott, like my husband. Like she treated him so good because she had to deal with a horrible mother-in-law that
yep.
as she said, I don't ever want to be. And that's why my husband was so good to my boys too. Like every time he left for work, he would say, "Love you." Like,
Yep.
right? Like they know how to say love you, like,
Yep. Yep.
because he heard it when he was proud of him, and I love you at 52 years old. Like, that is so sad.
Yep.
And
like that little part of him inside, imagine he goes his whole life not hearing it, and then he gets to hear it, and then it's gone.
Yeah,
Just
literally.
like a blink.
It was a
Blink in the
year
blink of an
ago.
eye.
A year ago, he finally said something because he was trying to fix all his things in this world. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Before because he knew he was probably going, but I mean, he was up there in age, so it's inevitable. But anyways, yeah, so he finally said something. Well, it also helped that my son and I told him that he better get his shit together and fix things with his son.
Yeah, that'll do it. Put him in his place. Yeah.
We did, because he wasn't going to get it.
No, some people don't until they pass. And then, like Rebecca said, there's choices on the other side as far as how they're going to learn their lesson.
Well, he should apologize to me for saying that to his son, making him say it to his son while he was alive, because that helped his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though I'm the devil.
Well, you know now that he gets it, right? Now he gets it. So
yeah,
anything that that you were holding on to before, any kind of resentment from the past, I know once he passes it, it's like a relief, but there's still that resentment inside. So now you get to let go of that because he learned, he got it. Make peace with that.
Well, so It was good to talk to you, ladies, and I hope you get I hope that you get to go through your grief so that you can start healing with your dad and hearing
Thank
him.
you. You know, I need to get in the woods is what I need because that's where I go
You have to
to
okay,
cry.
well, we're in Canada right now, so don't go out there and take your shoes off. But
No.
when you got to
Excuse
go
me.
take your shoes off and go get grounded.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, that's what I
When
gotta
it's
do.
summer, though.
Yeah. Yeah. You just found your way to my channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so all of my channel is that it's me in the woods, pretty
Oh,
much.
okay.
Yeah. That's like that's my happy place. That's my cathedral. That's my I'm gonna say church, but I'm not religious at all anymore. And that's just where I go to connect, and it's where I go to release. Uh, it's like the only place I can really truly release what I'm holding inside, like the tears. I can go in the woods and cry, and it's like that's just where I need to be. And right now, we've got enough snow here that I can hardly even get to the river. So um, I'm kind of trapped outside of the woods. But I just wanted to add. Remember, I was telling you about the moment when my dad kind of poked his head between my friend and I and said, "Wiggle that," and it worked.
Yeah.
So we got back in the truck. I forgot to tell you guys this. About 20 minutes later, not even 15 minutes, we're on the highway going 120, and I saw something just ahead of us, right in front of us. Last second, it was a moose, and we hit her, and she had enough time to slow down, just enough time to slow down and swerve, so that she hit on my side and slid. Like we didn't kill her, but the guy behind us did, like right into her, and their car lit up on fire, and they got out just in time, so somebody was looking out for him too.
It was probably your dad.
Yeah, that's what I said to her. I said, "Daddy must have got back to him too," because literally they hit her, and within 10 seconds, the car lit totally in flames, and um, it was just so wild because I mean, I said to her, my first instinct when we hit the moose was not to get out of the truck. You know, it was like we hit her and we pulled a little bit ahead, pulled over for a second to kind of catch our breath and go, "Oh my
Yeah.
God, we almost just died." And knowing that we had just fixed the light. If the light had not been fixed, we would have hit her. We would not have seen her, and we
Yeah.
would have died.
Yeah.
I just happened to see her. You know, she camouflaged, she blended in everything, and so it was really hard to see her. But I'm really good at finding animals when I'm out, and so I picked up on her and I was like, "Dude, slow down! There's a moose!" And she just in time swerved,
Yeah.
but the guy behind us
He did it.
popped.
He was too
Yep,
close to you. Yeah.
yep. And when he hit, it was like 10 seconds maybe, and his whole car lit on fire. But it was just crazy. The whole thing was crazy.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can't believe I forgot that until
tell my story about who the hell said. And to this day, we both look at each other like, you heard something, right? And yeah. And it,
yeah,
and then the other thing is my boys were in the back seat. We were coming from hockey.
yeah,
Anyways,
of course.
and I never let my kids have like electronics in the car like I did. We were going such a small distance, and they never got hurt because they didn't see the car coming. Because I got hurt because, you know, when you tense up, right,
Yep,
you
yep.
get hurt. But they didn't get hurt because that day I let them have their DSs in the car.
So they were
And
not paying attention. They were dead weight.
yeah, and
Yeah.
that never, and to like their whole as children, like we have a cottage, so we drove 45 minutes to the lake all the time. We never had a DVD player or anything in the car because if you
No.
can't look out the window for 45 minutes and entertain yourself, like
Yeah.
you shouldn't have to be like I see all these people driving to Walmart like 5 minutes away and they've got their DVD players playing for their
Right.
kids.
Can't get away
And
from the screen for 5
right?
minutes.
But
Yeah.
that day I don't know why I let them play on their DSs. And it was just so out of
There's no
the norm.
coincidences.
Right?
No coincidences.
Yeah, and my son, my youngest, probably would have got hurt because he would have seen, like they would have got hurt just from
Yep.
tensing up. Like their part of the car didn't get hit, but I mean, technically mine didn't either. It took the hit on the front.
Well, and
But
the wild thing is you saw the lights right in front of you, but they didn't hit in front of you.
I know they were right in my window, but they shouldn't have been right there because she must have swerved enough. Do you know what I mean? Like between the noise we both heard, it was like
Yeah.
stop, but it wasn't
Yeah.
either of us, and it startled my husband enough to brake. Or I don't think he even braked. I think he took his foot off the gas, so it was just that hesitation that made it. We didn't go further faster.
Yep. Yep.
And yeah, so yeah,
Oh my goodness. I
it's-
love stories like that.
yeah, I and I just looked at him. I said it had to have been my dad,
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I love that. I love how they let us know that they're with us. Like,
so your dad's always with you, even though you're not getting to communicate with him.
yeah.
He's there.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, well I better go because I have things to do. I really wasn't supposed to be on the phone all night.
Okay. Thank you so
Sorry.
much for calling in, Donnie. It was so nice to hear
Okay.
from you.
Yes, you too. I
Take
know. I
care.
have to figure out how to leave.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can fix this screen while
I
we're
found leave. Okay.
okay, take care. Cheers.
Bye.
Rebecca, I'm gonna back out of this and try to come back in so that I'm back on the screen that we were in before.
Okay.
So just bear with me.
Thank you, James. I appreciate the compliment. If you haven't already, comment under one of my videos and leave a review. And be completely honest how you liked my reading. That'll help me out so people will, see it and maybe want to subscribe or get a reading. They'll know that I'm not just crazy. Hopefully, right? Can you hear me? Thank you. I don't know why I got the courage to just go out there and start giving people readings, but yeah, let's see what happens. I just kind of feel like what does the universe want me to use this for, Yeah. I'm very hard on myself. And I've hid my mediumship because my family's Southern Baptist and they kind of don't believe in talking to the dead. So I've hid my mediumship and I just don't want to hide it anymore. Yeah. I've had some crazy experiences. Yeah. breakout. Yeah, I need to just quit being scared of myself. Like, it happened. I started experiencing this. So do something about it. People see some wild stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I still doubt and get skeptical. Like, I can sit here and give readings to you all day long and have every single person say that I was correct about things. And then the next day I'm going to be like, am I just crazy? You know, so I need to start working on stopping dismissing it. Accept it. If complete strangers are telling you you're getting information correct, then maybe you're getting information correct. We all doubt. Trust your gut, yes. And I'm not going to get everything right. And that needs to be okay too.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Was I for the last few minutes?
No, you just popped
Oh,
in.
fuck. So we were not having a conversation?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, because we were.
Well, we were.
I mean, I thought we were.
Aw.
And then I had a moment where I was like, wait, maybe she can't hear me just now.
Well,
Like,
you figured
no,
it out.
yeah, we figured it out. Oh dear. I was just here pressing a bunch of buttons and not knowing what to do. I don't know how to fix the screen to make it go back the way it was.
Oh well.
Oh well, we're nearing the end here. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if you have anything left in you. I probably could get away with maybe one more, but it like not a long one. If anybody, oh, am I still here?
Yeah.
Okay. What's happened? Are both of our pictures on the screen?
Yeah, but mine's smaller for some reason.
Oh, why? I just hit a bunch of buttons.
Yeah,
Let's
you've
see.
been up with me since early morning.
Yeah. Yeah, early morning. I've been awake since, well, it's 24 hours coming on pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed hustling with you today.
Yeah, it was a good time. We got so many people who read today.
Yeah.
How did you feel about all that?
I feel good about it. I don't feel drained yet. I'm feeling a little tired, but like, people have been so kind and so nice that I don't feel like my energy's been sucked out of me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's good.
Are you finding that yourself getting used to checking in, like clearing your, like grounding yourself after a reading and protecting yourself prior?
Yeah, I have to catch myself. But I've been doing it quietly, but I've been catching myself. I haven't always been doing it. Like I'll go 3 readings and then be like, "Oh,
Yeah. But that's more than before, right?
yeah, I wasn't doing it at all before."
So let's see how you feel tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, doing a live stream this long anyways is really exhausting, but um do you do these live streams regularly where you're doing readings nonstop?
No, I used to just get on randomly, and it's like I'd get on, then you wouldn't see me for 6 months, and then I'd get on. Um, Me thinking about doing them regularly, that's a new thing.
Okay.
Yesterday was like the first time in months that I've been on.
Really?
Yes.
So isn't that, I mean, it's just so funny because I don't know. Like I don't believe in coincidences and the chances that we would find our way to your channel after you not being there for months and
Yeah,
then all of a sudden you're the jump room at
right?
SOR. Like that's just, you know, what what are the odds of that?
I'm just shocked that somebody was so impressed with me that they shared my channel like that.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have your channel linked to this video, and then you come into SOR tonight. If we can stay awake long enough,
Yeah.
you might want to just sit back and listen and read the chat tonight, or maybe you want to join in the chat. But you're gonna see that everybody in the chat is really like family and um, really supportive, and there's no pressure. You can come in and say hello and then not chat the whole time. Or you
Okay.
don't have to say anything at all. You can just sit back and listen and watch. Um, but if you feel inclined at all to come in and say hello, do it. You're gonna get a nice welcome. Like people will welcome you, especially after this. After you doing this all day live stream with me, people are gonna recognize your name.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
talk to people. I don't feel so drained that I can't talk or anything.
Yeah.
I'm
Well
so
then
energized.
we'll close this up in a few minutes, and then it'll give us both a chance to kind of get up, move around, get some food, check on the bears, and
Okay.
feed our moose, and you know, do the
Okay.
things, and then check back. It's like 12 o'clock is when the show starts,
Okay.
and if you show up at 12 o'clock and get in the chat, he'll say hello to you right there live. But if you show up after 12:05, he'll say hello to you in the chat.
Okay. What's the channel name again?
Spaced Out Radio.
Spaced Out Radio. Okay. Okay. Spaced Out Radio. Subscribe. There we go.
That a girl. Jake, what do you mean? Thanks for the bubble. What does that mean? The bubble bomber. What did I do? What bubble? Did I do a thing?
I don't know.
Oh dear. What have I done? What's on the screen? Did I put something up on the screen that's not meant to be there? The light.
Oh,
Oh.
no. I don't know.
I don't really I don't know. The idea, the bubble, the thought thought bubble? The light bulb above the head? Is that blessings? I love Jake. Oh, Jake is another cryptic like you know how you get when we get messages and we have to decipher and kind of like put the pieces together and figure out what they mean?
Yes.
That's Jake.
Okay.
Oh,
That's funny.
this has been really successful, and I feel really good about this.
I do too. I would like
So,
to give one more reading, but
yeah, if somebody look at Jake Yutaguda, Jake, why don't you do a little thing here and tap on that right there, that little thing right there, and give us a little call in. Have a little shoot the shit with us. We won't keep you on long. If you want. No pressure, but just a little bit of pressure. Just enough pressure, really, just enough. See, I can't tell how many people are in the chat. I don't see the screen. Oh, what's this? You're not chicken. You're not chicken. You got your own channel that you do. You've been on camera for real life, real time, for many, 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 many hours. If you don't want a reading, just a little bit, okay. Let's see. How about if Rebecca will explain to you what she does, how this works, and you already know my channel's not big. There's not a million people here watching. There's 2 people in the chat. James said, "Hello, James. Back from work. We still here." Um, it's not like there's a big crowd, and if anybody comes up that you would prefer not to speak with, you can say pass or whatever, whatever, if that's a thing. Rebecca, was that the first time you ever had that happen?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's bound to happen. You handled that really well, I think.
Thank you. It kind of scared me.
Of course. But also then checking in with her to see how you did, that was cool too. That threw me for a loop. I really wasn't expecting, like, you kind of wanted a report card after, and it was like, whoa, you go, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So
because I want to know
how
to
you're
handle
doing,
it in
yeah.
the future. Like,
Yeah, I think you're doing great.
yeah.
And so Rebecca's just kind of, feeling things out here and getting her sea legs, even though she's really good at what she does. What we're going to do here is kind of help build her confidence, because all the readings she's done today on my channel, all of them have had some pretty bang on moments, and some of them were all bang on, and most of them, really, if we think about it. I think she's doing great. So I would love, love, love for us to support her and her ongoing endeavors. And we'll have her on here again for sure. But I would love for anybody listening, if you're coming in late or if you're listening to this after we broadcast, if I manage to put this on my channel and I don't accidentally do something stupid, I would love for whoever's listening to go and subscribe to Psychic Medium Rebecca K. And you'll see she can pop up a little comment here so you see the spelling of her name. I'm going to put her channel in the description. So if you look in the description, and I'll tag it also as the first comment under this live stream in the chat, in the comment section. So there'll be ways to find your way to her channel. So I'm hoping you guys will go check her out and support her. And yeah, and when you get a reading, leave a review on her channel on any of the videos. It's going to boost the algorithms for her, and it's also anybody who's checking her out to see reviews. Well, they're going to see your review, so that'll be really great for her too. A white pit bull. Oh, that's you. I'm like, oh, somebody in the chat sees a white pit bull.
If that's for anybody. A hamster and a white pit bull.
A hamster and a white pit bull?
Yeah.
Yeah, James, we never left, buddy. We never left. Bon appetit, chez Casino. Chez le Casino. Back. Jake, are you going to come in, do you think? And is that pit bull and the hamster for you? Who has had a hamster and a pit bull? A white pit bull. Oh, in the back. Oh, there you, I got it. I got you, Jake. I got you. Okay. So now, how do we add you? If I turn the screen this way and I go to, oh, there you are. Jake, do you hear us? Jake.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, God love you.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Are you live the whole time?
Were we live the whole time?
We're live the whole time.
Jeez Louise, guys. It's time for your
Jake,
power nap.
power nap. We've been live really, literally the whole time, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's awesome. Helping a lot of folks out, I'm sure.
We're looking for a home run here.
Really?
Yep. It's a marathon.
Nice. I thought you guys were into lacrosse, not baseball.
Baseball. We like to incorporate everything, you know?
Jeez Louise.
We're running the full gamut. Is that how you say that? Did I say that right?
Bomber and Rebecca.
What's up?
Jake is a member of the BLB, the Blue Line Bigfoot Boys.
Yes, that's because of our proximity to this Sasquatch on Snyder Mountain, which, as a crow flies, cannot be more than, jeez Louise, are we that close? Mile and a half, maybe? It's just across the valley. It's just...
Okay, I'm getting a mental image, and I'm gonna, if this is for you, let me know, or if this is for somebody in the chat, let me know. If it's for nobody, let me know. But I'm getting a man. He says he was in the Air Force, and he was young when he died, he said.
Does that resonate with you, Jake?
Jeez Louise. Ay, ay, ay.
Is that a no?
Well, no, sorry. I'm collecting myself here. Young, can you see the moon?
Yeah.
There she is.
Jake, I can't even see you anymore. I hit a button and now everything's gone.
No, yeah, it's because I'm outside.
No, it's my thingy. Oh, what did I just do here?
That's what he said. What?
Oh, shit.
Well,
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Young's the relative term.
Yeah.
I'm
in a totally different screen again, guys.
Oh, no.
So at first, when you said Air Force, I'm like, geez Louise. I went to my grandfather, but he was the Army Air Corps, which was way back in the day.
Okay.
But here's the other weird synchronatic. Geez Louise. So I'm over at the free store the other day, And the free store is what we call the little shack next to the transfer station. So after you drop off your trash and recycling, you go see what kind of things you can't live without in the free store. And there was this cassette. There was a cassette and a compact disc of this certain Steve Miller band, who my best friend in high school, my second senior year, he could sing every word on this song, every word on the album, and I can hear him singing it too. He passed away a couple years ago, and he was young by, he was, geez Louise,
Okay.
late 40s, but you know,
But
that's not a. He died way too young.
But the young one in the 40s, he didn't work with planes, did he?
Pardon me?
Did he work with planes?
My grandfather in the Army Air Corps, yeah, he was a mechanic on airplanes.
Okay, I'm feeling like it might be your grandfather.
Oh, geez Louise. You know, here's another weird thing. I found some of his old manuals when he went to school there. He saved all of his mechanic books. And my grandfather was very, he came off very stern. You know, he was very serious about stuff. A big, tall guy, right? Like the guy from, not was it the Addams Family? No, the Munsters. He was a big guy like that, right? And but you know, he didn't say a lot, blah blah blah. Anyway, so getting back to the stern part, I never took him for someone who would doodle or draw. Like I would get points deducted from my spelling test for doodling on the side, and I always thought that was crazy. But anyway, so I found in one of my grandfather's old manuals a picture of a cat walking it, so it was like a cat's ass and the tail going straight up to like walking away kind of, and I'm like, what is this? Like my grandfather doodling, not only that, like a cat's ass or like this cat walking away from you, and I'm like, what is he saying about this class that you know?
Was he in the Air Corps? When he said Air Force, he said that wherever you're at, it's called something else, but I didn't know. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
that it's called
it was.
something else.
It is called, yeah. It's the Army Air Corps, and they didn't. It was before the Air Force, maybe. And yeah, another wild thing.
In his 20s?
When he was there, oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And he met his brother Bill. He was in the Air Force. His brother Bill was in the Navy, and they both met up like in some port in Egypt on the Suez Canal or something like that in Northern Africa, and they had a beer together at the bar.
When you first came in, I heard the word Africa.
What?
I didn't say anything though. See, this is why I need to say it.
Yeah, you got to say it. Trust the messages.
At the very start of this reading, I heard Africa.
They were in Northern Africa, and they met randomly with his brother Bill, and they took the labels off these two beer bottles, a Stella Artois and some other kind of thing written in a foreign language. And I still have that in my grandmother's, like her old work journal. She has those two, you know, and that's the story behind.
Oh, I love that.
When the brothers met accidentally on purpose, because, you know, I was supposed to tell you guys.
I love that.
I'll see what else he has to say.
Huh.
He's showing me putting on boots, like black boots.
Okay.
I'm seeing like a feed mill or some kind of farm where they store feed.
Yeah, the silo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that have any meaning to you?
Yeah, we used to play in the silo.
Okay.
You know. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't
You
used
weren't
for that at the
supposed to,
time,
were
but
ya?
we used to one. No, we weren't supposed to because we climb up and we're supposed to be up there either. Huh.
Was he a quiet man?
Yeah, big time. Yeah,
He still is.
I would say.
It's like pulling teeth here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's talking about a girl. Is there a girl you're interested in or that you've separated from?
No.
There's no female in your life right now?
There is, but we're not separated.
Okay.
At least I think we're not.
Then you're interested in her.
Interested in not being cucked out, if that's cool.
Have y'all gotten in like an argument recently or something?
No, but we are, stressed with all these kids.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying something stressing you about her.
We're not seeing eye to eye.
Okay. I'm hearing that thing that'll settle down. He's saying she's bossy.
Well, Rebecca, we've only just met, but in these parts, in northern, the women in these parts, they kind of need to be to keep us in shape.
Okay.
And in line, but a little bossy, yeah. But to her credit, she runs a lot of things. She's the music teacher at school, and she's involved in a lot of stuff at the community. So
she literally has positions of authority.
Well, yes.
Okay.
In her mind, they may be.
Being a teacher is authoritative.
Oh yeah, it sure is. But she's great.
Keeps things running.
Yeah, she does. She keeps it moving, just like her mama used to.
Okay, did he die in an accident?
No, my granddad, no.
So it wasn't anything tragic?
No, that's my brother.
Okay. Car accident?
Motorcycle.
Okay. I was seeing a truck.
Yeah, no.
Okay, but a vehicle accident.
Yeah. He drove log truck.
Okay. So I think your grandfather's saying he's here too. So you have two of them coming in. Grandpa's not telling me how he died, but do you have anything you would like to ask them?
I don't think so. I'm more of a they'll tell me what they want to tell me when they tell me kind of person. I don't know if I'm an asker. Jeez Louise, does that mean I'm just reactionary? I'm not proactive. I just go with the flow and whatever. Yeah, hey, cool. That's it. Hey, this is what. Okay, that's it now. Okay, let's do that. So yeah, I'm not. Do I have anything to? Jeez Louise, I don't know. Because I'll just talk to him. Yeah.
Yeah, just talk to him. You could ask him anything. You can ask me anything. Anything that maybe you didn't understand.
Huh. Yeah, that's the thing. He was very quiet.
He is being very quiet. He's saying like the most important thing he wants you to know is like with you and your old lady, like it's going to be stressful, but like it's okay. It's going to be okay.
Nice. Yeah, well, you know what? Okay, that's funny. I didn't think of that. But my grandmother, his wife, my dad's mother. She's sweet. I don't know how bossy she was. do know that, you know, they were both tall people. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
6 foot plus, you know, tall, skinny, kind of athletic, and you know, that kind of thing. But my grandmother, she was so wicked awesome at bowling. She won all these bowling trophies every year, and golfing. Like, she was a really good golfer too. So it used to, I don't know if it ticked my grandfather off that she could outdrive him,
Okay.
or I just remember hearing one story one time. So I'm just now putting it together. Like, she didn't really kind of come off as bossy, but maybe she was the neck that turned the head, you know.
She was the head of the family.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, Granny,
I'm
she used to
sorry
be
I
able to
keep
drive
laugh-
clear
Sorry I
across the
keep
road.
coughing.
You're all right. Jeez Louise, 9:30. East Coast time.
Yeah. He's not really saying anything horrible about her, but he laughed and said she's bossy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no. She has to be. Trust me. We have 6 kids living
Oh,
with
wow.
us, and getting getting everyone out on time for the bus is
Exactly.
the miracle
herding
hour.
kittens? Is
Oh
it
yeah.
like herding kittens?
You gotta learn how to not take it personal, and it's you're the only one stressing out because they're not stressing. They're gonna lay in bed till they got like 8 minutes left, and then they're up there. Hey, get out of the bathroom! And you know, I'm
Did
beeping out front.
Did something happen with a drunk driver?
Hmm. Huh.
No.
There's so many of those. I don't think that we have lost anyone on a drunk driver. We've had several drunk drivers. Luckily, we all made it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't
But there
have
has been like significant things that have happened because of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. No shortage.
I don't know why he's bringing that up.
Well, yeah. Well, that brother, the brother that he met over in Northern Africa. There's an entry from my great grandmother Cecil in that work journal. Bill came home from the Navy, and on a Friday, Bill came home from the Navy and bought a new car. Saturday, Bill wrecked his new car. You know, he went out, drove 14 miles to Chestertown, and went out to the bars, and then wrecked it on the S turns on the way home, and you know. So, well, I don't know. Maybe he's just rubbing it in Uncle Bill's and my great Uncle Bill's face a little bit, but yeah, that was always that was a fun entry reading these old
Well, I was
work journals.
getting a picture of
Saw Crow. Pardon me?
I was getting an image of a car, an older looking car, and
Yeah.
a drunk driver.
Yeah, that'd be Uncle Bill.
Okay. I'm not really getting anything else.
Yeah. Well, we're the quiet type up here in the North Country.
Y'all are quiet, but he gave information freely. It wasn't like pulling teeth. He's just real like chilled out. Like he doesn't really have much to say.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying feel free if you have any questions at all.
Huh. Yeah. No. I really. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any feedback for me?
Well, okay, here's the thing. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? I mean,
I'm not a
I
fortune
need to
teller.
know. Is it Philly? Is it the Chiefs? I need to make some extra do-re-mi because these kids are eating me out of house and home. We're going through like $600 a month in our produce budget alone.
I believe it. I just bought 4 oranges and they were $10.
Oh, sister, you have to go on the BOGO, the buy one, get ones.
Yeah.
They had the little oranges and the apples were buy one, get one. So, yeah, anyway.
We don't have those deals here anymore.
Oh, no.
No, Canada's a bit of a mess.
Oh, dear. Yeah,
C'est la
well,
vie.
we can't say much. You know, we'll just keep it there.
Yeah, well, we're all a little bit of a mess.
Hey, we're making
everybody is right
lemonade
now.
though, aren't we?
Yeah, but hey, we're all in this together, folks.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I'm really glad that you called in, Jake.
Bigly, it's good to see you. I gotta hit and run and go load the wood stoves, let the dogs out. It was nice chatting with y'all.
You're
Yeah, you
top
too.
shelf. You're top
Yep.
shelf.
Taking after you, B. Taking after you.
Oh, buddy. God
Thanks,
love
Miss
ya.
Rebecca.
You're welcome.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
guys
Thanks
be
for
well.
calling in. Okay, we love
Yep.
ya.
Thanks, guys. If you can't be good at it.
Be good at it. If you can't fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape. Oh, that was good.
You think so?
I think that was great. Don't you think that was great?
I just get frustrated when spirits are quiet. I like when they were like your dad.
I know, but he's very like he's not shy. Not that he's not shy. He's not shy, but he's very like
Outgoing.
Well, he's gonna let you know.
Yeah.
But Jake's grandfather let you know quite a bit, considering he was so quiet.
Yeah.
And I love that the uncle came in, and like the fact that Jake came up and like unprompted shared that story about his grandfather and his uncle meeting up for a beer, and then the uncle comes forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even think of it that way.
It was good. It's great. I
You
think this
notice
was
things that I don't sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's easier as an outside like just sitting on the outside taking it in. There was more that I would love to bring up as pointers as I'm listening. I'm going, oh, I want to remember to say that because that was good.
Okay.
What was the other thing? There was something you brought up. I don't know if I'll remember, but really good stuff.
Thank you.
I'm
I
so
try.
proud of you. Like, I don't even know you, and I'm so proud of you, but I feel like I know you.
Yeah, this past 2 days has been kind of mind-boggling. Like, I kind of can't believe I could do this.
Look at you go. It's phenomenal. Okay, look, it's 20 to 10.
Okay.
Let's end the stream, and then we'll go get ourselves moving around and get our joints rolling, and then circle back for Space Out Radio.
Okay. And that comes on at 12?
12 o'clock sharp.
Okay.
You can even go in a few minutes before, and the chat will be open.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll see y'all there.
I'll see you there, and we'll see y'all there. Did I say that like an American? We'll see y'all there. All y'all. Well, now I don't know how to get out of here. That's the thing. How do we get out? Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna hit end stream, guys, and I hope this saves. Oh, I hope it saves. I don't know who's listening, but thank you so much for coming and being here. It's been a great, great, great stream, and I'm just really excited about this. So, we'll do end stream, and I hope it saves. Everybody, cross your fingers and your toes and your eyes. Oh, boys, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna hit end stream. Oh, will it save? Let's go. Outro video. What's that? Set outro video. I don't know what that means. Oh, what do I do? What do I hit? What do I do? End stream? Again? Oh God. Okay, love you guys. Thank you for coming in. I hope this saves everybody. Pray to the gods.